Tragically Hip from the mighty country of Canada kicks us off today, Head by a Century. It is the Bennington Show filling in for Opie on Opie Radio this morning. Now, I'm Ron Bennington. This is Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I'm Ron Bennington. Now, I want to do a quick roll call since we were all out at doing a big Unmasked last night that just turned out to be terrific with Big J. Okerson. So let me go through this. Gail Bennington.
Present.
Oh, there she is. Joey Jojo.
Present.
Oh, good. What a team. That's fantastic. Let's go, Vito.
Here.
All right, great. And Chris Stanley. Chris Stanley.
Sir, he's not here yet.
I heard from my cousin.
No answer. All you guys try, Chris Stanley?
Tried him, yep.
Yeah, we've been trying him all morning. And not getting any response.
No, I know we were out last night, but we weren't out till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
No, actually, it was a much earlier night than...
And everybody did great. It was a great night for the entire staff. Everything was perfect.
It was a fantastic night.
All right, what are our theories? We know he doesn't drink or take them pills anymore.
I have some theories.
What's that?
I think that Chris Stanley is stuck in the Matrix.
What do you mean?
Since he has gotten into virtual reality, Google Cardboard, he ordered his Samsung virtual reality headset. He received it in the mail. He got home last night. We were texting. He goes, "Oh, this is great. It's just come in." And I'm afraid that he, like a little kid, stayed up all night, way too late, playing his new video game.
He took the blue pill.
Or, virtual reality has porn now. Now, I hate to keep, quoting Brainstorm from 1982. The sci-fi classic that seemed like it was future history.
I know.
But a guy got caught in a jerk-off loop and his orgasm wouldn't go away.
And you actually asked Chris to watch this.
Yes, I begged him to, knowing that he could be stuck in a jerk-off loop that could go on for eternity. Oh, Chris Stanley, he's late half the days we do this morning show.
And, the thing is, I know the panic and the fear of waking up late and not getting here on time. So since that had happened to me, we have started a system where we all call each other in the morning, and it still doesn't work for him.
What good is it?
I know. I thought...
By the way, this is a reason to have a landline,
Exactly.
If you're up in your new virtual reality helmet, jacking into eternity, just stuck in an endless loop of an orgasm, his phone might have burnt by now.
Yeah, his phone could be dead. His alarm could be ringing, but it's inside of a weird headset and he can't hear it.
This is just a reason just to, have friends in general. All his morning mashup friends are up and mashing.
I know, that's the thing. He shouldn't be hanging around with those mashers. They're professionals.
I know. Normally you don't say about someone like they can't hang when it comes to morning stuff.
I know.
Like, he can't hack it.
Right.
This dude cannot wake up.
But I will say this. It's the reason why I can't really fish, because it's just I don't want to start fishing until noon, the heat of the day, when fish want no part of it. Fish are not big on having lunch. They're early breakfast people.
Yeah, that's like you have to be up and out by 3, 4 in the morning in order to even...
like, well, here's the, I understand we did the Big J, we're at the stand last night, but do you know that Jim Norton has lived like this every night of his life for the past, 12 years or whatever, and, he's doing sets, making it... in the morning, it's crazy.
I can't believe that he has a nightlife and then has to do this on a daily. And he's always here.
He's here. He makes it. There's no does he have a new VR thing? I mean, obviously, we don't want to jinx anything, but I would suppose that Chris is too old for, crib death. I don't think we have to worry about him, do we?
I felt like we were in the clear with that with him.
I mean, when he was drinking and pilling, I was always sure he wasn't, going to make it through the night.
Oh, yeah. This, I believe, is the first time we had to worry about this, and we can rule out drinking.
Yeah. I mean, well, he would drink, he would eat pills, and then the next day we'd be all like, I think Chris is still alive, you guys.
He's probably okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm pretty doing all
I'm just going to Uber over there to make sure. To find the corpse. To find his bloated corpse. No, officer. He's always bloated, so you really can't do a time of death on that. I mean, he looked like a bloated corpse when he was alive and happy. God bless him. Well, let's just hope he sleeps until 10. That's the best. That's the best we can hope for now.
Oh, yeah.
Which phone number are we using today, Joey Jojo?
844 Rock God.
Right. 844 what?
Rock God.
That's a strange phone number for people to have.
Well, yeah. At the time, it felt like a good idea. We were talking a lot about the rock gods.
By the way, Larry and Yonkers already wrote yesterday, I believe, kind of quoting himself with the Unmasked show tonight. Whose turn is it to be late for a part of the Bennington show double shot tomorrow morning?
I did hear him predicting this last night because Larry and Lori both were out at the big Unmasked show, and they were already saying it last night. They were saying, uh-oh. And I was like, no, it's not like that.
I didn't get a chance to talk to them, but they front rowed it up, and I kind of had my back to them, and Big J was facing, and any of the time that we got into the sentimental thing, I just hear Lori go like this, oh. Oh. I was trying not to laugh or point. I was terrified to just, mention anything that was in the crowd because Big J would start crowd working and I would never get him back.
He would say, oh, you've given me the okay.
Yes. Oh, sir, is your penis shaped like a corkscrew by any chance? And I'm like, here we go.
Uh-oh.
That's it now. Are you running the phones over there, Big Man?
Yeah.
I couldn't. Okay. All right. Yeah. Eric in Colorado. Good point here. Eric, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, Bennington. And how are you this lovely, beautiful Friday morning?
It really is a gorgeous morning out there.
It is. Crisp.
It really is.
Yeah.
I seem to recall towards the end of yesterday's show that it was Mr. Chris Stanley who said the interns would not be there on time this morning.
One of our interns has to come in from Long Island, and it was going to be impossible for him to make it. Just impossible. Is that Coach in there with you today?
Yes, that's Coach in here.
And Coach actually made the scene last night.
I know. Coach made her Unmasked debut.
And there was a buzz about her on the streets, I believe.
Oh, yeah. There's a big buzz about Coach. Yeah. Everyone's talking about Coach.
I'm just talking about Coach.
Shut your mouth.
Well, here's Chris in Brooklyn. Chris.
Hey, how you doing, Ron?
Yeah.
Have you tried out the theory that possibly the alcohol and the pills were keeping Chris Stanley alive?
I have thought of that,
If we were right out of, he just newly quit drinking.
A week, yeah.
Yeah, I would be really scared. But considering his new addiction.
Up all night and without them, could have ended up, withdrawal shock.
I believe that he's alive, but in a virtual world.
Yes.
Yeah. A world of wonder.
His body as we know it now is gone.
Oh, sure. Sure.
But his mind lives on.
Yeah. Like Johnny Depp in that wacky movie where he became a computer, and then the computer face just looked like Johnny Depp.
I'm just hoping he didn't go to work in his virtual world. Or
okay, he is at work.
Or worse yet for him, he just finished his workday in the virtual world, only to have a terrible surprise when he got back here.
I can't wait. I don't feel like I'm getting off anymore.
Chris.
Oh, he's not gonna. His dad didn't love him. Oh. God, what a great time with Big J.
It was such. a fantastic night. It was, I would say, an instant Unmasked classic.
A lot of people came over and said it was their favorite ever. And, you know, the way that audience treated Jay when we started that, it was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I got a little misty at the beginning before you had even started, just hearing what an incredible reception he had from the audience. Everyone was going nuts when you guys came in, and it was so, so sweet.
All right, you know how excited we are today about Omelet Station?
Mm-hmm.
Chris has just lost his omelet privileges with Hard Rock Johnny. And Johnny said he knows for a fact that he was awake at 11:30 last night. So, no omelets for him.
I was thinking that he might just sleep right through this omelet party.
Oh, jeez. I hope he sleeps so late that he doesn't even make the second show at 12 o'clock. 844 Rock God, 844 Rock God. It is the Bennington Show filling in for Opie, and for some reason, Opie and his team can make this seem like a normal thing.
Sure.
But our guys, I mean, to be honest here, Vito and Joe are the only,
I know.
You know.
I know. I can't laugh. It's why I was so anxious this morning. Not because I feared for his life like last time, but only because I fear for him, because I know the feeling of just like the horror of waking up late. It's just like you feel so terrible. And on the way in, I was like, I am a bad person. I'm a piece of shit. Like, you
Right.
do that kind of thing.
It never bothered me because I could never show up on school for him, you know. So I was always like, I don't care. I'm fine.
Everything's okay.
Yeah. Here's Michael. Michael, what's up?
I fear for him because.
Okay,
Hey, how
you
are
gotta
you?
turn your radio down, dude.
How are you?
Good, man.
How's it going today? All right.
Yeah, I'll let you know if we got any problems here. You'll hear about it on the air.
You got it. All right.
Okay, man.
First time
Thanks
caller.
yeah, you're great at it too. For being, I would have never guessed that you're a first time caller. You're so smooth.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, buddy. Thanks for calling. Now, get some rest. There's Michael just breaking his phone cherry. When he says first time caller, I think anywhere. I don't think he's ever.
No, this is the first time I've used this device at all.
I've been transported here from the past. So am I doing this correctly? Because I hear a voice, but you're not inside this little phone, are you?
And you're not in the room either?
Yeah, is this working? Watson? Come in here. I need you. Oh, little Alexander Graham Bell humor that didn't go the way I so, some of you guys were familiar with the work of Alexander Graham Bell and the first phone conversation.
I like that he called in, though. It was just a friendly check-in.
Yeah. That Mike. Hey, how's everything in there? So you can hear me? By the way, that thing of dying, I don't want to give away anything from the Unmasked, but when Big J was getting into his first big bit when he worked the black clubs, which was disrobing.
Oh, my God. There were some hilarious stories that he told last night that I'm so excited for people to listen to this Unmasked.
He's had a very rich life, you know, just very rich life, just ridiculous people that he've known every step in the way. And I was thinking about this last night, that it was kind of the perfect Unmasked in so many ways, because he brought up stories from so many different comics and shit that happened that was just fucking fall out funny. I mean, the ruthless nature of coming to New York and joining that fucking cast is just crazy. Now, that's why we do Comedy 101. We're doing it this Wednesday night at the Stand, because it takes, people don't realize this, it takes years before you can even get on in the main New York clubs.
Yeah.
I mean, for you to think, I'm coming to New York, I'm a young comic, you're looking at 4 or 5 years before the Stand, Cellar, Gotham is even going to know that you're alive. And So we're taking these open mic comics and some great mentors that everybody knows that will stop their sets and say funny shit to them. We got to get a short clip of this that we just play whenever we bring it up, because it's one of the funniest things we've ever been involved in.
It's so much fun, and I'm so excited. And I'm so excited that we're doing it at the Stand. What a fantastic venue it was.
You had a great time?
I had such a great time there. Everybody, the whole crew there is amazing. The feeling in the room is great.
Yeah, it is. It's a real New York club. By the way, Dan, who's booking all the open mic guys, and said that one of their moms went back and listened to the Comedy 101 from Thanksgiving and has told their child, "You're not doing this show. This is not the show for you. These mentors are pretty mean." So it's kind of open mic night meets a roast or tough crowd, but that's the world that these guys are going into. I mean, Big J's stories from last night. By the way, we're playing that a week from today, and that's the night of his big show and the start of Skankfest. If you join Skankfest, you can actually go watch the special with Big J, which is crazy and funny. If somebody would have told you years ago, "Oh yeah, you'll be watching this with Dennis Miller as his first special goes out," just so fucking funny to me.
Yeah. And I'm so excited for the special too. Just hearing him talk about it, and we got to see them tape the first show of the special, and it was fantastic. So I can't wait to see it.
Boo doo 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 doo. Larry said, "I laughed so hard at the iced tea that I actually became high." That was one of my favorite things of the night, too. It was just so much fun. And I'm not going to lie, there was, when you were saying you got a little misty, because we've known Jay for so long and how much we love him and how we kind of watch him go from one spot to another spot in his career. It meant a lot to me just sitting there with him last night.
Yeah, it was really fantastic and so sweet.
God, I mean, if it was just the Attell stories alone.
I know.
The Keith Robinson.
The Bobby.
Am I crazy, or did he just become an impressionist, Big J?
Yeah, that was a really solid impression he did.
That, the Bobby Kelly, the Attell. I mean, I'm starting after a while. I'm like, I'm with Frank Caliendo.
the Bobby Kelly story was
every fucking impression.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, the Bobby Kelly killed.
The Bobby Kelly story is so great. I don't want to give one thing away about it. Like,
let's just, you know what? Let's never talk about it until Chris wakes up. You know what I mean? Let's leave it as a Chris thing. All right, it is the Bennington Show on a Friday, June 10th. Friday, June 10th, we're going to be hanging out with you all morning today. And then we're back in here for the midday show. Double shot, double shift. It's the summer.
It's double trouble, really.
I didn't even think of it that way, but I do like the idea of double trouble. Now, Joe, you didn't have any problems. Why are you wearing an amazing Spider-Man shirt?
I didn't shower this morning, so I grabbed my amazing Spider-Man shirt.
Is that what you normally sleep in? That and your panties?
They have Batman logos on them.
Nothing better than a boyfriend shirt, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what that is?
Like, panties and a big oversized shirt.
He's not getting this back.
So the deal is that the shirt belongs to the boyfriend, and you just happen to crash there, so you put it on?
Yes.
That's so weird. I was like that when I was younger. Well, I stayed at this girl's house, and I would just sleep in a bra and a very small slip of hers.
Was it an oversized bra?
The thing, first of all, ouch. Second of all, that's when I started to think, Richard Simmons is right about so many things.
Yeah.
Now, Richard Simmons, people saying he is not transitioning.
Now they're saying he's not. which was something that Chris went way opposite in the wrong direction.
You thought he was a castrato.
Yes, it was crazy. When he had reported the story to me in the morning, he said, "Can you believe about Richard Simmons?" And I was like, "Yeah, I saw it on the National Enquirer." And he's like, "I can't believe he castrated himself." And I was like, "I don't think anyone's saying that." And he's like, "Oh yeah, it's in all the," and I was like, "Dude, you better read this before you bring this to the air."
He was a little more blunt.
Yeah.
Saying he castrated himself.
I can't believe he cut his dick off. So crazy, dude. And I'm like, I don't think that is true.
So something becomes like rumored to news so quickly now.
And again, it was the most childish idea. It reminded me of some first grade rumor that somebody said, like, "Do you know that Michael Jackson cut his dick off?" It was like that exact thing.
I think it this way, like the news has almost just become Italian grandmas talking out windows. Just opening their window and spreading the news.
You don't say.
You hear the bad news, right?
Pass it on.
That was what would we say when we were doing the impression of Vito's mom the other day? Remember? Oh, yeah, get money back.
Yeah.
My son got to get a little bit of money back right now for what happened.
Look at what you've done to my son.
What movie made you cry so bad, Vito?
Jack Frost with Michael Keaton.
You've got to be first of all, the only human being who saw that in theaters. That movie crippled Michael Keaton's once promising career. And then you were just crying your eyes out.
I was an emotional wreck that so far my mom dragged me to the theater. The front desk blamed them and got some free movie tickets out of it.
Yeah, to take you back to the same movie the following day. But do you think that like he was a really emotional kid anyway?
Well, yeah, I mean, considering he was like, his dad had just passed away, I think he was probably more sensitive to that kind of stuff.
I think that he's sensitive anyway.
He is a sensitive boy, that's for sure. He's in tune with his emotions.
If he would have came to me like that, it would have been, Daddy, look what the nuns gave me. Daddy. Yo, shut your mouth. You want to take a page out of this guy's book and keep your mouth shut. Wah! Oh, come on. Give me a kiss. Did somebody hit you? I'm the only guy who likes to quote Miller's Crossing, and I'll be doing that alone a lot. That's right over there with my Alexander Graham Bell. I think that what I'm doing this morning, and it looks like I'm having trouble, these are the references that Chris normally gets.
I know. Yeah. Well, I was just impressed that was such a lengthy, like, Miller's Crossing. Like, you know the whole bit.
Oh, I don't have friends. You know what I mean? I don't know people my own age, so I just sit and watch Miller's Crossing.
You had one friend, and now he's stuck in the Matrix.
Look, if I get down to the point where fucking Chris is my friend... No, I shouldn't say that in case there's something seriously wrong.
I know. We've got to send Trinity in after him.
Trinity.
And Dozer.
Let me tell you something. I don't know who her management team is, but with that ass that Trinity had, she should have been the greatest actress of her generation.
Yeah, and I thought she was like such like a unique beauty. Like she had such a like an interesting aura about her.
Yeah. Oh my God. Spencer Berger beat Chris in here. He came all the way in from Long Island. Spencer doesn't want to be on the air, but he's already like our favorite guy. And Chris is his boss, and this is what, second day?
Yeah.
Second show for these young interns, and their mentor hasn't shown yet. Hasn't made the scene.
How can he mentor? He can't.
No, there's no possible way.
I'm going to have to go in there and tell these kids they're going to have to raise themselves.
Either that or we're going to have to send them out to foster shows. And those foster shows can be very mean.
I know. That's almost just as bad.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of storytelling, nothing's worse than a step. That's the worst person you could have in your life, stepmom.
Yeah. Then foster.
Then foster after that.
I'd rather just be in the intern orphanage.
I wish there was such a place. But just interns can all sleep together on bunk beds.
Mm-hmm. And eat nothing but gruel. That's what I imagined.
What do you think of like the first person who came up with the premise of bunk beds? that fucking dude must have been thought of like Stephen Wozniak, you know? You're just like, wait, let me get the concept again, because I don't know where you're going with this. You're saying that you're going to have a bed on top of a bed without crushing the person on the first bed?
Yeah, but how will we get to the top? Little stairs. A little ladder of stairs will reach.
I put it on bunks. You don't even have to worry about this. I'll put it on bunks. And then who's the lunatic who thought, let's put a desk under a bunk bed and just call it an apartment now?
Thank you to whoever did that.
Was that your college life or your life now?
It's my life right now, yeah.
Yeah.
A lofted bed with a desk underneath and a couch.
This is the limbo in between childhood and adulthood.
That for a woman is like when you go home with a guy and see that that's what you're walking into. You're like, oh yeah, I'm going to make some real changes with my life.
Dude, so you explain to them we'll be climbing up in the bunk bed?
I'm just like, let me hold the ladder for you.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go down first and then hold the ladder for you. No, I have to get up anyways. I gotta use the bathroom.
Dude, if I was a chick and I went home with you, you would wake up in the morning and just see me hanging off your bed with one of my high heels just dangling down off my foot.
I used to live in a smaller room, too, where the width of the bed was about a foot from the wall.
Right.
So you had to wedge your way up the ladder between the wall and the actual bed to get up to the bed.
Dude, why don't you just put fucking bars on your window and make it complete?
You can't invite an adult woman to
you can't.
back to your place.
I have since moved into a bigger room, but still has a ladder and lofted bed.
One day under the bed, he hopes to put his children there.
Oh, God.
There's room for a family down there. Now, has any woman come home with you and said no? This is not acceptable?
No, they haven't said no, but they have reluctantly said yes.
Yeah.
They're like, I guess so.
Where things were going well until like, yep, I guess this is where I'll be tonight.
Yeah.
I guess.
Does anyone say, look, why don't you just fuck me over the sink? Because I'd rather do that.
I'm too short for that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm sorry, I didn't know, buddy.
It's okay. I
That
wish
is
I
the
could.
funniest fucking premise. That's never even been in a movie before. That would have been perfect for Trainwreck.
I know, but that's it's when you realize some big changes have to be made.
He's not. Look,
All right, tonight's fine, but then after this, no more.
Here's the deal. Some fucking chick has said to herself, some confused, I'm going to guess fresh off the fucking bus from Iowa girl who, came to New York thinking she's going to find a better class of men. And she goes home, bangs him on his bunk bed while he's wearing his amazing Spider-Man shirt.
You can wear this button up. I'm wearing this tonight, though.
Oh my God.
Look, you
Wow.
fucking made the scene.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Oh my God.
Now, look, Chris, you missed the half hour that I was bragging about how great my team ran the Unmasked last night. So let's get into the next topic. Who the fuck is a half hour late when the interns are fresh, here, and ready to learn?
I don't know what happened. I don't know.
Yes, you do. Gail has already told us, Gail.
I had a theory that you were stuck in the Matrix and you were playing with your new virtual reality toy. And that is what has made you lose track of time and space and real life.
All right, look. So I got this goddamn Samsung VR helmet, and it arrived last night. I got home like around 11 o'clock or whatever, and then I just put it on. It's a new fun thing to do. Next thing I know, it's 3 a.m.
Yes.
This is bad, Ron.
Your addictions, because you're not being treated for them, you're just going to run from compulsion to compulsion.
I had this theory yesterday that this was going to be the new addiction. And I believe this has taken hold faster than any other addiction you've ever had. That within only a few hours of you experiencing your new addiction, it is already trying to take over and ruin your life.
By the way, I'm old enough that I saw the new addiction live, and those guys were fucking incredible. At least that's my prerogative. Now, Chris, you are, as we say in the program, you have a God-sized hole in your chest and a dick-sized hole in your ass.
Never heard that second part.
Hold on, I just wrote that. I got to get to a meeting immediately and do that bit.
Am I right, guys?
I've also got a dick-sized hole in my ass.
Please stop trying out your new material here. That's not what these are for.
That's the third meeting in a row that you've done that joke, and no one has laughed yet. I've also got a dick-sized hole in my ass, but this is a don't ask, don't tell room. Am I right?
I see some new faces in here.
Where are you from? What's your diction? So you sat up all night with that, but why does that keep you from hearing your alarm? Even if you slept 45 minutes, you have an alarm.
It turns out this thing really kills the battery on your phone, so my fucking phone died.
Gail is basically Kreskin. You're a mentalist. You painted the whole story of his night.
Now here's the weird thing. This is just like the Christmas party incident. I get a certain spidey sense about what's gone wrong in Chris's life. I'm the Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh my God.
This is all coming together.
G-Man says, I doubt Joe brings anyone home close to an adult woman. Well, they can vote, I'm sure.
Yeah, they can buy cigarettes in most states.
Yeah, some states, you're going to have to be 21 to smoke. So you'll be sitting there fucking drinking a beer, back fresh from Afghanistan, and saying, lady, could you buy me a pack of Pall Malls?
No, sir, you're underage. Sorry. And thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you for your wound. Look who it is. This is Dickie Jr.
What's up, Dogsy?
Hey, Dogsy.
hey, Pepperham, how many times did you jack you last night?
Oh, shit. Did you go to any porn VR?
I haven't found any porn VR for this new device, but once I do, it's on.
Well, your new device it's still just your phone, right?
Yeah, but there's like different software I had to download. I'm still figuring it all out for this thing.
Well, what do you get with that stupid plastic thing that you don't get in a cardboard?
It's a more immersive environment. Yes, it is.
It is.
Yes,
It's just plastic.
It's just the same thing.
Plastic is not an inverse. You are. I couldn't. By the way, I can't even do it. It's too early in the morning. But you are fucking just a rube on the midway.
This thing's amazing, Ron.
You look crazy.
I feel crazy.
Look, when I tried the Google Cardboard, I couldn't believe how much I enjoyed it. I was shocked. But it didn't change my life. I'm still me. And now you're in there, you're wearing this crazy thing on your head.
Yeah, it's
You're
dumb.
too old to go through a new phase like this.
Just leave it as you're too old, and we'll all get it. I'll tell you this. I don't know whether you guys watched the James Brown movie, but with his band, if somebody was late, they got docked a month's pay.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh. So you owe me $145.
I'm making all these VR purchases. I can't afford this right now.
Yes, we know. You have a new hobby, the VR. I don't want to talk about it forever. By the way, the term immersive is this marketing word now that's being used everywhere. It's just everything is immersive, no matter what type of technology that it is.
It's very weird, the buzzwords they get.
I hate them all. I now never want to hear farm to table or farm to city or farm to anything again.
Yeah.
All my food has always been farm to table, even if it came in a can. At one point, it was at a farm, and now it's my table. Farm to can to shelf. And then finally to table.
Shelf to plate.
Oh, I got a crazy story to tell you guys off the air. You got to remind me. Look who it is, our buddy Lewis in Manhattan.
Hey, what's
Lewis.
up, guys?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think earlier you were talking about the bunk bed, and you said that the scenario should have been in a movie.
Yeah.
That's been really funny. They did have it in the movie. They had it in the movie Big with that really funny joke when she goes to his apartment, and then she's like, I'm sleeping down here, and he's like, I got the top. And then you think that he means he's going to, like, mount her, but he jumps on the top of the bunk bed.
Can I tell you something? First of all, thanks for painting that scene for me. I felt like it was 1989. I was back there. And second, Lewis, you're getting a pretty good prize for yourself.
Thanks. This is my first time. Thanks.
This is the first time, and you deserve it.
Thank you.
It's a pretty good price. It's a pretty good price. Prize Closet. We got pretty good prizes. It's a pretty good price. It's a pretty good price. Prize Closet. We have good prizes. Louis, you win a copy of Dave Hill's book. Dave Hill doesn't live here anymore. Signed by Dave Hill.
Ah, nice.
Love the Dave Hill.
Love Dave Hill. Got to love the Hill.
Gotta love the Hill. Dave on the Hill. By the way, the audio of Seton Smith trying on the VR is up on the iBang. Why that crazy Vito did not Snapchat that is beyond me. He doesn't have the eye for this right now, you know?
He needs to train the eye.
Am I crazy, or should Coach be running the social media?
I mean, Coach might have what it takes.
It's like I always say, put me in, Coach.
Seriously, when you say that, you're still on the train and the show has started 25 minutes before. Everything you say today, Chris, we're going to remind you that you are late. And whenever Opie lets us do the show, you are late 100% of the time.
Twice. I know twice
is a fucking lot, dude.
I know it's bad.
Look, what if you were up for murder and you're like, twice, and that's it. 2 times. And now I'm being just seen as the murderer?
I've done other things with my life.
Oh, yeah, I give bad information about celebrities transitioning and then cutting off their dick, as I put it. I know you weren't around to hear about how great you and the staff ran last night, but that thing was silk. If we can pull off Comedy 101 like this Wednesday, forget about it.
It was a beautiful night last night.
It was.
It was such a good night. It was so much fun, hysterically funny, and it was just warm.
Also a cavalcade of stars.
Yes.
All the people who showed up last night, the funniest people of their generation, the great Dan Soder. You know him from the TV show Billions. Mm-hmm. By the way, I told him I'm doing Ali Wong next, and he said that he was texting her during her fucking special going, this is going crazy. I can't believe this is happening. Because that special Ali Wong has done, I think it's on the Netflix.
Yep. Yes, it is on Netflix.
Which means you can get to it for a while. It's seriously one of the best stand-up specials of all time.
Yeah,
not even just recently, but it was phenomenal.
It was really fantastic, and I was really blown away by it. Like
Elon Musk and I are sending a spaceship into space as distance as we can get, and I'm hoping that we can put that special on there so that aliens can see, even while pregnant, we can be incredibly dirty on our planet.
We're capable of anything.
No, but they are sending something out. Like if, and I will tell you, this thing is just going to go into deep space, so that aliens one day, even if it's 1,000,000 years from now, can find it. But if you were to send something out to kind of say this represents the human race in our time here, what would you send out?
I'll send out Pet Sounds.
Just the album of Pet Sounds.
Yeah.
Here we achieved this.
This is something we did.
Don't get scared by the barking in the background. That's animals also. What about you?
Miracle on Ice.
The 1980 hockey.
The 1980 hockey game.
There was a lot of people from Minnesota on that team, wasn't there?
Most of them.
I know it. What about you?
The collected works of Shakespeare.
All right, so, I forgot. We got a real intellect over here. They are putting inside this a living human baby, and they're just shooting it in its face. And hopefully it'll be older, like Superman was by the time it gets there. You know? Now they're giving it a Valium so it'll fall asleep. I guess
What?
for 100 years or something. I mean, it's a baby eating a Valium. I mean, he should go out like a light. I'm gonna guess that maybe they send up a little girl baby in honor of Hillary. But how about him saying Shakespeare? What a dope.
How much Shakespeare have you even read?
Read Julius Caesar in high school.
So if we gave you a quote, you would know whether it was Julius Caesar or something else.
Yeah.
No fucking way, dude. Let me tell you something, Sleepy. This might work in your virtual reality thing. You might be the Fonzie of your virtual reality, but you get in here 30 minutes late, and we remember that you're a dick. I got a text from Don that says, tell him the next time he's late, don't bother coming in.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, no. That's not good.
Don Wiki Wicklin is pissed with your tardiness, or as he calls it, retardiness. And I had to say, Don, that is not politically correct.
Don.
Yeah. Oh, that Don's got a cutting wit. Cutting wit.
I mean, he's edgy. That's the thing.
He's in your face.
Yeah, he has like a kind of in-your-face comedy.
Oh, yeah. He's strong with that, He is fucking strong with that.
And Chris, you can also take you're only a minute. You didn't beat your record by a minute.
What's that?
Take a fucking beat for yourself, all right?
Good work, Joe.
There's some juice. Why don't you have that? Maybe your blood sugar's a little low, and then try it again.
He almost beat his record of lateness today, but didn't by 1 minute.
Oh, I just got a call from Comedy Central. They want you for the worst, dullest roast that's ever happened.
I got roasted, Rod.
Yeah.
Sick burn.
Nice.
Yeah. That's not even a sunburn that you got from him. By the way, new roast coming up on Comedy Central, and the person being roasted, Rob Lowe.
Rob Lowe.
Yeah. I've already written my joke. Rob Lowe me.
Perfect.
Yeah. You heard me. Yeah. Rob Lowe me. I think he's the funniest comic actor maybe ever. He's just really fucking funny.
He is great. He has great timing.
When Jeffrey Ross gets a hold of him, though.
I know.
I bet he does soda pop joke about him.
I hope he does. I'm always ready for some soda pop.
What do you think they're going to nail him with? Being too pretty?
Yeah, it makes it difficult to roast someone.
Well, here's a joke for you. In 1989, he was the first sex tape as he got caught banging a minor on a giant videotape camera.
What? Is that true?
Yeah. He was actually in a threesome, and then one of the girls was not of age. Now, not, far from it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Barely not of age.
Yeah, like Coach. She was basically like Coach.
Right.
Almost barely legal.
Right. Barely illegal, really.
Yes. No one ever brings that up. I found her on a site called Barely Illegal. Is that a problem? So I guess they'll get him on that. Right. And then if anyone remembers, he did the world's worst Oscar opening where he came out and danced with Snow White. And then they started, he and Snow White were like, big wheels keep on turning.
What?
Hollywood movies keep on churning. It's seriously the worst thing that's ever happened.
What year would this be?
Well, I know it was the year that Rain Man won the thing, so that was like 89 or whatever.
89, yep.
And because he said that he was dancing and feeling and singing and dancing and feeling like he was doing pretty good. And then he looked out and he saw Barry Levinston, and Barry Levinston went like this to the person next to him. What the fuck? Oh. And then he's like, I wonder if this is going bad. And this was pre-social media, so people were just calling each other, going, this is the worst fucking thing that's ever happened. I turn it back a couple seconds so we can get to that. I turn up the sound now.
For this poor mortal, Vincent Price and Coral Brown.
They brought out all the elderly people who were still alive. and they were just in the audience. So you had a bunch of people in their 80s and 90s. And now here's Snow White.
Isn't it thrilling? It gets better. Meet your blind date, Rob Lowe.
Oh, Mr. Lowe, I'm such a fan.
Really?
Neste cenário que evoca o nightclub, o célebre nightclub dos anos 40, Coconut Grove.
And stop for a second, Joe, and realize that you're on some fucking weird site there. All right, go ahead and hit it again.
Vários artistas célebres nos musicais da década de 40.
Some guy's talking over it, so you have to find another one. But
it's already the weirdest thing before the dancing.
Well, this was, I believe, produced by Alan Carr, the genius behind Grease 2. And Alan Carr was known for throwing the best and biggest homoerotic parties in the history of Hollywood. Just these giant, crazy fucking gay parties. And then he threw this, which they're considering for whatever reason his best. All right, go ahead and turn up the sound again.
But you said goodbye to Grumpy and Sleepy.
Now we're just getting parts of it rather than the whole thing, but we'll stay on top of it. But it is purely the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of the Oscars.
Oh my God, that is so uncomfortable. I didn't realize that they were going to do a parody song in it.
Well, it just was like a crazy fucking acid trip. It just made zero sense.
That's how I feel about the award shows in general. Like, it's so painful to watch when something fails, but you can't turn away. It's got that kind of like train wreck thing about it where you're like, I have to see this, but my skin just crawls.
They said that night that it happened, 60,000 people died of embarrassment. As if, what if I were Rob Lowe?
Oh my God.
I mean, how gacked up do you have to be even to go along with that? Like fucking, I guess you're a young actor and they said you're going to be seen by everybody in Hollywood. You're going to be on the Oscars. I mean, he hadn't done any film that was Oscar worthy even up to this moment. So Chris won't even help you from there where he could listen, can't do it at all. And the only thing that we found had Spanish people talking over it. Hey, it's the Bennington show. In on a Friday morning for our buddy Opie. A little later on today, we will be doing our double shot. Yannis Papas stopping in. One of the funniest guys ever. What is Yannis putting out, Chris?
He has an album coming out, and he has a takeover weekend on Raw Dog.
Oh, nice.
So he's literally taking over Raw Dog all weekend.
That's right.
And he can't be stopped.
No.
He's taking it over.
By the way, we're in a weird place now where they're saying this is the first presidential election with a Twitter war, where Hillary wrote in, "Why don't you delete your account?" And then Trump wrote back to her, "What? Like all the emails that you deleted?"
It was a fantastic burn, though. Like, I think it was her, like, most shared and most retweeted tweet, but it started with Trump saying something just like,
Trumpy.
Yeah, Trumpy calling her crooked Hillary. Oh, Obama just endorsed crooked Hillary, who wants 4 more years. And then she just wrote back, delete your account.
Now, you don't think his line was funnier? Like, all the stuff you deleted off your server? I thought that was the fucking burn.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
But no one's talking about that one. But I think hers is like, it had that kind of mic drop status where...
Really?
I think
delete
it did.
Your account?
Because it was like, it was like a PG version of like, kill yourself or go fuck yourself. But that was the sentiment behind it.
But then to have the comeback of you deleted all those things off your server and you're crooked.
He's getting less love, I guess, than she is for it.
Well, liberal media, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's a picture up on the wire, of course, sent by our own virtual reality expert, Chris Stanley. This is over on the Interrobang, and it's Kate Upton's ass hanging out in a sheer dress.
Yeah, it was celebrating her 24th birthday here in New York
City. Just relax before you form your words. Her 24th birthday. I can't believe she's only 24. It feels like she's been around for 10 years.
It does.
Yeah. Now, she normally gets all the breast attention. Well, give me a 1 to 10 on the ass there.
Ass is a solid 9.
9. Joe?
8.
8.
It's an 8.
I think it's a really good ass. It's like a really solid ass. I've never paid attention to it because she's a very top heavy lady.
Yes, she is. And if she was smart, she'd drop her tits down into that. I'm going to give her a 4. Only with compared to her breasts, which are a 17. But I mean, when you leave the house, and by the way, that's Justin Verlander with her. He's on his way to performing Guys and Dolls. And
I got the horse right here. His name is Paul Revere.
That's why I put that suit on like a gangster. So, I mean, you're like saying, honey, we're going out tonight. I want everybody to see my ass.
But this is like the best is that you know that she still had to come out and be like, is it too much? Or like, this is too far or it's good? No, it's great.
Well, it's still early summer, so at least she has that veil to keep her ass cheeks warm.
I know. Why not just take the veil off? It's a bold move, and I guess, you know what? I'm going to say this. When you're in your early 20s, make the bold move.
Oh,
know?
yeah. You're not going to be able to walk around with a sheer veil.
You don't think Hillary Clinton can say, honey, I'm going to leave my ass out when I go and do the debate against the lead account?
I would be interested, though, if she could find some sheer version of her mandarin collar pantsuit that she wears.
I don't know that one. That's
Clinton, that's the Clinton
I think
look.
that she's played it down, though, right? Lately?
I think she brought it back with her last big speech. Like, she had that white.
So I saw that, yeah. And there was a picture on George Report of her, like, basically saying that, she won. And it looked like her head was photoshopped onto the body because of that weird collar. It was a weird picture.
Yeah, that's the picture that's kind of become the iconic. A lot of people are passing that photo around.
Yeah,
and it's like her arms are in the air, but because of that strange collar.
She has no neck.
It's a very stiff look.
I'm going to say this, too, on the picture here under the veil. I didn't expect her. I thought her ass would be a little more bulbous.
Yeah, it's not her biggest asset.
Yeah.
Asset.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I gave her an 8. Because it didn't protrude enough.
Oh, I didn't know. Well, but you're fucking tough on women.
He is.
But let me say, though, still a very nice ass.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I give her a 10 on personality and how she is on the inside.
Boy, can I tell you something? I think that's what was rough on her. I mean, her career was soaring until she acted.
Right. I mean, she was in that commercial and everyone goes, oh, is that how she is?
Don't talk,
yeah.
honey.
I met her once.
Wait, hold on. Yeah. Stop everything. Rush was greatness. Joey Jojo.
Yeah.
Really?
Did you bring her back to your bunk?
Did you see the bunk?
She reluctantly said yes. No, I actually tossed her salad. Literally. Yeah. I tossed her salad. I was working at a salad restaurant at the time, right? And she gets to my station. I'm the salad tosser. And I tossed her salad. And then she paid for it.
So you know what? Your little fucking fruity friends might laugh at this. Just tell us what happened without this is how I tossed her salad, everybody. Literally.
I was working at this restaurant called Sweet Green here in New York.
I was working at this restaurant named Sweet Green. Yeah.
And she came in right when our air conditioner broke. And there's a line out the door. She eventually turns around. I look up, realize that she's just staring at me right in front of me, glistening because of the sweat, because the air conditioner was off. And I was like, is that... And that was when she was really hot. The whole Terry Richard thing came out, you know.
Terry Richard?
Yeah.
Who's that?
The photographer. Yeah, she was working with him a lot, and in the media, bunch.
Chris, I say that are you screaming at the interns or at Vito over there?
I was talking to Vito.
What were you yelling at him about?
Our omelet setup's going to be here very soon.
So
why would he
can
get
roll
yelled at
in
for that?
He can roll in late and just. By the way,
you are not getting an omelet.
I saw, by the way, when he came in and we were all looking at him, and I could see him mouthing, "Get up" to Vito, like, "Give me my station back."
I know. Can I tell you something? You want an omelet? It's going to be cheeseless. It's going to be a cheeseless Jim Norton omelet.
I could never.
Well, that's because you come in on time. You will never. How could you take a meeting of a fucking beautiful model like that and destroy the story? What happened? Did something... She comes in, she's sweating, she's glistening. Then what happened?
So then she wanted protein. So I was like, how about you get some chicken? I didn't charge her for the chicken. I just threw it on there. She wanted medium dressing, as I recall. And then I tossed that shit, packaged it for her, sent her on her way. But if I may say, not intimidatingly beautiful. She's still a girl I'd be like, I think I could talk to her.
Dude, I can't. I can't. I don't know where your dumb confidence comes from.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Cat Daddy video?
I have seen the Cat Daddy.
You should be intimidated by any woman with pubic hair because you are not a catch, Joey. Okay?
Yeah.
Every comic who comes in here does the "where did you buy the fake nose and glasses" bit to you.
Oh, Kate ought to be lucky to go back to Bushwick.
Are you fucking kidding me?
All I'm saying is that some supermodels just look so unbelievably pretty.
By the way, I would have forgotten this story. So I'm walking home yesterday. This city was a fucking just a parking lot, right? So I'm like, well, you know what? I'm gonna light up a little cigarette, a little cigar here, and walk home. I'm going down 57th. There's a supermodel shoot, right? Beautiful babies out there, and I guess, are we in fall? They're already taking things for fall,
yeah,
because they had these really cool long coats that were like thin. Really fucking great looks. And I'm like, fuck, I gotta fucking grab a coat like that. I wonder if they got them at Mel's. So I'm walking along and I'm like, oh, and this isn't just some dude taking picture of a chick. They got fans going, they got lights, there's women, and I'm like, wait, there's a bunch of supermodels here. So I'm walking by, I'm like a moron, I'm rubbernecking. I'm walking slow, but I actually have my head held back so I can see this. And I never do shit like that in New York. I keep moving, but you don't often get to see supermodels in the full heroin chic look. The fucking model wrangler goes like this. He looks up and he goes, "Hey, hi, Ron." And I'm like, oh, fuck. Here I am rubbernecking, and the dude listens to the fucking show. And I just fucking yelled, "I'm not Ron," and I kept going.
I ran away.
Yeah. And I just wanted to go home and hide in a virtual reality helmet.
I'm someone else.
A lot of times that you see the model without the full makeup on and without doing the model posing, you know, you think that she's not beautiful. But I've seen this happen before. They turn it like that. They can make themselves, under the right circumstances, stunning. And you caught her. Basically, it's like catching Norton off stage. He's not going to be aggressive. He's a nice, gentle, funny guy. He steps on that stage and he turns into that goddamn killer. Models do the same exact thing. And I had to do this photo shoot years ago in Florida. And I'm with a person who was like a bathing suit model, whatever. And the second the fucking camera said go, she just turns and was like off like a fucking shot. The great Lynn Austin. And I was just like, what did she just do? I didn't see anything that she did, but she just turned into a playmate the second it was time to shoot.
That's so crazy.
And then like when it stopped, she was just like a regular person with us. but it was almost like you're posing for a picture and there's this real bright light next to you that you're like, this is washing out any color in the rest of us. You couldn't see anyone else in the picture. Everyone else in the picture just disappeared. And it was her. And there was like 6 of us in the picture. And that's what I'm saying you missed out on. Yeah. You just caught the part of her who didn't care.
Sweaty summer, Kate Upton.
Hey, here's Paulie on the 29th floor. Hey, Paulie.
Hey, Ronnie. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm coming in the city. I'm just about in Lincoln Tunnel. I'll be in the office soon. Can I come up and get Stanley's omelet, please?
Well, what we'll do is we'll just put his omelet on the elevator, and we'll hit 29. It'll be there in no time.
Just let me know what time, and I'll be there.
All right, my friend. Take care. Because you are not, I mean, you can't, you've got both interns in today, right?
Yes.
You were joking about Spencer Berger coming in late because he said he had to come all the way in from the island.
Yeah.
He beat you here.
I know. I came and I saw Spencer Berger here.
He whipped your ass.
To be fair, does he have a virtual reality helmet?
Everybody has a private life, Chris.
Yeah.
We don't drag the show down with it, okay?
I've never wanted to drag the show down.
Right now, the new executive producer of the show is Coach. She's the only one.
Yay! Congratulations, Coach!
Oh, and tell her it's Friday. Get all the time cards and bring them into my office.
Coach, get the time cards.
Don't scream at her.
She's the new boss.
She's the new boss. Seriously, lady, you can't be like this, dude. You can't be late all the time.
I know.
It's constant with you. It's 100% of the shows you're late for.
Now, we set up a system, a call and text system because of past experiences that we've both had. And we set it up, and it did not work.
Look,
we have to come up with a new system.
Gail's a lady, Lou, but you've been late twice as many times as she is.
I
Good
know.
point.
This is bad. This is bad for me. This is a bad look.
It's going to look bad when you're down the unemployment office, isn't it? You better show up on time for that, because they close off fast.
I don't know how I'm going to explain myself to them.
Hey, we got a break here. It is the Bennington Show. Filling in today for Opie. We'll be back in just a moment. Bennington. Pride of Canada, Tragically Hip, also going out of their way to bring up how bad I forget what it's called, Chris. Is it the secondary tier of ticketing? There's a term they use now for StubHub. But the ticket prices, they were going to do their last tour, and the ticket prices were so high to the general public because these ticketing agencies just go in and buy everything up. And Canada, I believe, just made that legal last year. And they're up in arms about it, the country of Canada right now.
Yeah, it's crazy the way tickets it's just impossible to go see.
Live events are for rich people.
Yeah.
Live events now, like back in the Roman Colosseum, only the really rich people got a chance to actually smell the blood. Everybody else was stuck in the upper tiers. Hey, it's the Bennington Show. Filling in for Opie today. 844 Rock God, 844 Rock God. Chris Stanley has some sad breaking news. Chris?
Cam Newton has retired the dab.
It's over.
You will not see him dabbing during a touchdown celebration ever again.
Well, because, first of all, dances come and go. And two, just like, was it the Dirty Bird when you don't win?
Right.
Right? That thing now has become a jinx. It was total excitement. Now, Chris, you were a Cam Newton fan.
Yeah.
Actually blowing money on him?
Yeah.
Or did you bet against the points?
I did against the points, but I would bet on the Panthers anyway, because the Panthers are just fucking a ridiculous team.
So, I thought you won your Super Bowl bet.
I did. I took the Broncos.
Okay, so I would have won on the... Anyway, the fucking point is this. Cam Newton, there for a while, looked like the quarterback of the future. You lose one game, and suddenly now you look like a bum
I hadn't really considered how awkward it would be to be like, remember this dance from last season when I almost won?
Yeah, you got to get rid of it. You got to get rid of that dance. But now it feels like he'll never win a Super Bowl just because we saw him lose one.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, oh, that guy stinks. You know, the MVP last year stinks.
He stinks. He doesn't even dab anymore.
Let's make a prediction here. Joe, will Cam Newton ever win a Super Bowl in his life?
Cam Newton will win a Super Bowl in his life.
More than one?
2. He's going to win 2.
Back to back?
2 in 5 years.
Okay, 2 in 5 years. Chris?
0.
I'm going to say the odds are always 0, no matter who you are. I mean, Aaron Rodgers has won how many?
1.
Drew Brees has won how many?
1.
When you get to that Super Bowl, it's such a rare thing, unless you're in New England, that you got to win it. By the way, Terry Bridgewater not only will never win a Super Bowl, he won't get tickets to a Super Bowl.
They're too expensive now.
Oh, yeah. It's that secondary market. I wish I knew what that was called, Chris. I thought
it was a secondary market.
No, that's dumb fucking saying. You know what? You slept so long that you're still asleep. Omelet Station is being set up as we speak, and I was right about one thing. I walked by and looked in, and there's just ham cubes.
Oh, good. Ham cubes. You're not a ham fan.
I'm not a ham cube fan, that's for sure, my friend. I want Coach to send Coach over there with a little pad and pen and tell her what all the omelet ingredients are that we can choose from.
I was going to say toppings, but I guess that's not what you call.
It's insidings?
Fixins?
Yeah. I hate seriously, one of my worst terms is fixins. And if I go into a restaurant and I see, look, I know when he's tired or weird, he does that. I'm really watching you. Look, but if I see the term fixins up on a menu board, I turn around and walk out.
I know, it's one of your worst signs.
Kids, we're not eating here. They have the term fixins.
And in the South, it comes up quite often.
Oh yeah, it comes
places. Up a lot. You don't see it a lot up here.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of folksy places down south. They're going to tell you the fixins.
Yes, I've already said that there was ham cubes. You got to pay attention out there, America. You know, Twitter, are they behind us?
Yes.
You said you had a big story for us, right?
Yeah, so yesterday I am in the office talking with Joe. This is while we're setting up, getting ready for the big Unmasked.
Oh, great.
And Joe says a statement to me that made me so incredibly uncomfortable.
Oh.
That actually tops Vito's weird homoerotic statement that I had thought was the weirdest thing that had been said by them.
What did Vito say first?
Well, Vito had said he made this weird statement about Zac Efron's body, and he was like, "Man,
all the young guys are into Zac."
Yeah, he's like, if I could have any body, it would be Zac Efron's body. I'm like, that's a very bizarre thing to say. But Joe turns to me and says, "Do you ever wish certain actors were more buff?" And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you know, like an actor, like you like them, but you wish that they were like more buff and more built. And I'm like, why are you wishing anything of another man's body? It's really, I just looked at him, mouth agape. What does that even mean?
But you know what? If this kid is coming into his own, that's fine.
Look, I accept it. But if you're telling me that, you have to be aware that what you've said is incredibly homoerotic. It's a very strange thing.
It's a fluid society we live in. Now, why would you say that to someone?
Okay, so I was looking at those new pictures of J.K. Simmons, of him working out, and he's really buff now. I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing like a buff Daniel Radcliffe or a buff Paul Dano. You know, you guys.
Why?
This is so like. Can you see now how confused and weird this is?
Yeah.
To say that you wish somebody had a better body, like then he'd be perfect,
like buff. You know.
Why though? Why do you want to see a hotter Daniel Radcliffe?
And this is why it tops the Zac Efron line.
Oh yeah,
because at least that is saying, I wish that for me. I see his body. I wish I had a body like this. He's just like, I want you to have the best body ever.
J.K. Simmons looks like an action figure now.
J.K. Simmons looked like an old knotted rope.
I found those pictures disturbing.
It's a very weird look. It is weird to see him that way, but I would have never said, man, you know what's missing about J.K. Simmons?
Well, see, J.K. Simmons is playing Iggy Pop in a movie. But what we don't understand is, why do you care? Why do you want actors to have better bodies? What the fuck is going on up there?
I think some actors could benefit from having a better body.
This is so weird.
This is why movies suck. Because young men don't go to a movie to see a story being unfolded. They just go there to look at bodies. Every fucking movie has to look like the 300 for these assholes.
Could you imagine a buff DJ Quill? Guy from The New Guy?
I don't even know what you're talking about, even when you say DJ Quill.
Now, this is a very strange thing. He's starting this whole new thing where now men's body standards are being put up like women's body
It's
standards.
happening with young. We were just talking about that the other day.
It's catching up. It used to be women in movies had to be a certain level of sexy, and the guy had to be a good actor.
Right.
And that's how things worked. You had a sexy, hot girl. Didn't really matter her acting ability. Just get her in front of the camera, have her do something hot.
Well, there was and I'm not going to bring it up, but it was in one of the superhero movies that the guy did not get the part because his asshole wasn't tight enough. They just said, and I think one of his nuts had fallen too low. By the way, how long does it take Coach to go in? Come send Coach in here, Joe. You need to run the room in there. And by the way, Chris, now he's yelling during the show. So he's supposed to be talking with Gail, but he's got the thing off and he's yelling over at people. There's too much yelling in that room.
All right. It's tight and quiet.
Coach, what the hell are you wearing for pants? What is that?
I am wearing the most comfortable choice for this morning.
What is it?
It's lace.
Oh, no.
Those are lace underwear that you're wearing in here. You know, you're doing a radio show. You're not flying.
Listen, it was a little hectic this morning.
So you didn't put pants on, is what you're saying.
I was opting for a dress earlier, and I realized that most of my dresses aren't appropriate, not because of length. They're actually... No, it's they're past the knees, but the top part, there's just like, boom.
But, honey, those are lace underwear. This not...
Listen, if you sit down, they come up, but like you pull them down and it works. Yeah.
Oh, no.
You can see through them.
This is bad.
There's a thing.
Look, I'm going to tell you something. This is a safe zone. I vote for you.
Yes.
I've already told the other guys this, but you can't taunt them, all right? Now, I realize, I get it, but if we were doing a show in Italy, everybody would be biting their palm right now.
And they'll get
like
their
that
pinches in.
Huh? All right, so you went out and you've looked over everything, right?
I did.
Tell us what the fillings are for the omelet.
We've got peppers, onions.
Oh, good.
Pork roll with like a spicy ham.
Yeah, I saw it. It's a fucking cube. That's a ham cube. Anyone who calls that a pork roll is lying to you.
We've got bacon and egg whites if you're not into the yolky.
If you're not into the yolky part of the world.
If you're not a yolky.
And mixed cheese, which is Jack and cheddar.
I love it. Chris, are you going to go with the everything?
I'll go with, give me an everything.
Gail, what are you looking at?
I'm going to do...
Egg whites? Let's get you egg whites. You got a film coming up.
On the salad.
On the side?
I guess I'll have egg whites.
And to drink?
I might have an orange juice.
No. I was doing the thing from there. I was still doing the movie. I think that my stuff goes on a little too long for Gail to be. She's already complained about my Miller's Crossing. You missed it, Chris. She didn't show up. But I did 2 paragraphs. And she's like, that's really long to quote a movie. My feeling, I'm not saying anything. But, I just came off the high of the big Unmasked last night. My feelings were hurt a little bit. I thought to myself, I'll just stay home and sleep like Chris. All right, so do you know what you're going to do?
Yes, I'm going to do onions, peppers, cheese, ham.
I'm
going to do the ham cubes.
You're just sitting.
Yeah, but you're doing that too.
I'm everything guy, though. Everything else will...
But is the bacon made fresh, or is it bacon they brought? Was it like bacon bits?
I didn't ask for specifics.
Yeah, because I have the feeling, you know what I'm saying?
They probably cooked it this morning and it's a crumble of bacon.
Yeah. If you're saying this morning, you're being incredibly nice. I might just be going onions and peppers. I don't know right now. I don't know. Is the onions already pre-cooked? Peppers, or they don't even cook
I think
those?
They're just
raws?
Cook it with the egg. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'll think about it a little bit, but
we'll get back to you.
You can.
I like my food cooked today.
It's weird.
Yeah, I know. I don't want everything to feel like I'm in the fucking back in the World War II military and I'm eating the rations. It's the Bennington show on what science now tells us is a Friday. Years before, we didn't know that. Coming up, it's the Omelet station. A little later on when we do our show in the afternoon, Yannis Papas is going to be joining us, one of the funniest people you ever meet. And then we're going to talk about the replacements. Bob Mayer has written a brand new book. Did you catch him on the Best Show the other night?
Yeah, it was so great. They go way back, so they're buddies, and it was a very nice interview. So I'm excited to have him in.
It should be really cool. Now, Justin Bieber, what was he in, a fist fight?
He was in a fist fight. He was in Cleveland for Game 3, and they don't know who he was fighting, but there was video that was sent to TMZ.
Yeah, but the fact that nobody was breaking it up makes me think that it's a family member. You know what I mean? Because I don't think he's always got enough security around him. I can't see him in a real fight. Now, Coach, you're the age for the Bieber. Were you a believer, a Beebs?
I was not a believer, but when he came out with his last album, I out of curiosity, I did listen to the whole thing.
Did you love it?
Yeah, it was good. I'm still not a fan.
Still not there, huh?
No.
Joey Jojo, what about you?
I'm a believer.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love him.
How's his bod? Gail just said, how's his bod? She should have said, how's his bod, you fucking F. So where we have to go now?
I know.
Yeah, until Trump is elected.
And then we can say whatever we'd like.
Yeah, then we'll say whatever the fuck we want.
Make America mean again.
I like the idea of that. Make America bullies again. You see that no large black guys are breaking this up? It just makes me feel like that this is either a buddy or a
Point out
chick.
where he is, because I can't see.
He's right there.
You see the guy with the platinum hair?
Yeah.
He seems to be a young man on the edge all the time.
He is. Yeah, I remember last summer he was just like Eli Cash, like he was really going to snap when he was doing that world tour.
Yeah, he's out of his mind
Every
sometimes.
interview was like, wow, Cat. Wow.
Yeah.
Like he was just walking out on interviews.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, where like the major breakdown happens, like the Britney Spears type breakdown.
People say that, but she's not broke down.
Yeah,
She's
she
doing better
bounced
than
back.
ever.
She really, I mean, she had a rough patch.
No, what she did a British voice. I mean, I think everyone goes through a thing where they pretend they're British for a while.
Yeah.
Hello, mate. It don't mean I'm crazy, does it? Is this our buddy Andrea, part of our gang? Andrea.
Hi, Bennington.
Hey.
Hi.
I usually send emails, but I had to call because you just gave me such an incredible night, and you're so warm and kind and sweet, and I love you both, and your staff is great, and I had to say thank you.
It was really a fun night last night.
It really was.
It was such a blast.
Big J,
so great.
Big J delivered. He delivered the goods.
He really
did. And the place erupted at the end. We're warm, like just everybody was so proud of him, and most of us don't know him, but he's such a great guy that you wish great things for him. So.
Well, I'm going to be joining him next Saturday night for a mashup over at the Creek in the Cave, which I got to find this on a map. It's called It's called Queens.
Yeah.
I might want to talk to Chris about this because I can't help you.
Well, I'm looking for a boat to get there. You need a boat to get to Queens.
Okay.
But
yeah, find Kings. It's probably right next to it.
I'll look along with that. All right. It was great seeing you, Andrea. Thanks so much, darling.
Thank you, guys. Really,
Peace.
I appreciated it. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's going to be at the Creek in the Cave. Now, this is a whole weekend. Doug Stanhope is going to be there. Skankfest.
Yeah, very, very excited. So they are doing, that starts Friday night, Saturday.
Friday night, you can watch Big J's thing with him, his special. There's, I think, a naked roast that is going to take place. When I'm saying naked, I don't mean socks. They just go out on stage naked. Men and women, they do this over at the Creek in the Cave. There's a night where you can get high with Ari Shafir.
Yeah.
I think you can make out with Louis J. Gomez.
Nice.
Talk politics with Dave Smith. As I said, Doug Stanhope is going to be there. I'm going to be part of the mashup show where two people go out. I'm going to walk out on stage with Jay, and then that'll be great. I just go like this, "How you doing, Jay?" And then I smoke a cigar while he does 15 minutes. There's going to be a whole, there's special VIP badges that you can get. I think that you can attend everything.
Nice.
Skankfest is here. Skankfest is here. It's going to be, now I just got to figure out how to get there. Now somebody sent me a tweet about this, and I feel like they're trying to punk me, but they say that there's a train that you can catch in Manhattan that goes under a river. How won't you drown? And I'm like, oh, okay, great. Is a fish driving this train? Look, I don't know a lot of things, but trains don't go under rivers, my friend. Submarines do. Submarine.
Maybe that's what they were talking about.
Is it a submarine train? Is that what you're talking about? Everyone else has got to be a fucking wise ass. But they claim that this is true. I think it's a Harry Potter train. You get on a magic little spot in Grand Central, and it takes you under the river. Tell Johnny to stop in. I want to talk to Hamcube. He got here a little earlier than you expected, right?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be.
That got you a little upset, Chris?
I was thrown off.
Thrown off because you were late?
Also that as well, yeah.
Between you late and him early. Like
Nothing
everything's
works.
coming in together.
Nothing works. Johnny! Johnny wearing his own name on his shirt, Hard Rock.
I couldn't find one that said Johnny on it, so.
Well, we can spray paint it if you like.
That's fine. Better than a Spider-Man shirt, I guess.
But first of all, first things first, how's Earl doing at the Hard Rock?
How is he?
Earl is good.
I know he had a rough time when Muhammad Ali died.
He did. He actually sent me a message and wanted me to, a couple of, when Prince passed away and we put something up on the marquee because, music, it was there, and he was like, could we put this? And he sent me I don't think I could have fit the quote that he had for Ali on the digital billboard that we have. That's how big it was.
Now, do you feel like Ali was a rock star? That the Hard Rock should be honoring him?
I mean, I guess everybody should honor him, but it just didn't kind of feel like it was the right fit.
You know what I yelled? Because, having the Philly connection? None of you fuckers cared when Joe Frazier died. Not one of you pricks. And by the way, no Frazier, no Ali. Yeah, you heard it from here first. Sure, there'd be a Cassius Clay. But this is the thing, and I don't want to say that it's reverse racism, but Earl cares so much when any black person dies. He acts like he's lost a family member.
He does. And I like that he steps forward and he's like, I will be the one to speak on this. Like, he's always the expert.
He did say this one hit me really hard, Johnny.
He says that about any fucking body.
I didn't say that he didn't. Just on this one again.
When a fucking extra from Cooley High dies, Earl fucking wants to write up an obit. Rumble, young man, rumble.
That's exactly how he closed his text to me.
Yeah. course, he wrote the entire thing up. He put it up on the iBank, but it had that great Earl story where he was a little kid and he saw Lali walking down the street, and he and all of his friends went chasing after him, and give me a nickel. I mean, it seemed like a 1930s story.
I love that story so much, though.
Yeah. By the way, Coach cried. Well, her saddest day was when Mariona dies. When that fucking happens. Did you hear he said bad stuff about Messi yesterday, though?
Yeah.
He said Messi did not have it in him to be a leader.
Oh, man. That's heavy.
Watching the team for a couple of years, I think that on the field, the real leader is number 14, Mascherano. He kind of he rallies, Messi is just kind of...
Let me tell you, my friends who love Argentina got mad at me last year when I said Messi choked. And they go, you wouldn't get that far without... I go, you get to the championship. If you want to be a fucking champion, you got to win.
Yeah.
You got to win. We're not saying you got to win 100. You got to win 1.
Yeah, we don't, in Argentina, they don't consider him, you won't be considered a champion until you get an actual trophy with the national team. And he's got,
Coach was born in Argentina, by the way.
I was wondering where all this Argentina talk came from.
Well, we just picked up a new affiliate. We're in Buenos Aires now.
Excellent.
But, Messi, the people in Argentina don't really even consider him to be from Argentina because Spain grabbed him when he was a little kid, and he was kind of raised in Spain, so he has the wrong kind of accent and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. He comes across like a royal.
Sounds racist to me.
Yes, racism works. Yes. It's a Trump world we're living in. You're not a Trumpster?
No, I'm not a Trumpster.
I'm getting you a shirt that just says Trumpy Wall Builder, and I want you to put it on because I think it's
wear
fun.
Yeah, I might,
put it
actually.
on. Could you put that on your marquee?
Please.
Yes.
Is that...
Here's what I want.
Only if Earl sends it.
I want you to put Trumple, young man Trumple. So you're saying Messi, not a winner. Loser.
Nah. Yeah.
The People's Maradona is... well, everyone has to like him because he's the original eastbound and down guy. Is that one? This guy got so fucking wrecked. And that thing at the end of his career where he just got enormously fat when he was the greatest athlete in the world. If you can't love that guy, I don't understand it at all.
I didn't know him until the coach for a couple of World Cups ago, and
Yeah.
I just got into a hole of just learning about this dude, and it was just amazing. The guy just is the shit. And then that video came out of him
What are you talking about?
Maradona.
Okay.
Is it in the virtual world? Or?
Yeah. If you're not completely awake with that ramble,
I'm rambling like a crazy person.
All right. Are we ready to get the omelet station going?
It is ready. I already tested it.
I'm going to just be flat cheese omelet for me. Gail?
I'm going to go cheese, peppers, ham, and onions.
I don't have regular ham. I have pork roll.
Pork roll,
Ham
like
cubes.
the NJ. Yeah.
NJ, Philly, whatever you want to call it. Pork roll.
Where do you think it comes from first?
Trenton, New Jersey.
No, well, Trenton, you could throw a rock to fucking Philly, but it's still Jersey.
Within the borders.
Pork roll, I'm in.
But you know what I like about you? You're the only guy I know from North Jersey that recognizes South Jersey. A lot of people in North Jersey, they turn their back on South Jersey.
You can't. I have summer down there. I crab all summer, as we all know. So summer crab is starting soon.
Now, here's the deal. Go to get a map of Jersey and explain to us the spot that you crab on. Because where you're at, I do not consider South Jersey. Go ahead and show on a map. Come on, a nice large map.
Keep going. Whoa. Now we're flying now.
Oh, sleepy.
We didn't want it in the virtual world.
Yeah, let me put on my virtual goggles.
How far down are you?
Make it a little bigger, Chris. There we go. Let's see, Long Beach Island, so a little further north. A little further north, so Tom's River.
See, I consider Long Beach Island kind of the beginning of South Jersey.
Do you think Tom's River, Silverton, like that whole area would be central?
Yeah, central.
I don't think so.
Because I think of Wildwood as South Jersey, and most of the people I know from North Jersey have never been to Wildwood.
That's weird. You think that they would embrace that?
we did Wildwood every year till we bought our house in like 79. So I was little, but it was literally the same hotel, the Jolly Roger, the same hotel, the same room every year, the same people. It was 2 families. We'd have like an economy room where you could have you can cook, and it was the same menu. Literally, my mother and my aunt would do the same menu every day. So we did Wildwood for a number of years. So we were in South Jersey, and I guess we bought a house in Central Jersey, according to.
I believe that's Central Jersey, and I think Bruce Springsteen would back me up on that. Well, you know that Bruce, I think that everybody in New York always takes him on, but Philly felt like he was a local act because it's a very short ride from where he is to Philadelphia. So Philadelphia, you used to get mad when New York acted like they own Springsteen. But Philadelphia gets mad about everything that New York has. And then people would go, there's no difference between New York. I'm like, you ever been there? It's a little bit of difference.
They are very confrontational about anything that they think is New York. Like, oh, you think you're better than us, or you think that. I went to go visit my boyfriend's family, and we had bought, the paper towels where it's like select a size, so it's like the smaller,
right?
And his uncle, his brother, just like, what is this? Some sort of New York thing? We're just like selected size paper towels. Like, we don't have that stuff. Like, we just have regular paper towels. Okay, it was so great. It was the weirdest thing. And then like now we're defending ourselves. Like, a lot of people use select size paper towels. Maybe sometimes you want a smaller paper towel. Like, we're like, why are we engaging in this?
Well, you act like you act like you're a big shot all of a sudden, like you don't have time. Look at this. They're running the funeral right through Ali's hometown.
Oh, wow.
I think Billy Crystal is going to be speaking at fucking Ali's funeral today.
It's Billy Crystal, Bill Clinton, and Bryant Gumbel.
Look, here's the deal.
That's pretty amazing.
Billy Crystal is going to be doing a Howard Cosell impression, and I'm cringing just now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Like,
that he will.
Just thinking about his notes, getting ready, like, okay, that's when I bring in the Cosell.
Howard Cosell here! And everyone's just going to be like, what are you doing?
I just hope he doesn't do that New Orleans guy that he does a lot. That just wouldn't fit in.
Face. My black ace. Like, you can't be. You're from Long Island, dude. Stop it. My long, thick dick is like.
When did he become the sports comedian guy? Like, he seems to have like really taken on that role.
Yeah, he's the Billy Joel of comedy. So you know how like Billy Joel feels like he always needs to comment on sports and be Long Island guys, they just fucking feel like they're sports fucking heroes. They're all 5'4", you know what I mean? But for some reason. All right, Bob in Jersey wants to get in on the north-south Jersey situation. Go ahead, Bob.
Hey, Ronnie. Exit 63 on the Parkway. That's LBI, Long Beach Island. That is the clear demarcation point between South Jersey and North Jersey. If you're swimming anywhere north of Exit 63, you might as well be swimming in Newark Bay.
See, I like somebody that takes a hard stand for themselves like that. It's Exit 63.
There's like a line.
Is the Mason-Dixon line of New Jersey. But
when you go to the beaches below 63, you feel like you're in like Maryland, Delaware, even Virginia Beach. There's a whole different vibe.
I agree.
Really?
No, yes.
Never felt that way.
No, because you don't pay attention. But every state that I've ever been to has either a north, south, east, west. So when we do the presidential elections, people are always like, Florida votes this way. But if you get to Florida, South Florida.
Oh, yeah.
And, South Florida is like Cuba. North Florida is like Alabama. It's completely different. Pennsylvania, the eastern part of Pennsylvania looks like at fucking Pittsburgh like they eat boogers. They can't understand that side of the state.
Yeah. And then in Florida, too, not only do you have north and south, but also the more central you get, that changes, people's affiliations, too. And it's a very different thing. Like people who hug the coast are very different.
And the two coasts are totally different. You got someone on the Gulf side versus someone on the ocean side. Florida's way different.
Look at New York. They have the city and then upstate that starts in Yonkers and then takes up the rest of the entire... Are you going upstate? I go, I'm going to get gas in Harlem. Yeah. It's not upstate. Have a good time upstate.
It's beautiful up there.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous.
The
Big
leaves.
sky country.
The leaves.
Yeah. If I'll say I'm going to go over to see my daughter in Brooklyn, people go like this, really enjoy yourself. Now, when you coming back? You're going a couple hours. Way over there, huh? Way over in Brooklyn. So we're here next at 63.
63.
I'm looking, it says here, the geographical center of New Jersey is in Mercer County, 5 miles southeast of Trenton.
Well, that kind of makes sense to me as well. Trenton to me feels like south.
So if you draw a line directly, you got to see where that intersects.
Here's Kevin in South Carolina.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I grew up in New Jersey, Mercer County, actually. If you look at I-195, the east-west highway, anything north of that is North Jersey. Anything south of that is South Jersey.
All right, what beach does that highway end up at?
Belmar, I think.
Yeah,
Belmar's a good call.
So I'm below Belmar.
Yeah.
So to go up to Belmar, I got to go north.
If you're south of that highway, you're an Eagles fan. If you're north of that highway, you're a Giants fan.
I think if you go to Margate and Jerry Blavitt is there, you know that you're in South Jersey. The Geeter with the heater, the big boss with the hot sauce. Speaking of which, we are going to have some of our friends stopping in today. Lauren down the hall, who is a friend of yours, and then Denny. Neither one of them has ever come in and done our show together.
Really?
And they don't know this, but we're putting together a contest for the two of them. Winner will get an omelet.
Denny's already online for an omelet.
Gail, you sent a video in about the bear trying to get into the car.
Yes. So this is a family who they're pulled up next to the bear, and they're just. I think it's just one of those like nature reserves where they're, you can drive up, see the bears outside. So play this video. There's the bears right by the window there.
Go, go, go.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, it opens the door.
Oh, fuck! Why would you not have your door locked?
First of all, you should have your door locked, but a bear shouldn't open a fucking door.
You would never expect it.
Well, it's one of those places.
How about a picnic basket?
We've seen this in Jurassic Park. Once the raptors learn to open the doors, there's no stopping.
Oh my goodness!
Great, let them scream. That's my favorite thing. Little kids screaming in horror is hilarious to me.
The best thing is this bear opens the door and peers around like, coming in. Like, he's got this face on.
Is this the food car?
But the shrieks of the family.
Yeah, I like that. They're all speaking a foreign language, and all of a sudden you hear, "Oh my goodness!"
Yeah,
they just start yelling in English when they get scared.
There's always a little bit that they have.
Go, go, go. Oh my goodness!
That's my favorite part.
Children just losing
Children screaming.
And like how quickly family fun turns to horror.
Sure.
They're just like, this is so great. Look at the bear.
I told you when I was a little kid, right, as the sun was going down, we would take a ride over to the dump to watch bears go through the dump and eat the food there. And I was like, can we get out? And my dad was like, you will get your goddamn face mauled. You stay in this car. Can we at least turn the car on and get the AC going? I'm in a hot box.
It's gotta be quiet.
July. It's fucking hot. I just remember sweating on, I've seen enough bear. And the bears would just be tearing through, and they would pick up the food with their hands and look around and try to figure out how to get their tongue in a can. It was terrible. It was fucking like white trash heaven.
Sounds entertaining, though.
Now, Gail showed up at the stand last night and says to the owners, do you mind if I put this meat in your refrigerator? What did you have?
This was, I had a guest who was arriving who had a bag full of frozen meat.
Yeah.
That was, someone had hunted and gave him like elk steaks and wild boar. So I had to ask them, could I please put this in your walk-in? It's a bag of frozen meat.
You know what they keep there? The fur coats from the stole last year. No problem. I just put them in the freezer.
What? Really? This?
Now, have you ever eaten elk or any of that?
I haven't. I've had deer. I've had venison, but I don't think I've ever had elk.
Normally, you're eating it and you're like, I wish this was a steak. I mean, there's a reason why we're not, raising elk to eat.
I feel is going to be a little difficult.
Yeah.
Wild boar, I can't imagine that be too much different than regular pig.
It's different.
Yeah, it's different. It's not. You don't know how much we fatten up the pigs.
Right.
Lean meat means it's tougher to eat.
Gamier.
Yeah. All right, we're going to break here. Be back with Omelets, and Denny and Lauren will be competing for the Song of the Summer contest. Joe, have you put together a fun song with it? No,
I have not.
Okay, we'll be right back. Bennington, Tragically Hip. It's the Bennington Show here on Opie Radio. Filling in for our buddy Opie on a Friday. Gail, when you come here to Sirius XM, there's 1.5 million stations. We're at 1.5 million stations.
Yes.
One of the stations I was on was, I think, 998,425.
That's too many. I can't keep track.
Nobody can find it, not even my mom. But there's a couple of people here that make this place feel good because they always talk to you. Lauren down the hall is here, and Dennis Falcone. These are the people that you can have conversations with in the hallway.
True buddies. True buddies who you're happy to see every day.
And not just us, but to everybody.
Yeah.
To everybody. Dennis Falcone, you can hear him 70s on 7. This weekend you're running some shows?
Yeah, I'm on the weekends. I'm also on the 60s channel on Sunday night, right after Cousin Brucey.
And Cousin Brucey is, of course, where Lauren down the hall works. But these guys love music. Lauren, all the way from the 50s till today, I'd say.
Yeah.
And you're the same way, Dennis?
Oh, yeah.
What's going to be the song of the summer this year?
The new Timberlake.
That's going to hold on?
Yeah,
I'd say Calvin Harris, Rihanna.
Well, this is what you came for?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the Timberlake is the feel-good song of the summer.
Don't you think it's a little too contrived, though? Don't you think he tried too hard to make Happy Too? And I mean T-O-O. I'm happy too, just like the other guy.
I'm happy as well.
Yeah.
It's just an instant hook. Boom.
I got a teen over there. Joey, what are you picking as the song of the summer?
One Dance by Drake.
That's a good one. That's good too.
Not for me at all. Not for me at all.
I don't think it was party enough. We listened to it the other day. I don't think it had that big summer party kind of sound where everyone's going to hop up and dance.
Yeah, I agree with you. You got to hop up and dance in the summer. There's some songs you only want to hear in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to hear Beach Boys in the winter.
No.
Other than their Christmas album. Go ahead, Dennis.
No. You do because you always put people in that summer mood with the boys of summer.
But does anyone?
Yeah.
So the boys of summer is your idea?
In the wintertime,
depressing.
In the wintertime, it's the cabin fever reliever weekend. Let's warm it up with the Beach Boys and the warmth of the sun.
All right, that makes sense.
Okay, I actually like
the warmth
that.
of the sun.
That sounds nice.
In the winter.
Even in the middle of winter, even though it's freezing in most of the parts of the country, let's warm it up. 1976 with Starbuck and Moonlight Fields, right?
All right, this is a contest we put together for you. It's Song of the Summer. Now, this is it. These are songs that could be the Song of the Summer. Now, you're going to have the chance, you yell out, and then if you get it, you can guess the song as we start to play it.
Okay.
Extra point for getting the year that it came out.
Okay.
The year that it came out. Now, you look at Lauren, and she's a young pup. She's 14 years old. Yes.
That's true.
She and you share something, Gail. You both love girl groups.
Yes. The girl groups of the 1960s is like my
What's your favorite, Gail?
I would say the Ronettes are probably my favorite. Close second, the Marvelettes.
Got to go with the Supremes.
Supremes.
OG.
You know what I would call the Supremes? The ladies.
The ladies.
The ladies are here because I thought they were the most elegant ladies.
They
when I
were
was a
very
little kid.
elegant.
They're very, very elegant. I go somewhere, there's a place where people wear long gloves like that. I've never met them. I've never been there, but they're incredibly long gloves.
I couldn't possibly. I'm wearing these long gloves.
These young gloves, don't let me get in the water. Don't let me fall in the water. I'll quickly drown.
My gloves.
They were on the Ed Sullivan Show all the time back in the 60s.
That is true.
All those Motown groups were.
This is why you're a great DJ. Yeah. You come in and you remind the audience they used to be on the Sullivan Show.
Temptations had one big microphone stand with 5 microphones hooked up to it.
And you know what else I loved about the Temptations is they really didn't feel like they had to stay in step. You know what I mean? They're not like Beyonce's. They're just like everyone's just casually
They're kind of doing their
dancing.
own thing.
Well, the Four Tops stayed in step, though.
Four Tops.
Well, Motown had a finesse school where all their groups went to learn. I think Charlie Atkins was their dance teacher.
Charlie Atkins, see? These are the fun facts.
So many fun
that
facts.
you get in DJing.
And they would go to, a finishing school, if you will, so they would know how to carry themselves.
Or was that just a chance for them to act white in front of
exactly.
white?
I mean, if you look,
exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Take a look at the cover of the Isley Brothers album, This Old Heart of Mine. Mm-hmm. There's a white couple on the beach, I believe.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's go right off the bat here. And as you're going to yell out if you know the song, Dennis, you have to yell penis. Lauren, I want you to yell vagina. So we know whether it's boy or girl, right?
So we don't say the name of the artist. We just saw that.
Well, you can say the name of the artist and song. And then, if you get that correct, if it's incorrect, it goes back to the other person. Like, if you miss, you'll give it to penis. If penis misses, he gives it to vagina.
That's Dennis.
Yeah, but we have to know.
I'm sorry.
But like the bathroom walls, we have to know which one. Like most classy places, if you get to the restroom, there'll be a penis for the men and then a vagina for the women. I don't know why we don't have every year here. I don't know why we jumped around years. But let's go to number 8 first, Joe. Number 8 first.
I Kissed a Girl, Katy Perry.
Forgot to yell vagina, but we're going to give it to you. No, you're going to get that point there. There should be a little ring that takes place. And the year.
2006?
And I'm sorry.
I still get a point, though, right? I still
You get 1 point. Now you get to guess the year, Dennis.
That song was also done previously by one of the girls from, what was it, the Go-Go's, I think, did the original version?
I have no idea.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe one of the original
all we want
members.
is the year, though.
Katy Perry. She, 2003.
2008.
Wow.
So right now, vagina is beating penis.
Well, what did she say?
She said Katy Perry. But then
no.
Oh, I said 2006.
2006.
Right.
Yeah.
Which was a little closer.
Closer? Oh, that's how it works. Okay.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work. It could be closer.
Okay.
It works to get the actual answer.
Okay.
You don't understand. I came closer.
1 point for song, 1 point for year.
My production team isn't ready for a game show, huh?
Guess not. I'll say it to my late.
You don't have buzzers or anything?
Yeah.
Like,
No, we don't have
Sound
buzzers.
effects.
We don't have imaging. We don't have what is known in
you
the
should have
business.
told me because I have shouts, or acapella shouts that go, winner!
See, I would love that.
I would have brought him in for you. If I knew.
know.
Yeah.
But our guy, we do a much more casual style of
Casual
radio
Friday.
here. Yeah, we're a casual Friday. Let's go to number 1 on your list, Joe.
The Locomotion, Little Eva, vagina.
All right, it's 2-0. 2-0 vagina over penis. Now, you get an extra point. The year.
63.
Sorry. And...
Oh, incorrect.
It's 62. 62.
Oh, damn, I was on my year.
Where were you in 62?
I know. All right, it's just easier for you to go to number 2 then, Joe, okay. All right. But again, these are very nice young men. Radio's just not their first love. That's all. Dennis, you know. I mean, you're a pro. When did you come into the business?
1979.
1979.
Wow. First song I ever played on the radio was "I Want Your Love" by Chic.
Okay,
that's great.
And I back announced it by good song.
Love.
I Want Your Love.
Were you so thrilled, Dennis, to finally hit that? Yeah.
Crack the mic.
And that was it for you. You never worked a day job since.
Nope.
All right, let's go, Joe. Part of Songs of the Summer. Penis versus Vaginas. 2-0,
2-0.
Male member here.
Yes, male member. He won't say penis.
Captain and Tennille, Love Will Keep Us Together. 76, right? 75. 75.
Correct.
75.
Correct on both.
Nice.
2-2 now.
2-2.
First time I heard that song was sitting in my 1973 Chevy Vega, listening to American Top 40 and Casey Kasem played.
Can you take points off for that?
She sang,
You know, when Casey Kasem died, you should have been thrown into his tomb like the Egyptians do.
Who was the disc
You would have
jockey?
wanted it this way.
Yeah.
Who was the disc jockey who took after Casey Kasem? Remember when the Not Ryan.
Ryan
Oh, I
Seacrest?
thought it was. It's not Ryan.
Shadow Stevens.
Oh, Shadow Stevens from L.A.
Yeah.
Wow. How's he doing now?
I don't know what he's doing, but he has a
Somebody
great
told me he
voice.
hung himself with his belt.
No,
Is that
I
true?
think so. He had a
That'd be
great
sad
voice.
if it went that way.
Hope not.
Shadow was doing Hollywood Squares as their announcer. Yeah, for a couple years.
Great pipes.
All right, our team. I feel like our team is getting it together now.
Yes,
Gail.
we're starting to get there.
Play the song of the song of the summer opening that you have for it.
I don't have one.
That's okay. You don't get a lot of other stuff. We had a great Unmasked last night with Big J Okerson. By the way, neither one of these two guys will come out to any of our gigs.
I know. You guys should come
We're
out.
doing
I didn't
comedy.
know if I was allowed. Or just if it was an open invite, or
You have to be 21
like
to get in.
allotted
that.
tickets. That is true. I do have to be
You gotta be
21 to get in
21.
with alcohol. So
Wait a minute. How old are you?
I'm only 14.
My God, that's
She
bad.
was only 14.
All right.
Oh Jesus!
Sam
that
Cooke.
really got
Seriously.
creepy right now.
That is. That
Off
does
the
sound-
hook with Sam Cooke.
Oh my God!
That's a great line. Off the hook with Sam Cooke. That's why Sam shot himself. All right, here we go. Number 3. It's 2-2 now. Dennis?
Yes.
You know, he started slow. He's the comeback kid.
Tied it up.
And, you know, we threw him off with a somewhat modern song.
No, it's okay.
All right, go ahead.
good
What's
stuff.
next?
Oh, you can't hurry love Supremes. You can't hurry love Supremes.
You
What
didn't
did I
yell
say?
out male
Vagina.
member.
You can't hurry love
Vagina.
Supremes.
Is correct.
1965.
1966. You're just missing by years. By the way, I was kind of playing this yesterday, and I was doing the same thing. How many times was I missing? And you know what's really weird? It's like I know all the songs until I get to a certain year, and then I can tell when I stopped loving pop music.
I did really well with the song names, but I never got the year. Never once.
A couple of times you yelled out years that don't even exist yet. You had a 20...
In the future.
Yeah. All right, so it's 3-2.
It's 3-2. Lauren down the hall is leading.
Vagina beating. You know, this is almost, Trump Hillary. It's boy versus girl. We're getting back into that.
This could predict
By
the
the
way
way, winner gets a very small omelet that will be available to everybody. Very tiny omelets. I never saw silver dollar omelets before in my life. Would those be considered sliders?
4 eggs.
No way is that 4 eggs.
Look at yours.
That is...
Doesn't seem like 4 eggs.
Are you afraid to eat, or you like it to get it nice and cold?
I'll take a bite.
Hey, did you meet Eastside Dave's new producer last night?
Yes, I did.
Was he trying to get you to go and do the show?
Mm-hmm.
He was asking me what your problem was.
That's weird.
Oh, God, don't be... Have you ever eaten like that and tried to talk on the air?
No.
You're a professional.
You cannot eat on the
don't
mic.
Eat on the air. Then you end up taking gulps between that. Breaths.
How long have you been in radio?
8 years.
And you need these two to come in and give you tips?
I
I'm
feel
kind
like-
of embarrassed by our team today.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like I'm learning a lot from these guys.
sure you
know?
are.
Mostly just the weakness of our team.
Yes.
Lauren was a graduate from the College of Musical Knowledge.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Yes.
Cousin Brucey, head professor.
She's got an MBA in it.
All right, number 4.
Male member.
Male member.
What was that? TLC?
No.
TLC. Sorry. Start the song. And she gets the tip.
I know it. Genie in the Bottle, Christina Aguilera.
All right.
Correct.
Now just give us a little room to breathe too on that, Joey. Now, what year to finally add that point that you need?
2002.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, incorrect.
99.
Oh, wow.
1999.
1999.
You don't mind. What did you go with on that too, Dennis?
What's that?
What did you?
I said TLC.
TLC. Were you thinking Waterfalls?
Yeah.
It's the only song I know by them, but they did
many. Scrubs.
Scrubs.
Yeah, you know
Another
Scrubs.
one. Yeah.
Oh, you know Scrubs.
Yeah.
That was one of the Waterfall song was one of the finer points in the movie. We're the Millers.
Oh,
remember they were singing
Millers.
that?
We're the Millers.
So many thanks.
Unexpected shout out from male member. All right, number 5, Joey.
Margaritaville, Jimmy Buffett, vagina.
Love the afterwards vagina.
All right, now take your time.
Okay.
Give us the
either
year.
1 or 2. 77.
77 is correct.
Yes!
Very good.
Correct.
You felt like you were in heaven in 1977.
Vagina is leading with 6 points.
You know, when I came up with this, everybody was like, well, this is not fair. Dennis is going to destroy her.
No.
I go, no. Keep an eye on
she
Lauren
knows
down
her
the hall.
stuff.
She loves The Rock.
She knows her stuff.
Number 6, Joe.
I couldn't sleep at all last night.
Tossing and turning.
Male member Bobby Lewis, 1961.
Okay. He got to male member first. And that's going to be the tiebreaker. And both were correct.
Nice.
That was a big pick.
That was a big.
You know what it's like? It's like, oh, this game's getting out of hand, and suddenly somebody hits a 3-pointer.
I know. Right now, 6-4.
Oh,
That's
my
very
God.
close.
No. Yeah. It's the songs of the summer, and we got our 2 summertime DJs in here.
Lauren down the hall, Danny Falcone.
You can hear them on the 60s channel, on the 70s channel. And Lauren, have they given you your own show yet, or
Not yet. We're working on it.
Well, she does a lot of producer work for Hits 1.
Well, is that right?
Yeah.
I see
get
you
around.
working all the time.
Yeah.
I get around Beach Boys, 1964.
That's very good.
Male member. Number 7, Joe.
Jesse's Girl, Rick Springfield.
Male member.
Oh, no.
That is correct. That is correct.
He didn't say Rick Springfield. Did not say the title or the song.
It's got you've got to say penis or vagina first, and then you get to
I
go.
get way too. It was like 2 retard notes, and I said it.
Good.
Come on.
1981.
This is not fair.
We are tied up, ladies and gentlemen.
Ridiculous.
Yes.
All right.
He plays by the rules, you know?
You know what? You're right about that.
So wait, let's clarify this. I need to say
vagina.
So why does he get to say male member?
He can't say penis. I mean, I can't. We got
I work on the 60s channel too.
I know,
but I don't work blue.
He does not work blue, and I think male member is.
Sure,
you know what I mean?
that's
We
okay.
get what he's talking
All
about.
right.
I see.
All right, let's focus.
So you've got to say either male member or vagina
Yeah.
first before.
It's a little sexist.
Why is that sexist?
Danny gets away with using nice vocabulary. I gotta.
Do you want to say cunny? It's fine with me.
Please.
It's fine with me.
Special
I'm good.
place?
I'm good. I'm focusing on my game right now.
Special place.
I don't.
Use whatever word makes
good.
you
Yeah.
comfortable, or whatever you call
good
your
with vagina.
personal.
We are tied up. Here's the thing about Lauren. You can tell a real competitor. You know what I mean?
I know you really can.
That's why she's voting for Trump. She wins to win. Well, that's one of the 2 reasons that you're voting for Trump. The other reason, racism.
I'm doing the write-in for Pat Paulson.
You know what? Wait. Pat Paulson, way to date yourself.
The Smothers Brothers show.
I'm the only one who gets it. I'm the only other person who gets it, Dennis. All right. Remember, you yell out male member
Or vagina.
or
Yep.
cunny. It's
No, it's vagina. We're sticking with OG.
Vagina.
OG.
Here we go.
Vagina, the Macarena, Los Del Rio.
And the year.
Oh my God. 93?
96. So you picked up a point.
You got
though.
1 point.
You find yourself in the lead.
All right.
If the game ends right now, you're the winner.
All right.
And you can put away this aggression that you feel. As the game is going on, she's getting crazier and crazier. Some people have to win, though. That's their thing.
She seems like she can get violent at any moment.
She's the type of adult that would just turn over a Monopoly game on her little nieces and nephews.
Forget it then. You cheat.
But Dennis, on the other side, he stays cool, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's all for fun.
It's all for fun.
Sorry, no prizes. We're just having a good time here on Friday. No winners, no losers, and no crying.
You love him?
I can love this dude.
Yeah.
He's great.
All right, so let's go with the next one.
Vagina, I get around. Beach Boys, 64.
Oh,
Correct.
Yes.
now that she has the rules down, she's
I'm going to flow now. I'm going to groove now.
Yes, you are.
We're steamrolling through this.
You are doing it for women all over America. It's the Songs of the Summer game show. And these two guys, Lauren down the hall and Denny Falcone, they love their music. Denny, you still have your mobile DJ business?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And I know this for a fact. You give 2 meetings to the bride before you go in there?
Yes, I do.
Why do you do 2?
Just to make sure there's no changes. Sometimes parents, might get divorced, so we're finding out who's going to walk in with who, if their song has changed, how to properly announce names. If the person's name is Dana or Dana, you have to make sure that you get those things correct.
Now, if you go to his website, you'll see how many people say he had the entire place dancing. He understands the vibe of the room. He can go into any one of these decades. But what do you wear when you're the mobile DJ?
I usually wear a tuxedo.
Sweet.
That's a good look.
Wow.
Because you know what? I'm serious. The music can make or break a wedding.
No doubt.
And the DJ sets the
good
tone.
food, good booze, and good music.
I'll tell you this. For most people, it's booze and music before anything else.
Yeah.
But all anyone ever remembers is the day. All right. Oh, the ceremony was nice. But then it was like, oh, Uncle Leo was doing the twist. That's the shit they remember.
I went to a wedding where they just completely maximized dance floor time. So they did as little ceremony as possible. Yep. They did it in the same room, so there was no travel time. Yeah. They were like, I do. Yep. Everyone immediately started dancing, and it was the best wedding ever.
Have a buffet, get it over with, and let's party.
Exactly. That's what they did.
All right. Let's do the next one real quick.
Vagina, Mama don't, Papa, wait, Papa don't preach, Madonna.
And the year?
93. I'm not sure.
No.
86.
Okay. 86.
But she is running away with this.
Wow.
I'll take the incorrect year. I'm good.
The speed that she knows with just a couple notes.
Yeah, she's quick. Let me tell you, this is the kind of knowledge you get by not dating.
That is 100% true.
Listens to music and kisses her pillow.
That is true.
Now, the score right now is 10-6. Lauren is leading, but we know in just 2 questions, this could be tied.
It's not over till it's over.
Here's the thing. For the people listening at home, she doesn't even give them a chance to kind of play along and be part of this. No, we don't even make it to the lyrics. Next one, Joe.
Vagina, blurred lines, ramen thick, Pharrell. 2012.
No. 2000.
I love how Danny's going to come in and just correct me. Yo, I got this question. I won this.
2014?
2013.
Okay,
2013.
But I was closer to the year. You got a point before for that.
Can I just tell you something? She's starting to run away with this.
She really is.
Yeah.
She's crushing.
This is a beating.
And what's the score now?
The score is now 11-6.
I feel like LeBron in Golden State.
Oh, shit.
Well, but they're actually leading this series 2-1.
Yes, they are.
Denny Falcone.
You into the hockey? San Jose? Do you know the way back to San Jose? The Sharks do.
Having a little fun. 60s on 6. What do you prefer, 60s on 6 or 70s on 7?
Yeah, I like them both because the styles are just so different. You know, and the intros on the 60s are a lot shorter.
Yeah.
So you have to get a lot out real quick.
Now, why is that? Why the intros?
Well, because all the records back then were 230. I mean, you look at the 60s music, and we could play. Being we are commercial free, you could put like 24 songs an hour, 22 songs an hour.
Here's one for you though. What's the longest song ever to go to number 1?
Wasn't it MacArthur Park? MacArthur Park.
I was going to say American Pie.
Yeah, American Pie, MacArthur Park.
I would like
Longest in Time.
Yeah.
And what was the longest song title ever to go to number one?
Inagata-Davida?
Nope.
What was it?
Hey, won't you play another Somebody Done Somebody Wrong song by Billy Joe Thomas?
Now, were you born with that cadence, or did you have to learn it?
I just always knew silly stuff like that. Yeah.
All right, let's go to the next.
It's a checkbook, but I like music.
You know, while you're enjoying yourself, you're getting your ass beat by Lauren.
I'm having a good time. Just getting some air. Just sharing the microphone with a couple of radio folks. Friday.
By the way, how much water are you planning on drinking today?
I drink a lot of water.
Stay hydrated.
I just drink a lot of water.
That is gigantic.
Well, you have to drink a lot of water when you're on the air. You don't want to drink soda. Although when I used to do overnights, I used to drink Jolt Cola. Remember Jolt?
Yeah, sure.
Jolt Cola.
All right, the score again, Gail?
The score now is 11-6. Lauren down the hall is leading.
11-6. She's almost lapping him. Let's go to the next song.
Everything I do for you. Male member.
Yes.
Bryan Adams. That was from the movie Robin Hood, wasn't it? Everything I do for you. 87?
1991. Other than that, you were correct.
You did pick up a point for knowing the song.
She's coming on strong.
That's a big first dance, I'll have you know.
Oh, is that right? For in the weddings?
Yes, let's ask our bride and groom to take center stage on the dance floor.
You know, my first wedding, we danced to Flirting with Disaster. Sad, isn't it? We should have known. We should have known we were in trouble.
Omen. Yeah, it's like an omen.
It really was.
I remember years ago, one of my first gigs, I did a biker wedding, and it was in a Knights of Columbus Hall, which was a very narrow place.
Yeah,
and all it was Southern rock and hard rock. Yeah.
Of course. And were you just crying as you were going along?
No. Don't you playing on that disco?
How many times did you have to play Born to Be Wild that night?
I played that. Yeah, I played, was it Suki Suki also by...
I love that song.
Yeah, great stuff there.
All right, let's hear the next song. Male member has this.
The Lord's Prayer, Sister Janet Mead.
Sorry. Go back to the song.
What was that?
I can't say I'm familiar with that one.
Must be alternate rock.
I do not see this as a song of the summer in any way. This is Bent by Matchbook 20. Bent, Matchbook 20.
This is the first one that I did not know at all.
No.
Not one of us knows.
Well, who's in charge of this list?
This one,
Didn't really
put
have
the list
much-
together.
It's Joey Jojo.
Didn't have much recurring value.
Now, do you understand what Song of the Summer means? Song of the Summer would have to be a song so popular that from the little kids to the grandmas, everybody knows it.
This is according to Billboard charts since they started tracking their own specific summer song of the summer.
Well, and it's Bent by Matchbook 20. This was
It's more of a feeling
And
than
what
the
was the
song
year
of the
on
summer.
2000.
It's more of a feeling. That's the thing. Well, this was number one in the summer. Like Good Times was number one for 6 weeks in 1979 in the summertime.
Yeah.
Good Times in summer.
Well, these are such good times.
They certainly are.
I mean, I think that you got to be played at a roller skating rink to be an actual song of the summer.
I used to DJ at a place called Roller Castle. Yeah.
That was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I used to DJ at a roller rink. We're going to make this one a lady's choice. Let's slow it down.
Backwards skate? Did you do some backwards skate?
No skating in the middle of the dance floor, please. Let's go. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Let's make this a couples only dance.
It is couples only. And now, the most exciting, skate backwards, right when you have to turn around.
Backwards.
All right, let's go.
Linda Blair was in Roller Boogie.
It's Song of the Summer. Let's go to the next song.
Dear Prince, male member. Dealing with whatever we got. Let's Go Crazy, and that was 83.
Oh! Can I come in for it?
Yeah, go ahead.
84?
Yes.
Do I get the point?
No.
No, you see, the album came out. The album came out in 83. That might have been released as a single in 84.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
okay.
That's interesting. So you think album, not even movie. You go album first.
Yeah.
Your sound before vision.
Mm-hmm. David Bowie box set, Sound and Vision. Remember that one?
Yes, I do. Yeah. I actually still have it. And score.
The score right now is 11-8. Lauren is leading.
Oh, feeling
a lot
great.
of people are saying, did you say penis at that point instead of male member?
I said male member.
Okay.
Yeah.
You heard penis?
No.
Are there people thinking they heard penis? We'll be checking back on that and sending it to the 60s on
If you did say penis, that is an extra point.
You guys never curse on the air over there? You're never going to say,
no.
I got a great fucking song coming your way. Just a couple minutes.
As a matter of fact, the first time I ever said anything bad was back in the 70s Elton John song.
Right.
Bitch is back.
Bitch is back.
That was, to say that back then.
Yeah. You actually remember that thing because people talk about it still. He said, this is the bitch is back. I'm figuring my asshole to this one.
That's what he said.
No. Don't you remember Blinded by the Light, Man for Man?
Yes, I do.
Wrapped up like a...
It's a Springsteen song.
Yeah.
But he makes it douche.
Yeah.
He changed it to douche for some reason. Revved up like a douche.
No, we just slurred the word out of it, put it onto a reel-to-reel machine, and kind of.
It's not a curse.
Yeah.
So it's like a douche.
People couldn't hear it. Yeah. People didn't hear it.
Well, penis isn't a curse either. It's half the planet has one.
That is true.
One more hit before we split?
Yeah, one more hit before we split. Let's take a listen to this one.
Sorry for party rocking.
November. LMFAO. And that was the follow-up to Party Rockin', which was, I say, 2014. 2014? Sorry for Party Rockin'?
2011.
Really?
2011.
I've been playing Party Rock forever.
Have you really?
Oh, yeah. Play that song at funerals. I mean, you hear that.
Now, by the way, would you break character if the Nazis had you? Would you actually say, okay, this is my real voice? Let's go, Joe.
Go, Joe.
Aquarius.
Male member, 1969. Aquarius, let the sunshine in.
Yes,
Aquarius, let the sunshine in.
This is rigged.
I said male member.
To say.
Was the year correct as well?
Yes,
he had 69, yeah.
From the tribal rock musical Hair.
Ties the game up.
Oh my God!
No! She is choking.
There's too many technicalities here.
No, you're not going to believe this. There's one question.
What the WTF?
You almost said it.
I'm using my 60s on 6 language.
Now, by the way, how would Cousin Brucey do at this show? Where does he stop? 68? Did he cares?
No.
When did he stop caring?
No, he's good through the 70s.
Guy.
He's
up
good
to
through
the 70s?
Yeah.
And then by the time MTV started, done with music.
That was it. He stayed in the golden age of rock and roll, 50s,
Yeah.
60s, 70s.
What is the golden age for you, Daddy?
Golden age, I would have to say 55 through 69. I mean, that's when things change. But, every person has a different...
let's try. Chris, what would you say is the golden age of rock?
66 to 80.
It's a little late, but I like where you're going.
67 is basically when things change. The summer of love.
Yeah, the summer of love changed.
Different.
We were talking about this the other day, is like... Jimi Hendrix is not remembered as much as he should be. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't get the airplay that, say, even the Doors get today. He got too caught up in the psychedelic thing.
Yeah.
I think it dates him. I wish we would have had a chance to see him go through a couple different genres of music. Joey, there's only one question left.
I can't believe we are tied up.
Yeah, Jimi Hendrix. You know who opened for Jimi Hendrix at Forest Hill Stadium?
I'm going to say the Monkees.
Yes, very good. And
it was just the opposite, though. Hendrix opened for the Monkees.
And he, one of the disc jockeys I knew, introduced that show, and he said, now, new rock sensation Jimi Hendrix. They wouldn't go on until he introduced them as the Jimi Hendrix Experience.
Sure.
Wouldn't go on
they were
like
a group, not a person.
Nope.
And the Monkees always said how embarrassed they were on that tour that they followed Hendrix.
Oh, my gosh.
And of course, there was all 13-year-old girls. They didn't dig Hendrix at all.
Right.
That was like the Anne Murray and Bruce Springsteen one at Central Park.
Is that right?
Yeah, 1975.
Who closed that show?
I think it was Anne Murray.
Wow.
I think.
You know what? You came back in a big way, mainly because you remember the rules. Seriously, this young rebel without a pause, he just starts to yell stuff out.
Rebel.
It's vagina versus male member. There's only one left. Whoever gets this.
Please remember the rules, guys. Okay.
Now, remember, if it goes back over the other way, does the other person get a chance at the year, too? Yeah, so it still could end up a tie.
I think we should have a dance-off.
I have no problem with that at all. You're not a dancer at all?
I know Denny would just take that. He does weddings.
You're an unbelievable dancer?
What's that? Oh,
Just
yeah.
look at him. I can tell.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's the song.
you doing?
Vagina, promiscuous, Nelly Furtado.
That is correct.
Featuring Timbaland.
That is also correct. Now, what is the year?
2008.
That is wrong. If you get the correct year, Denny, this thing ends in a tie. You'll be kissing your sister.
2002.
The answer is 2006. Lauren is the winner. Correct. 1 point.
Yes! The final score, 12-11.
My heart is beating at my chest right now.
That's great. That's great. That's fun.
Right down to the last question.
You know what we were doing a couple weeks ago on Opie when they had me in DJing? They would come up with a thought, and I would have to match a song to it.
That's great.
Something like that we were doing.
Did it work? Did
yeah,
it
we
feel
had a
like
lot of fun. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
You ever think about teaching in broadcasting school? Have you done that?
I was offered a job to do that.
Yeah,
but I didn't want to do that.
You don't want to. You're not ready to pass the torch yet.
No.
Seems like you have a lot to give, though.
You know why? Because you were being paid to get the students to believe they're going to get jobs, and there's just no jobs in this business
It's
anymore.
really
It's
difficult.
so hard to get. You know, when you and I started, we did nights, you did overnights, you did weekends, you did holidays.
I got to tell you the truth.
Right?
I started as mornings.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And first book, bang.
Nice.
Stop. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Exception to the rule.
Yeah, it was the exception to the rule. And then it's been a slow, gradual downhill ever since.
And now you're here.
Yeah, now I'm at Sirius XM.
But we're all together, aren't we?
With Gail? What the hell? Am I in a coma?
I used to like doing store announcements when I worked in Corvettes.
Okay. Store announcements.
Just a reminder, Corvettes will be closing in 15 minutes. Please bring your purchases to the nearest register.
That's actually the best break he's ever done. Isn't that sad? We're coming up. We're going to be off for a couple hours. Omelet Station, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Johnny. That was great. Thanks.
No, I was teasing. That was a 4-egg omelet. How little are the eggs? Hey, look, you're so good. You haven't eaten since.
Yeah, I don't want because you know I'm gonna
complained.
fuck it up.
You embarrassed? Did you feel a little embarrassed that they told you not to eat on the air?
Yeah.
He is the Eggman.
Cuckoo. Who's stopping it? Oh, Yannis Papas is
Yannis
with us today.
Yeah.
And
Bob Mayer, author of the new Replacements book.
Not the new Replacements. It's the Replacements book. Why wasn't that a giant band? I mean, you talk about a band that really wrote top 40 singles, should have been big. The Replacements.
Yeah.
In the 80s.
They had that power pop sound, right?
They were just, power pop. They were just, and the thing is, they idolized Big Star, another band that should have been gigantic in the 70s.
Alex Chilton.
The great Alex Chilton. All right, so we'll be talking about that coming up in just a little bit. Thanks to Opie for letting us fill in. Thanks to you guys.
That was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much, Lauren.
It was a lot of fun.
Jenny.
Yeah.
And the next time, we're just going to have you guys throw darts at each other.
But,
you know what I mean?
you know why Lauren knows this stuff? Because she's got great parents. Because they brought her up listening to this stuff.
Your parents have to make you love music. It all starts at home, folks.
Yes, it does.
That's it for us. See you back here in just 2 hours.
Woo!
Over on Raw Dog. Take care, everybody. Oh, coming up next.
Accelerated.
Right here on OP Radio. What do we care, Chris?
So we know when we're up.
Why? Why bother?
Hey, we're up.
We're on the radio, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Bennington Show on a Friday on location out in the streets of Manhattan. You can also view us on Periscope. I'm Ron Bennington. This is Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I'm Ron Bennington. What do you mean by that?
It's just that you just said it twice, that's all.
No, I think I said it correctly. I am a broadcaster. I'm a professional broadcaster. Chris Stanley is with us today, the man we call Ashy Mike.
No, come on. The shirt's already dirty from yesterday.
Why are you wearing the same shirt 2 days in a row?
Because
You're from Syria? War-torn region?
I'm not a refugee. I overslept.
Well, you don't have to live like a refugee.
You don't have to live.
I overslept this morning.
I really don't know much more of that song. Love it, though. I was actually thinking about this. If you had to think of a performer whose songs you could sing the most of, Tom Petty would have to be very high on that list.
He's got to be high. You know who else would be high? Fleetwood Mac. More people, I don't don't think a lot of people realize they know
every Fleetwood Mac song ever.
Yeah, because most of them were hits, or at least got radio play.
Well, that's true. It's true. Beach Boys have got to be pretty high up there.
Way up there.
Beatles, Stones. I think I probably know more Van Halen songs than I'm comfortable.
Really?
Yeah, admitting so.
Yeah, I don't think I can.
I mean,
go
I even
very
go to
far.
Little Guitars. I go that far.
Whoa.
Look, you think that you don't know him, but if I slapped on Running with the Devil, you guys be throwing the fucking horns in the air.
No, I know I would be.
What would it be for you, Chris? Garbage, what was that fucking...
The band Garbage.
Oh, great band.
Love them.
Stupid Girl.
You know, we used to play Stupid Girl when a girl said something stupid, but then Fez would hit it no matter what female was on the phone. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to drive away women, you know? I know we're on WNEW, but you can't play Stupid Girl every single time.
And then he would mansplain.
What's that mean exactly?
I think it's when a man over-explains something to a woman that is obvious to that woman.
Now, Coach, are they saying that the audio sounds okay?
Yeah.
Coach has, even though we've only had her for, this is the third show, I don't think we can live without her now.
No.
I have just created an immediate bond with Coach.
Sure.
Me and Coach, best pals.
To me, she's the second best intern this semester.
Yeah, and that's good.
Yeah, you had Spencer Berger.
Yeah.
He's made the catchphrase, although he doesn't want to go on air yet.
No.
I'm a big fan of Spencer Berger.
You know, my big problem with Coach is she wears a doily as pants.
That's true.
And that is nerve-wracking.
No, it's not good, Ron. It's not good.
Yes, we make mistakes. Look, I'm not saying it's not cute, but this is a work environment, you know?
With the human resources department, I might add.
Look, if any of the guys wear doilies... Hey, look, that little girl has the same glasses as Chris Stanley.
That's cool.
So we're on 48th Street in New York at 6th Avenue. Behind us, it was shut down the other day for Barack Hussein Obama, who went in and did the Jimmy Fallon show. At the same time, Jimmy Kimmel out in LA had all the Ghostbusters, both old and new.
What's the bigger booking?
I would say all the Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
I think so too. Especially Obama's on his way out.
Sorry, oh man, you got
too late with that booking.
You got wrecked.
What's that mean?
R-E-K-T. That's when someone gets like pwned, but this is the new version of pwned. It's wrecked. R-E-K-T.
Yeah, by the time you're slipping from one word to the other, you shouldn't be using it. You should stay with pwned.
The definition of wrecked can't be pwned.
Right.
It is though.
To be pwned.
Hold on, I gotta go talk to David Cross. He's doing a new character. Doesn't that look like David Cross to you?
Check him out.
Oh, it's so far away. Can you see him? See that far away?
Yeah, you can see that far away.
Let's check David Cross. So, we're just hanging out here the first break today on the streets. One of the most beautiful days in the history of New York. And we're going to do a new thing with Chris called throwing rocks at cabs.
Oh,
now what we do
I need rocks.
is Chris takes some rocks. And here's the tricky part. When a cab goes by, he hits the cab with a rock.
Now, am I aiming for their windows, or I'm just going to try to hit the cab?
Chris, you let it fly. I'm not going to try to,
No,
you know.
he's not a micromanager, you know what I mean?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not going to micromanage my micro dick, Chris Stanley.
What? What's that?
But don't you say you had an incredibly small penis?
Never
You did say that.
Never said that.
I mean, yeah, you said it off there.
Hey, dude, it's yours. Make it fucking work for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's good advice.
Don't they say something like the boat in the ocean or whatever? I don't know the whole
Something
thing.
about your motion.
Yeah.
Use
the
your motion.
Yeah.
in the
Okay.
ocean. It's the size of the dog in a fight, not the size of your micro dick.
Okay, all right. That's good. I like that. I'm going to use that next time.
It's 2016.
Yeah.
You know what
Right,
I mean?
man.
Like, anyone can have a micro dick.
All right.
Even women.
We've all met a few where you say, look, is that a micro dick? Or you just cited the semen?
All right, there's a dude that just walked past us, kept hearing us say micro dick, and he gave us a dirty look.
Let me fucking tell you. Look, needle dick, the butt fucker. I didn't give you that dick. Don't come around here. Right? Your problem was with God.
Take it up with your Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
Bitch. Look, here's the deal. You want to walk through somebody's radio studio? That's your fucking problem.
Yeah.
All right?
Don't you see the signs, bro? Huh?
Look, there's a soccer team in town.
Oh, shit. Good for you, kids.
Yeah.
You're doing it. They probably lost.
Here's your participation award.
Yeah, losers.
Yeah. By the way, I got a email sent to the Bennington show today that said he disagrees with me. Hockey is the number 3 sport in America in terms of people showing up. So I said, look, I'm just reading the list.
Yeah.
I ain't making this list up myself.
Yeah.
You know?
Don't shoot the messenger.
Right. And now this fucking dude's trying to shoot a messenger.
Where's that guy get off, man?
Well, I think he's getting off on 57th Street. Now let's check with Coach. She's coaching us today. Third base coach, really.
Yeah.
Should I steal home or just stay here on third? No. Is he saying the sounds fine?
He said it was fine in there.
What does it take?
Get a check-in. Let's get a check-in.
All right.
All right, Joe.
You guys keep talking. I'm going to check a couple things.
How's
All right, cool.
how's the delay?
The Delettes.
The delay.
Delette's what we use the
delay.
computer for.
Let's do a little Q&A. Get some Q's. We'll give some A's.
Can we VR the scope? No, you cannot VR the scope. At least not yet.
Oh my God! Can you imagine this world?
There is a new feature on my VR machine, though, that you can interact with other people using VR. I haven't started yet, but you can just meet other people, virtual reality on the Samsung device.
If I had the same goggles, which I hope that I could style them as my own.
Oh, obviously, yeah.
You and I could interact in a world.
Yeah, we'd have avatars. We wouldn't be like our what we look like now, but we have avatars.
Hey, no VR sex, you two.
Oh no! Oh God.
That's VR incest.
That's how they made love in Demolition Man. They put on like a VR headset, and then Sylvester Stallone made love, VR love.
What was this?
In Demolition Man.
I saw Demolition Man. I don't remember him making love to anybody in that.
Well, because it was VR love. It was they put like on headsets and like.
What kind of love did they make?
And here's the other thing before we even get there. How did he wipe his ass with the seashells?
They never explained it.
Yeah.
I guess they dug it or something. I don't want to go too in detail.
One was, I don't know.
They dug it out, he's saying. That's gross.
I mean, I'm just trying to use logic. But yeah, him and Sandra Bullock had love, and he was like, "What the hell is this?" And she's like, "We just made love." And he's like, "No, it's bullshit."
I don't remember this fucking scene.
It was a very quick scene.
Chris Stanley running his own Watchers program. The movie. Hey, what's opening this weekend too? I like to go out and see a little movie for myself. You know.
I'm not sure what's open. Does anyone know what's opening this weekend?
Someone said, "Am I smoking a Romeo and Juliet?" Yes, I am.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Conjuring is opening this weekend.
I loved.
Conjuring 2 is opening this weekend.
All right, Conjuring 2.
See that shit.
Is it in VR? Is it opening VR or just regular?
It's opening in VR.
Oh, great.
It's playing.
So that's the big movie, Conjuring 2?
Yeah, it's terrible. It's going to be the worst summer in the history of summers. I'm trying to have a summer.
I'm not going to make it to this summer if this box office keeps going the way it does.
I'll tell you this, suddenly last summer, you know? So we're just hanging out here, 6th Avenue and 58th Street. We'll show people there's, you can join us over on the iBank for some visuals, but there is Fox News. We're right next to Fox News. Let them see the 30 Rock, right across from 30 Rock.
That's 30 Rock.
And then there's our building. Here's where we're supposed to be working, right at the top of that building.
Not today's, bros.
Yeah. We playing hooky.
That's right. That's actually a pretty cool shot. Makes the building look gigantic.
The building is gigantic.
Oh, good point. This is a giant building.
That'd be the biggest building in Omaha. I don't know what the concert we missed over at Fox and Friends today was.
It was, man, I looked it up and I didn't recognize their name at all.
I think it was Check the Kings or We the Kings.
We the Kings?
Black group?
No, white men. White gentlemen.
Hold on, I think I just won bingo. Listen, let me go over the numbers again.
So it's We the Kings, who had a hit in 2007, a smash hit called Check Yes, Juliet. I have no idea what this song is.
I don't know it either.
I have no idea.
Fox.
We the Kings and I was in high school.
You were into
You were?
You were with the Kings girl?
I was. I went to see their concerts a couple times.
Sing us a song.
Oh God, I can't sing.
Sing Checkmate Juliet.
Check yes? Checkmate Juliet.
Juliet.
Checkmate Juliet. I win. God, I don't
Come on, Cy Ashes.
Check. Oh, how does it go? It's like da 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 da
Juliet.
I wanna love you. Oh, wrong song.
Oh, Coach.
I tried.
Well, gotta love the coach.
Got to love the coach.
Love the coach.
Love the coach.
Now, why isn't Vito down here Snapchatting us?
Because we're periscoping.
He doesn't understand social media. By the way, I heard Phil Rivers is in the building today. If you want to get an autographed football.
Oh my God.
Maybe give away during football season.
Oh, that would be great.
I'm gonna hunt that Catholic down.
What do you make being a Catholic sound like such a weird thing?
No, I'm just saying, that's what I know about him. That and he can't get into the postseason.
Well, that guy's an anti-choice. You got to give him all the credit in the world.
Yeah, he loves having kids.
You know who should be in charge of women's bodies? Men.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
And you know what I think, too? The older the better. You know what I mean? Older.
Right. Here's what I'd like to do. You know, in this, I'd like to be able to go back and use the word Chinaman. I don't think that's such a big deal.
Let's take it back, Ron.
Yeah.
Kids today is what they're PC.
These kids today with their VR helmets and they're masturbating with Sandra Bullock. I don't get it.
They're hoverboards.
Yeah. They're hoverboards and they're beaming, beam me up, Scotty.
And they're artisanal cheeses.
Wait, I like cheese.
And they're craft tea.
Craft tea?
Yeah, that's a new thing.
It's just
craft tea.
Because
Get
she's
it?
crafty. She's just my type.
Wait, what's that thing at the top there?
Porn. It's porn.
Text messages.
It was a
Dude,
porn
why is your
text.
porn popping up?
That was a girl.
Text messages.
Was that your girlfriend?
No, it was not my girlfriend.
Let's see what she
What did she
texted.
say?
I don't know. I can't go to text message while the scope's still on.
Yes, it was right there and you swiped
can
it off.
See it. It was
I
a
can't.
girl.
If I go back now, it'll turn the scope off. That's how it works.
I just want to see why the porn company is sending me messages.
Yeah.
Because I'm such a great customer of not paying them and just streaming it. But they know what the deal is at
Was
this
that
point.
a real girl that just sent you a picture like that?
I don't know. I have to check it.
It looked like it was her funny.
Yeah. It looks like it was the vagina.
So should we Snapchat without him?
We can Snapchat without him, I believe.
Good. We're gonna take over.
But right now, I'm just busy being a scope boy or a scope bro.
Does a lot of this just feel so dated to you?
No, man. Look, we're live
Give
streaming.
me the hearts if it feels so dated.
No, give me hearts if it feels good.
Hearts no matter what.
Just give us more hearts.
We can't live without them hearts.
Just the hearts. It's all I need.
What are our friends saying on there?
Let's see. Use scope mouthwash, Hicks. This is like black and white TV. No, it's not.
Chris, I was being told that you can draw on the screen now. Do you realize that?
What? No, I didn't know that. All right, I'm gonna.
But that's not working.
No, that's not working.
So how do you draw on the screen? See if they can tell you.
How do I draw on the screen, Scope Bros? Do I need to update the app? Because it seems pretty updated. Is Gail's head cold?
Yeah, it is. It's very cold in the studio, so I wear a lot of clothes.
Man, we froze seating yesterday.
I know. It is so cold in that studio.
All right, get a shot of the doily shorts. The distracting doily shorts.
Oh, doily shorts.
Chris.
All right. Too close.
Okay, I apologize. Okay.
I don't want this to be an up doily shot.
No, I don't want. No, I was not
I
trying.
don't think that's appropriate work shorts.
Not at all.
I made sure about it.
And
I just want to
don't
make
think
sure.
it's appropriate to upshort your coworker.
Dude, you're going to get fucking...
No more ash, please. God damn it.
Well, I thought you said I don't want ashes in me.
I did not say that.
Why would you say that to him then?
I didn't say it. I never said that.
So a little later on, we got Yannis Papas. What did you call his album today?
It's me, Yannis.
It's me, Yannis. Is the way you said it. Hey, we've got an Unmasked next week with Big J Okerson. That was a high watermark. Everybody loved being there with Jay.
It was one of the most fun nights. There was so much love in that room, and it was just hysterical. Jay was so funny. The stories he told were some of my favorites from Unmasked.
You want to hear my impression of Lori from Yonkers?
Mm-hmm. Anytime anything got a little touching.
She's very sweet. That's the only sound that I would hear in the whole room. I was trying not to crack up.
Aww.
Wow, that's nice. And Chris, do your sound. The big mouth breathing thing.
Oh, more porn.
Is that really porn popping up?
It might be. It might be pop-ups.
Why won't you just
I can't
stop
tell.
and wait so we can see what you're up to with this fucking phone of yours?
It's a wild-ass phone.
No, it is you.
Why won't you just let us see your girlfriend's vagina?
I don't. No vagina for anyone.
Not even for you? That's for sure.
Fuck, I got burned.
Yeah, you got it. We got him. We got it for the last time. So, what if so this works perfectly on our air. That's what Joe was saying.
Yeah,
here's my idea. We get on the top of a double-decker bus, and we just ride around New York and do the show that way.
Chris,
I say,
can we do this?
Yeah, let's do it.
You know the biggest problem? Ashes.
No, please, my hair.
If you're going to end up losing the name Ashtray, if you keep this up.
I mean, I love that nickname, but, since I quit smoking, I don't feel like it's so apropos.
Have boy in the name. Is that a problem for you?
Maybe Ash Boy or Trey Boy. All right, Ashtray's catching on.
Life. I mean, this has got to be. Well, we've got the temperature. Right? It's like 70, literally 73 degrees.
It's perfect.
And a nice wind. The Hudson Hawk is a light, beautiful little tiny bird today, just taking care of the city. Why would we ever go inside?
Never.
Let's not.
Let's never do it.
Vito's still not Snapchatting us doing this. Here's what I didn't realize. This area became so lunch heavy.
Yeah, it's the tables. The tables.
Smelling ramen.
And they've put so many more tables down there now. Now this is a whole section of, they didn't have that like that with all these umbrellas.
Well, yeah, it would be nice to do that, except for there's no wind down there. We got some shade, we got some wind. I'm able to read that ISIS is claiming responsibility for different attacks. I'm getting the old-fashioned news crawl.
It's not like them. They usually just let other people take credit.
Remember when that news report of an attempted rape was up for 3 months?
Yeah, an immigrant tried to rape somebody.
That was their filler.
Throw the immigrant story back up there.
Speaking of filler, how'd you like your omelet today?
Delicious.
You love yours?
Loved it. Thanks, Johnny.
I found mine to be a little tiny.
A little small.
He said it was 4 eggs.
That's what he claims. That's what he claims.
What kind of eggs?
Quail eggs, right? Quail eggs, more like it, right, Ron?
I just set you up.
I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking moron.
All right, people are here.
Oh, I apologize.
That's worse.
There's people in we're sharing studio. This is Radio Row. You'll see radio shows from all over America.
There's the lunch crew.
Yeah.
There's a bottled water hour. There's shopping fun over there.
The bottled water hour is the funniest one.
They just talk bottled water.
All right, let's do some Q&A. People can... what's it called when you tweet on here? It's just a message?
Just a message, yeah.
It's
a comment.
Yeah.
Your Q comments.
All right, I can't read from here, Chris. You're up front.
All right. What's the Snapchat? It's Bennington Snap.
Bennington Snap. We've been trying to get Vito down here for 15 minutes. He won't come.
Is Vito just fucking crazy?
I feel like he feels this rivalry between Periscope and Snap.
Favorite?
Vito had the funniest line. He's looking at Big J last night. He goes, I think I'm going to start wearing my hair like Big J. I'm like, why would a man look at another man that he's in the same social circle and then want to copy his haircut?
Yeah, I know. That is a very strange thing to do.
It happens, though.
All right, give us another question.
Okay. Ow!
You're going to get this every time I want to
Jesus
play.
Christ.
You'll
That's
know
how you know.
Do you like the Carbonari effect?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is Gail and Day new bands?
What are you saying, Chris?
Is Gail and Day new bands?
Is Gail into any new band?
Yes.
Come on, dude. Enunciate.
The newest addition right now is Courtney Barnett. I've been listening to a lot of Courtney Barnett.
Love her.
She's so cool.
After you guys turned me on to her, I caught her on Saturday Night Live, and she's amazing. I'm into... there's 3 6th graders who had started their own band. And believe me, in 15 years, these guys are going to be awesome.
Favorite family vacation?
Gaycation.
Gaycation.
What's the favorite family vacation?
Maybe it was Colorado.
Yeah, we got into a real Colorado thing years ago.
We did like Colorado into Arizona and went down to Sedona, Arizona.
And then Gail and I went to the house where that little girl was murdered.
JonBenet Ramsey.
And we looked for clues.
Did you find any?
I feel like we broke the case.
We did.
I feel like it was... What? Stop. What did you just swipe?
I swiped a text message.
Who's it from?
I don't know. I can't... If it stays up, it's going to fuck the phone up.
They're all pictures.
I know.
Why are you getting pictures texted?
I don't know. No one's to be texting me. It's on. I'm at work.
Stop hiding it.
Where's BL?
There's something really weird going on.
BL went back to Florida. She's not being up here in New York this summer. And there's some hope that she's going to seek help for her focus problems.
Good, Bennington.
What's up?
Say, man?
What's up, Scope Bro?
You still say Scope Pro even though you don't do it anymore?
They're asking if Joe's autistic.
Yes.
Let's see. They're calling me a mushy mouth and thick-tongued and asking if I'm a hipster.
Oh, yeah, you're a definite hipster. Hipster wannabe, really.
Do you guys want to come to Maine with us next year?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, definitely.
All right.
Why next year? Why not this summer?
Is this more fun than New Year's Eve?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We're going to sit here and watch Chris's balls drop at 12 o'clock.
Wings or tacos?
Tacos.
I'm going to go the opposite direction and say wings.
Wings.
You know, I had a Blue Apron dish this week, and it was like a salad. We made some wings. Turned it into a lovely meal.
Really?
You don't have... Just because you're a vegetarian doesn't mean that you can't have chicken wings.
That's the great thing about it. That's something I never know.
All right, what do plants do? They grow, right?
Yeah.
Guess what else grows? Chicken wings.
Okay,
so
good
enjoy.
point.
Is Vito a simpleton?
He's not so much a simpleton, but he was raised by wolves.
So he's more of a feral child.
Right. The only meal he's ever eaten is chicken parm. I hope that's not coming across as an insult to any IDs out there.
They're asking the band Fish or the band Mo. I'm saying Fish.
Mo. 2-1. You lose.
God damn it.
Next question.
Someone's asking if they apply to be an intern next semester.
You're in.
Yeah.
Get yourself a doily suit, doily vest, doily jacket, doily pants.
Doilies only from now on.
And can you make some doily shoes?
Can you nickname the other intern Luther or Dauber?
No.
Because of Coach.
No. Look, I like the idea where you're going for themes. I'm sure we're going to hate the name Coach before you know it.
Yeah.
But Spencer Berger is such a great radio name.
It's such a good name.
And it's my hope that we get some mic time with him. He's not crazy about doing it right now. I get that. It took, Chris, about a year before you got on the air?
Really? Yeah, to actually be on the air? Yeah, it was a long time.
Actually, even be in studio. He would never even be in the studio. He would be in the other room.
In the booth with Earl.
Yeah.
Wow.
What state's the biggest pussy?
Which state is the biggest pussy?
That's a great question. I've thought about this, and I just have to say Minnesota, where Joe's from.
Yeah, it's obviously.
Because I want to make sure I give an answer that hurts.
I see being pussy as a compliment. So if you're asking what the greatest state is...
What would you pick? What's your favorite and least favorite state?
Most favorite state will be Arizona.
Really?
For its beauty.
That's a shocker.
Least favorite state? I don't know. Like Idaho, maybe?
I'm going to go Delaware because they've got Claymonts. And
I think that brings down the average.
Yeah, that brings everything down. Without Claymont, they move into a top 5 state. Now, favorite country in the world?
I'm going to go France.
France? Chris?
America.
I'm going to take Canada, where we're visiting very soon. Just slightly ahead of Argentina, where they make doily pants for people.
Someone's saying Spain.
Oh, look, everybody, it's Dan.
Oh, Dan!
It's the Dan Man.
Saw you were doing this, so figured I'd come outside.
Yeah, come on
up, Dan Man.
Come over, Dan.
It's fun.
Oh, this is turning really fun.
It really is fun.
That's a hoot.
Someone just said Lena Dunham.
It's like a field trip.
But here's the problem, Dan. Go ahead, have a seat. Have Coach's seat. She likes to stand up and talk to Joe.
Okay.
Whoa.
They're calling you Lena Dunham. Right?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Bring it in, yeah.
Bring it in.
Lena Dunham.
Yeah.
Well, she's, she's pretty prolific at this point, I would say, so...
You'll take it.
I'll take it.
Huh?
Dan is, he's a unique guy on the edgy side. He gives unique answers. He's always into it in a big, big way. Dan, who's your favorite other than the people here?
Okay.
At Sirius XM, who's cool guy? Who's the guy that you think is the coolest person in Sirius XM? No fair using a bus.
Okay.
Do not do that.
Okay. No one here? No one on the show?
No one on the show.
You know, Andy's really cool. You know Andy.
Oh, yeah.
Andy Fiore. Good guy.
Least cool person.
Least?
Yeah.
Like, number, 150?
Yeah.
Who would you say?
Steve Leitz. Is that wrong?
I don't think that, it's really like a right or wrong thing.
You're right. This is all subjective.
Right. What brings you out here today?
Beautiful weather. It's great, right?
Sheer beauty.
The sheer beauty of it all.
I don't know if I trust the Andy comment because he has terrible taste in sandwiches.
Well, that's the day that you guys had a fallout.
Yeah.
What Andy doesn't know is one day we are inviting everybody back and we're doing a blind taste test to pick out the best sandwiches in Astoria. Why? Because the Bennington show will get to the bottom of every story out there. We're hardworking journalists and we work.
Jesus Christ, no! Come on, my fucking eye!
Chris,
yes.
We're in a crowded place. Stop screaming.
I'm getting asked on.
Look at that smudge on your glasses.
God damn it!
Can you see?
You know what?
Not really.
I'm trying to keep you alert. And you know what? If you're going to hate me for that, good, because later you'll love me. Later one day you'll go, you didn't get burned because your reactions got better from this boot camp, this cigar boot camp I'm putting you.
You know what? Thank you, Ron. No more ashes, shit!
Please stop yelling, Chris.
Stop ashing!
This is why you didn't keep your old friends.
They're saying Dan also looks like Jared Fogle, which is me.
Oh, right.
You know what? Dan is Dan. He's a unique bird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why bird, though?
Because you got those tiny legs, and I saw your back, it had feathers on it.
Oh, my God.
Maybe you're an angel.
You saw the fucking feathers?
And also just like the whole flying thing.
That's true.
Your ability to fly, I would say.
Sure. You're always going south in the winter, then you come back every spring. You eat bugs.
And a lot of grains. I live in actually a little wooden house.
Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yeah, what town?
I live in New York.
Oh, yeah. Didn't we discuss this before?
We did.
Uptown?
Uptown.
Uptown Girl?
East side. Uptown Girl, 102nd Street on the east side. It's,
Why don't you throw a party one night? Welcome in.
Throw a house party, bro.
Love that.
Yeah.
That would be great.
You go by that bar uptown?
Yeah. I roam this city, man. I love that. I love Spanish Harlem. I love Harlem. Why? You took me for a racist? Is that
No, it wasn't a racist.
That's what it sounds like, Ron.
It's like it's a race thing, and I get the
Why you calling Ron a racist, Dan?
I wasn't suggesting that, but maybe it was the wrong choice of words.
The lady, we eat with forks in the stove.
Oh, God.
Sticks. Speaking of sticks, it's the Sticks and Stones weekend with Denny Falcone.
That was so great. Denny is the best. He's right there with the facts.
Well, that's right. You don't know him enough to be annoyed by him. So, no, we had a ball with those guys today. You know, the one weird thing about this place is the number of young single people that we have.
We do.
All the young people are like, no, I'm too busy for a relationship.
That's what all of them say, that they're too busy to date. Date each other.
Right.
Do I look like I have time to do anything?
Dude, we work in radio. Don't we all have 21 hours a day off? I know I do. Every day I have to go like this. Oh, shit, that's right. I work in radio. I have to run in there. Chris, you sleep till halfway through the show.
But just a half hour. Just a half hour late.
By the way, I found out. Should I even tell people why you were late today?
You could tell them.
Morning Jack.
Yeah.
He said he needed a morning Jack to get going.
It took him a while.
Yeah, I had to get it out, you know? And it just wasn't working for a while.
You know what? One of these days somebody's going to put a cigarette in your eye.
Jesus! I think the reflexes are getting faster, though. That's just a...
What happened to our Snapchat?
It looks like Periscope is king again.
He's doing the board. Where's Joe? Shitting himself?
Joe, why you shit yourself?
We would be the first people in history to Snapchat while periscoping.
It's never been done before.
And you know what? We can check my MySpace while we're on there. Every day I check it. I haven't heard anything since 2004.
Damn.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Probably won't.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get the latest Britney news.
Oh, God. She's doing really well.
Good.
She's doing great.
By the way, Yannis Papas coming up in just a little bit. One of the funniest humans in the world.
Yeah, I'm excited to have Yannis in.
This might be the beginning of doing every show outside this summer.
I hope so.
Provided that the sound is good. I'm just...
It sounded okay. I was listening upstairs.
Yeah, you were listening? It sounded good?
Yeah, bro.
This is technology. It's a phone.
Right.
Yeah.
When I started radio, we had to have 80 guys so we could do a broadcast outside. There would literally be 80 people. It's
crazy.
One was just riding a bike to keep the power going.
Stationary or it was mobile?
Why would you have a mobile bike?
What the
fuck? The guy would drive away from
Circles.
you. Yeah.
That's where the power comes
Chris,
from.
Take a look around how many people. You just scream, what the fuck?
Oh, man.
It's really insane how he does that.
I got 2 Viet Cong people behind us. And they don't
There's a
fucking
bee
play
on
games.
your eye right now. On your eye?
You, dude. You, Chris.
That level.
The bee was like long gone.
Hold on.
What?
That level of delayed I've never seen this. He says, I think you have a bee on your eye. Everyone else goes, I assume it's me, and you're the only person periscoping going, like as though it clearly was not directed to you.
Dude, it's like you got ash in your head.
What's that foot doing?
Oh, shit.
Chris, please.
Just the ashing.
And the cursing, and the cursing in front of
Yeah, please stop cursing.
Don't think that's going to happen.
Don't do the C word no matter what.
Oh, God.
That is unacceptable.
Now you put it in my head. No, that's a problem.
We're sitting right next to this nice steakhouse. What's the name of it?
Del Frisco's.
Why don't I take everybody in and buy them a steak?
That'd be awesome.
Wait, I just thought of something. You're all filled up on omelets.
I mean, a steak omelet.
Uh-oh. Actor Will Smith passed the... Oh, no.
Oh, Jesus.
He's fine. Look, Will Smith's there. George Foreman, Larry Holmes.
Oh, at the Ali funeral.
Yeah, and then Billy Crystal. Now, the sound can't be good when you take the camera away.
No, there's no way. No, because the mic is directed away from us now.
He thinks Mike is a guy's name.
Where's
you know
Mike?
What? One of these days I'm going to grab...
Ow, my ear!
Dude,
why are you yelling like that?
Because I'm getting ashed on and hurt.
Yeah, but it's
That's why, Gail.
It's embarrassing, Chris.
Well, maybe you should stop then.
What's worse, snow or ash snow?
Oh, fuck, man.
Dude, you just said, next time,
You just said
seriously.
you're going to fuck a man.
Yeah, and you
I'm not going to do
yell
that. I'm not going to do that.
We're in a place with a lot of people.
As a junior employee, I might have to report this.
First of all, you're an employee.
Yeah.
You're not a junior.
What?
We don't have junior employees.
As a junior employee?
Yeah. He thinks he's...
I'm just a baby employee. I'm just a little guy.
He thinks he's Tom Cruise in The Firm. You know? Here's the thing. I mean, you can be in this business for 8 years and still end up with acting.
Jesus Christ.
I saw what you did. You tried to throw the bow out. You just tried to put a bow in my jaw. Children by the millions. But we'll be talking replacements.
I know.
Later on today. I'm very, very excited.
A little later.
Mm-hmm.
With author Bob Mayer.
That's what I was saying, Chris.
Bob Mayer.
Why?
This is really weird.
What is this thing that you're so competitive with Gail?
I don't know what it is.
I didn't raise you to this way.
You didn't. But this little fuck up.
Come on. For the love of fuck.
Dude,
I'm gonna start dropping C-bombs. I'll clear this whole fucking place out. I'm fucking telling both of you. There'll be a cunt bomb in these motherfuckers, alright?
Alright, cat's out of the bag.
Everyone's fucking out of here. Seriously.
He's gone mad. You've lost your mind.
Yeah, I have.
Dude, keep it together. Be a pro. Be a radio pro.
Swear to God.
Be a radio pro.
Is there anything worse I could say than all there is?
You know what? There's one here. Promise you'll never use.
I can't promise anything at this point. Hey, we have a sandwich board.
He's really scaring me. He's actually scaring me. He's actually afraid. Oh my God.
That's why, like, some people, like, they don't like hanging out with special needs people, but I love it.
My fucking brain is tight.
Please, man. Please. Please, dude. You're like a goddamn really maniac right now. They're going to put you in Bellevue.
Good. See if they can hold me.
I don't want to alarm you, but you got a big ash stain all over your...
I wonder why.
Because you're not paying attention.
I'm fucking laser focused right now.
Chris, you got a little schmutz on
Hey,
your
Dan.
glasses there.
Hey, junior employee, why don't you chill the fuck out?
Dan.
Chris. Not all these other shows that are out here are XL channels.
Well, they better learn.
Yeah, that's true. This is not an XL area.
XL race platform.
Just because we're a couple of raw dogs.
Are you best showing me right now? What do you get? Truckers listening? All right, so that's the deal. Chris has lost his mind.
Yep.
You just went nuts.
How close are we to breakdown? What time is it?
It's 12:41 right now.
Okay, so like 5 minutes. We'll break. We'll go up and meet Yannis Papas. We'll have a wonderful time. You'll settle down, Chris.
I'm going to try to calm down.
Wow, you really lost it, dude.
Yeah, man, you lost the bet.
I mean, like, you really lost it.
I mean, Chevy Chase vacation lost. I don't know why someone being angry makes me finally happy. It's like I can go, oh.
But all the teasing and all the ashing you've been doing, and it's not until I flick his glass.
This is the Bennington Show. They are on location right now, 49th and 6th. This is the Bennington Show. Vito, that was kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Well, this is the Bennington Show. We'll see you soon. Hit the break, Vito.
I'm going to miss that song.
Yeah, me
Looks
too.
like we're moving into all new cocktail music. Seems to be the way, you know? Let's make it a refreshing cocktail summer.
It's the way of the future. Googie.
Big J showed up with a boat drink, the first boat drink in the history of Unmasked.
I know. A nice pint-sized boat drink.
Yes. It was very funny. But first of all, the Unmasked we're playing next Friday with Big J, and it's going to be, well, it's going to be fantastic. Everyone last night had a ball. Big J had so many crazy comedy stories of just about all the comics that you love. Slightly embarrassing, slightly cringy, and then 100% hilarious.
Yeah.
Really, really fun time.
The Bobby Kelly story, I think, is my favorite. I can't wait to share that with everybody.
You know, just hearing about some of his stuff when he did when he was younger, and his timing was just so great. So looking forward to that. And then it's Skankfest next weekend. which
it's a festival of skanks.
It is going to be a festival of skanks, and all the skanks were out last night. The bonfire was out last night, and who else did we run into?
Dan Soder.
Dan Soder is in the bonfire.
Mike Fenoya.
Vecchione was there.
Mike Vecchione.
Maybe is one of my favorite comics that ever lived. There was a thing before Soder's special that Vecchione was doing because at his apartment, and it was fall down funny. So we hope scoping at the beginning of the show that the sound was cool. Joe, did you feel like it worked?
It worked.
As good as this or less?
Not as good as this, but it was clear. It was it sounded good.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
I mean, I got the thumbs up from Dan. He said it sounded great.
Coach was saying it sounded great.
Yeah, and I trust Coach. I really do.
Coach, this is her third show, and she produced an On the Street segment.
I know. She's jumping right in.
Yeah.
Put me in, Coach.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you right now, my guy, and I can't see this changing, is the Burger Man, Spencer Burger.
You always take one intern under your wing. This time, I think for you, it's Burger.
Well, you know what? I got an eye for talent. You know,
you do. You absolutely do.
I don't know whether you were a fan of American Idol, but there was an English guy that was a judge on that show. I think his name was Mickey. And Mickey, like, he would be brutally honest with people, like, you fucking blow, you suck asshole. But then when he got burgerized, when he found a burger for himself, he'd be like, you're great. You're gonna be really great. That's the way Mickey would talk.
And that's the kind of relationship.
Mickey Cal was his name.
Simon.
Yeah. What's that? Mickey Simon. I forgot. You're afraid to correct me.
Oh my God.
If we were doing spelling tests here and they said, just pass your paper to your neighbor and correct each other, would you just say 100% correct?
100%.
A plus?
No, I would not.
You know what I'd say?
Because that would be against the rules.
Here's what I would always do in school. Hey, smart girl, finish this up. Get a couple wrong, too.
Okay.
I don't want to look like a genius. They'll know we're up to something. Get me solid C. I'm going to get a little nap, and when I wake up, have it all done, and I'll tell you about a party that might be happening in a couple days. It might be all revolving around you. I can't get into it now, but it looks like we're throwing you a big party.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's your coming out party. It was so stunningly beautiful outside.
I know.
I don't know why any ham and egger goes inside on a day like this.
I didn't want to come back upstairs.
No. I wanted to be there with those people eating ramen with chopsticks that look delicious.
They were living the life.
They were living La Vida Loca.
I wonder what their show's like.
I couldn't understand it. It's in North Korean.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, eat bak. Everyone eat bak. If I lived in North Korea, I'm like, are you serious? There's not a cheeseburger anywhere? Let's look.
Like just one.
Hold on. The news is here.
Just one.
Bam, 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 bam. I don't know why I'm looking at this. I wonder if Yannis Papas is going to be into the elections. A very big election time. They're saying this is basic. The kickoff for the general election was just 2 days ago. Trump stumbled a little bit. He's got a little problems. Hillary's getting away with murder. But you got to watch out for the Clinton brothers. They will do anything to win.
I know. You don't know with her.
They're like Lauren down the hall. Oh, it's a game? I want to kill. You want to take one video before he gets there? I'm not sure what that means. By the way, I want to see the guy who tried to cut off the president's motorcade. It's up on the iBang. And what town did this happen in? Whose was this? Yours, Joe?
This was, Vito's, I think.
Vito's?
But
he's in the hall?
Yeah, I think that this might have been, and I'm not sure, was this in New York?
This was here in New York, yeah.
Now, was he after the president, or was he just a fucking New Yorker trying to...
He was just trying to turn onto the street where the motorcade was going,
but
on
he
a
was
city
not
bike.
Paying attention, which is city bikers.
Well, you know what? I saw a couple bikers, right, on 6th Avenue. Now, they've got the streets locked down. We didn't even know about it. We go outside and we see it like that. Cops are stopping the biker. A biker is giving... Look, that's literally where we work. The biker starts giving a cop shit.
That's insane.
And I fucking yell at the biker. I go, the president is right there. You're going to get fucking shot in the face, dude. And the cop's like this. Stay out of it. I go, wait, I'm here to fucking assist you? And now you're giving me shit? I go, I'll join him. You know what I mean? We'll fucking occupy this shit. I mean, it takes me that quick before I'm willing to change sides. All right, let me see this. It looked like it already happened, Chris, from where you got it from.
Refreshing it.
You having trouble with the computer today?
This Instagram link's loading slowly.
Instagram.
Okay. Instagram.
All right, so there he is on the right there.
Oh, man.
And the cop just clotheslines him. But here's the thing. The fucking street is off. Like, he's not even being
There's no
like,
way you here comes the president right there. You can't fuck around with that.
No way.
When the Pope was in town, this neighbor of mine, my street was shut down and there was those gates up. And my neighbor is just yelling at the cop, can I put my son across the street? Can I put my son across the street? And he's like, no, the street's shut. He can see the Pope better. Just let him go across the street. Not all of us. And he's like, no. And then she starts that, you work for us. Without us, you and them. I'm like, you're here to see the Pope, the Holy Father. This is the way you're fucking acting?
I wish the Holy Father was here to hear you speaking that way.
So I go, why don't you fucking shut up before I give you a smack? The cop says, sir, stay out of this. I go, what did you fucking say? I go, I'll knock this goddamn thing down and I'll fucking headbutt the Pope mobile on the way by. Is that what you want? That's how quickly I'm ready to turn sides. I wish, and I'm saying this as a person who walks in New York, Ubers in New York, drives in New York, taxis in New York. I wish cops would tackle every fucking bicyclist.
I know.
They're a menace to society.
And particularly these city bikers.
I hate them all.
They're riding around. They don't know the rules.
My biggest problem is someone biking for exercise down the fucking street in New York who feels like they got to keep their heart rate up.
That's the worst. Or bikes on the sidewalk.
I'll tell you the truth. If they said, hey, you can execute someone from ISIS or a bicyclist, that ain't even a fucking choice for me. I'm fucking knocking down the fucking bicyclist.
Yeah. Clothesline right in the middle of the street.
I'm going to walk up, fucking put a gun to his head, and I say, I only wish this was every bicyclist. And then I pull the trigger. And I yell, this is for motorists and pedestrians. Because I'm trying to be remembered. Like it might be the start of something,
So it's for motorists and pedestrians everywhere?
Yes. You know what? I think a lot of fucking people laughed at Ben Franklin too, Gail. And look what that son of a bitch did. He ended up discovering America in 1492. And it didn't turn out so bad, did it? Take a look at that fucking NBA team that we're sending to the Olympics. That's your answer, world.
Man, you make some really good points.
Thank you.
He makes great points. He makes great points. He makes great points.
Aren't you going to Jane's Addiction show?
Yeah, that is in a couple of weeks. That's going to be in Coney Island.
I'll give you $50 if you keep yelling great points throughout the whole show to see if maybe he picks up on it. And thinks, you know what? Now that's a better way to go with this. Or does he act like, oh, I can't do porno for pyros. I'm with a different band.
I'm with someone else now.
My original band.
Just do it.
Joe, I don't want to mean to wake you up in there because I know you got a lot you're not doing, but you got to take care of our phone callers, okay? I mean, I like alcohol as much as the next person, but not at work.
It's great.
You know? Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I love it, but let's give it 2 hours before we make it Friday party day. I hate it inside. I was loving it outside.
I know. I was just thinking about how uncomfortable I am in here.
It's terrible. It's like there's no sky, there's no wind.
I know.
I'm not getting the elements I'm looking for.
Now that you mention it, it's just like, I'm very aware that we're just in this little box in here.
A box inside a rectangle. That's our life.
With this recycled air.
By the way, I found out that there's a fifth element.
What's that?
Love. Love is the fifth element.
Multipass.
That's a good impression. That's seriously a good impression.
One word impression.
That's all it takes. It takes one word to nail it. Why are you giving me the big thumbs up?
Thumbs up to
Yannis
you.
Papas is coming in the studio.
Well, good. See if he'll get the phones first.
And the Yannis Papas Takeover weekend begins at 5 p.m. East today on Raw Dog. Following the Takeover, Yannis' new album, Let Me Be Yannis, is airing in its entirety.
Yannis has this music with him wherever he travels. It's the big Yannis Papas Takeover weekend, 5 p.m. today on Raw Dog. And it's to celebrate your new album, Let Me Be Honest. That's airing in its entirety. And you can download it today on iTunes and everywhere else.
Yes, today's the release day.
At Yannis Papas. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate it.
Now, do you know what you're going to be doing during your takeover? Have you worked it out?
I think they're re-airing what I've already done. Mm-hmm. And I took it over already.
You already took it over?
I already took it over.
Yeah.
It's mine. So they're just going to re-air that and pretend that it's live, I think.
Okay, that's smart.
Oh, we're behind the curtain now.
Yes.
I like it.
All right, so listen tonight. Yannis won't be there, but he's left behind recordings of his voice to be used any way you want.
It is the Tupac of takeovers over there on Serious Comedy, yeah.
The police actually want to talk to you about this takeover. They're not happy about it.
Apparently it's not legal.
No, you can't take things over. You can't do that.
They didn't say
Now, you're wearing a Sox hat. Do you mean that?
No, I just love this hat.
Yeah.
I'm a diehard Yankee fan, which is weird because usually only black people wear hats that they're not fans.
Right.
I don't know if you've noticed that.
Well, black people will wear any hat that matches their shoes.
Exactly. Usually I wear only a Yankee hat. I'm a diehard Yankee fan, but I just was in Chicago doing shows. I saw this hat. It's a throwback old school White Sox. And isn't it gorgeous? It's a great hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a nice hat, like strangers compliment. Black dudes can't take it. They see it. They're like, yo, where'd you get that hat, man?
Right. I was just there. I was with Big J last night, and he has these ridiculous, horrible orange shoes, orange sneakers that he's wearing.
Yeah.
And black people are stopping him everywhere he goes and asking if they're new. And you know him as probably some knockoff sneaker that he found. But they're so bright orange that it's like, bugs to a bug light. They're just swarming to him now.
Jay's getting back to his roots. He started in black rooms, yeah.
He started as a hip-hop comic, went to a heavy metal comic, and missed good music all the way in between. He just simply... anything melodic, he dove completely over.
Yeah, he's the Kid Rock of comedy. He started hip-hop, and now...
Kid Rock is hilarious for acting like, hey, everybody, now south of a country guy from Detroit.
I love that he's such a huge Donald Trump supporter. Like, nobody cares what Kid Rock... I hate when, like, celebrities are, giving you their political opinions. Like, dude, nobody cares. I'm never going to take seriously anything Kid Rock ever says.
You don't think there's a coalition of people who are like, I've decided based on Kid Rock's advice to vote this way?
They're waiting to hear what Kid Rock's... I mean, Kid Rock could announce and have inside knowledge that there is a nuclear attack coming, and I would just scroll right past it and just get nuked because I don't listen to Kid Rock at all.
Here's where I think Kid Rock made a giant mistake. You gotta get another midget. You know what I mean? That's when it works.
He lost. He went downhill. Yeah.
Joe C was lost. I'm Joe C. The C stands for cool.
I remember when he would yell when someone said he was a midget. I'm not a fucking midget.
I'm perfectly proportioned.
Yeah. My favorite thing that they ever did is Joe C. is standing next to Kid Rock. And it was the Ba with the Ba hit, and it was a live thing. And Joe C. is just looking at him like a little wrestling manager and is going, tell him your name! Tell him your name! And everyone's waiting for that, my name is Kid. But they kept Joe C. just like was begging to hear his name. And I'm like, well, this is entertainment here in the late 90s. This is where we got to.
Mini-Me's available for work. Why hasn't he hired Mini-Me to go out there with him?
I never think that Mini-Me is well. There's something that happens there.
He's too mini, I think.
And he's smaller than.
Yeah, he's extra mini.
He can't do like a rock show. He's smaller than that. Yeah.
Maybe if he was in his pocket or something.
Or like in a little baby Bjorn or something.
Oh, God, I would love that. And I would tell everybody, shh, Mini Me's sleeping now. No, you don't want to be, health-wise, too tiny or too tall. Because everyone thinks, it'd be great to be 7'4". But those people just hurt all the time.
Yeah.
They're in constant pain.
And they don't stick around.
No, they're like Great Danes.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't get too attached to them. Don't fall in love with a 7-footer because they're not going to be around long.
What do you think the height is before you know that person's not going to make it into their, let's say, 70s? Because you don't run into a lot of elderly 6'5" people.
Yeah, I would say that's about where it starts. Once you are going, even probably over like 6'3", I would say, you're getting into a...
Chris, that's about you? You're 6'3"?
I'm 6'1", 6'2".
But he's not going to die from height. I mean, he doesn't look like the healthiest guy.
He's not going to die from height. He's going to die from width.
Damn
it. By the way, he had a meltdown earlier. We were outside, and you just lost your shit.
You really lost it, Chris.
I started screaming the C word.
You know,
He can't be teased.
A real New Yorker doesn't care where he has his meltdown.
Yeah, you got to get it out.
Yeah. And not a single person turned around and looked at it.
Yeah, yesterday I was on the phone with an Uber driver, and he was the thing said 5 minutes, and the guy said it's going to be 10 minutes, and then I screamed middle of the street next to a family. Well, fuck this! I don't need the fucking cab. I don't know. It wasn't his fault. It was traffic.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, I actually caught a cab last night. The traffic was terrible. But here's the weird thing: I went up the highway. There's a giant building now on Roosevelt Island that wasn't there, I think, 2 weeks ago. Cornell has just put in this huge building where the hospitals used to be.
Yeah.
It's a skyscraper.
It's nuts in the
fits
last...
in with the Long Island City skyscrapers. They could have a football team right now in Long Island City. I don't know how this happened.
I'll tell you how it happened. Mexicans built it. They do it quick.
They work fast?
Yeah, I got some, Latin American guys renovating my family home right now, and you just can't believe. I mean, I see this guy walking in. He's like 5'4". He's carrying like 4 sheetrocks on his back like an ant. And then I leave to go to lunch, and I go back, and like it's done. I'm like, how? Is there like 8 dudes that just came in quick and it's crazy. They do it quick.
How long does your family have to be in America before they stop giving a shit about work? That's the thing. Because the Italians built all the marble in this country. It's beautiful. Yeah. The Irish and Chinese built the railroad. No, the Irish don't give a fuck about anything.
Yeah. You work for that green card or that citizenship, and then, it's like getting a contract in basketball. Once you get that big contract, you just relax.
This is the weird thing that Donald Trump has to realize. The people who would build that wall are Mexicans. They're the only people who would do that work down there.
What is your plan?
Yeah. And how many trapdoors are they going to put in?
Yeah, you can't, dude. If you get rid of Mexico, they're the only people who work at all.
All right, you follow politics, correct?
Yeah.
What percentage of the chance does Donald Trump have to be our next president?
I think he's got a good chance, to be honest with you. I think it's, in my personal opinion, I think it's a little scary. I don't like either candidate.
No one does.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's this election's like being a vegan at a steak restaurant. You're just looking at the menu like, you guys don't have any vegetables on here? And Donald Trump is like the crazy dude, and then Hillary's like America's stepmom, you know? It's like she was forced upon us. We kind of resent her, but we have to like try to get along with her, and she's here to stay. And
we just can't believe that our country married her. And you're just like, what is he thinking? He bangs her?
Come on, Dad! You know she's only in it for the money. But we got to learn to live with her.
I don't know. And I'm agreeing with you. I think it's such a toss-up that whenever anyone starts to act like the other person has a chance, I feel I just find myself going, no, I think you're wrong. I think it's going to go the other way. But we will be disappointed in the next 4 years. We know that. No matter who it is.
Yes, we will.
But there's I like to have a guy elected that I did not vote for. That makes you feel superior more than anything else.
It's uncomfortable to have to say, Yeah, I voted for this person. It's not exactly what I thought. And it fires the other side up.
You have fun.
You get to participate. Whereas you're like, maybe he's not doing a great job.
All right, Eastside Dave just sent me a thing that said Gordie Howe was the Ric Flair of hockey. I guess that's one way to look at it, Dave.
Rest in peace, Gordie Howe. Yeah.
Gordie Howe. What a terrible day to pick to die on, though. Ali's funeral.
Yeah.
No one's going to pay any attention to Gordie Howe now.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Yeah.
But this is a bad year for famous people.
Oh, they're dropping, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe like, they know the world's coming to an end, so they're just making an exit early.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind being here for the end times. I think it would be great.
Yeah.
Ride the wave.
Yeah, man. Just yell, it's happening. You know, just it's happening.
Vaya con Dios. Stopping the wave.
See you on the other side. Just feeling really good about it.
Get him when he comes back. He's not coming back.
You know who I think should be president? I don't think normal. I think they should like start nominating people who like have lived a life where they've had to figure out how to get along and have an insight that normal people don't have.
Yeah.
Like I think they should nominate female conjoined twins. For
I would
president.
love that.
Those are two girls who know how to get along and get things done and compromise. Like, one girl wants to go to the mall, the other one has to go to the bathroom. They figure it out somehow.
Yeah.
Balancing the budget after that is a fucking cakewalk. That's who we need in office. Female conjoined twins.
I hate that they divide them now. You know what I mean? Like, it's so much better.
I mean, like, the only true ones now are, like, the ones that are undividable.
Like, connected by the brain somehow?
Yeah, brain, or, like, sometimes, like, they have just, like, two, like, they have two heads.
Yeah.
It's like two, like...
I saw, do you ever see that 60 Minutes?
Yeah,
it was the sisters, one controlled the left side of the body, the other one controlled the right side, and they could walk and throw a base. I mean, you're telling me that? I was about to call it that thing. Those girls can't, like... Those girls have an insight that normal people don't have.
They can play baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're on a softball team.
They can operate one body. We're all trapped in the planet together. They are trapped in that.
Well, it's like that song from Hedwig and the Angry Inch, you know?
Yes, there's another part.
Yeah, that
to
you
be
would
free,
miss.
there's a little part of oneself.
Hey, David in Canada. David.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
So one of you just said that nobody likes Trump. Now, I'm Canadian, so I have no horse in the race. But I've met people who do like Trump, and they may not be the people that you like, but I've met real people who like Trump. I've never met a real person who likes Hillary.
But see, here's the thing. Look how everybody liked Bernie, right? The things were massive, and Hillary whipped his ass.
Yeah.
So what?
Well,
there's some weird silent majority.
Yeah.
All right, I got some breaking news for you here. Sorry, David, I got to pop out, but your premier is beautiful, and we all admire him very much. He's a very attractive man. It's the first world leaguer that I ever saw doing yoga. You know, I think
that's good.
Yeah, that works out. All right, this is breaking news. Gawker Media, who lost that case, the Hulk Hogan, just filed for bankruptcy.
Oh boy.
Sorry,
Hulkamania is running wild on you, Gawker.
So there's no fucking money at all.
Let me tell you something, brother. Yeah, it took down by Hulk Hogan.
That's unbelievable. Well, that was like this could be a great movie because they had just a weird billionaire that was giving Hogan money for his defense, gave him $10 million to make this happen.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. That's soap opera shit there.
Yeah, that's secret benefactor.
Yeah, I didn't think that they would survive this, Gawker.
I honestly didn't think they would lose it. I mean, it's a fucking sex tape. Haven't we seen 1 million sex tapes starring women?
Yeah.
And everyone is like,
this one has a man. This one has a famous, important man.
Yeah, this one didn't catch like the other ones catch, and Hulk was like, all right, if I'm not going to get the money that way, I'll get the money this way.
Everybody's like, this is awesome. We see a naked woman being banged that we've seen on TV. And with Hogan, people are like, hey, that's fucked up. That's too much.
It's really, so he didn't know that they were filming. No, that's not okay.
My favorite, and I'm not saying that because I guess it's against the law if you even watched it, right?
Yeah.
But there was a thing where she was on top, and it looked like it was over, and he just kicks out. you know? And I'm like, I know it!
He still got it.
Yeah.
There's a ref there just going, 1, 2.
Oh, Heenan was yelling, Hulkamania's dead, everyone. You know, no one ever held Bobby Heenan to the fact that all his predictions were false. They just never happened.
This is it.
This is it. Hulkamania's over. Say goodbye. What? How did he do that? He was always shocked.
Yeah, that's when I used to think wrestling was real. That was back when, they were just still trying to keep it
up to what age do you think?
I don't know, 35.
Because I do think it's great that the kids get a Santa Claus type of thing when they finally, you start to hear it from some people in school, and then you go back, and an older brother's like, "Yeah, wrestling is just mom and dad."
I actually thought that was more painful than the Santa Claus realization for me.
It was, huh?
I was more like. The Santa Claus thing, I was like, well, that makes sense. I didn't fight it. Like, someone's like,
who was your wrestler that you...
Macho Man.
Yeah,
he was my guy.
He was, yeah.
He was my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever see Soder's? Soder's got a good...
It's crazy
It's
good.
embarrassing. First of all Soder has to do is his fingers, and it's perfect. And why did Mach always put those little things on the end of it? Like, you know, like little
tapes,
band... Yeah, little tapes. Don't want anything happening to the nails. He was fucking... also, Mach was a minor league catcher. So he was a decent baseball player. And I came so close to having him playing in Dream Week baseball. When he was going to do it. He's like, don't want a lot of people, acting like that's not good. You know what I mean? Like,
that's a good one, too.
Yeah, he would really get to this thing where he was like, I don't want anybody fucking around with baseball was important to him, you know? And he just didn't even think going out and dominating was worth it. And playing against lawyers and dentists that are 50 years old.
Yeah. I just loved him. He was like a real life superhero to me when I was a kid.
And it was weird that Elizabeth died.
Beautiful.
How does that happen?
Same as everybody else in that fucking league getting those fucking pills.
Yeah.
They all, I mean, if you think about it, more wrestlers per capita OD'd than hippies. You know what I mean? Like,
by far.
Most of them OD'd. Most. Like, you could watch some of those old WrestleMania. Dead. But they all hurt. No one realizes how much it hurts to do that sport. You're a comic. You go on the road for 2-3 weeks. You're aching from that kind of travel.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine that you had to take bumps every night.
Yeah.
I think travel kills after a while.
It does, yeah. I remember I was up in Fort Edward, New York, which is like a township of maybe a couple hundred. And I was getting a sandwich at their only store. And I saw this poster on the meat freezer for a Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Right.
He's still doing, and he was doing a show at their high school. Those guys are still on the road in their 50s and 60s. And
the thing is, people are like, oh, I feel sorry for him, but he's probably making $2-3 grand that night.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He's probably
right.
You know,
but it's not an easy life when you get old. And the Wrestler was such an accurate movie.
It was scary.
It was bad. Yeah,
it was scary how much they nailed that whole deal down. And when he was just bitching about the 90s, the 80s was great.
Yeah.
And fucking grunge comes along. And that was heartbreaking. But Hacksaw Jim Duggan, I've told this story before, but I'm going to tell it to you, Yannis. I had the chance to take the flag out with him before when I was doing radio in Florida. Yeah. And it was 18,000 people. And I've, done stuff at rock concerts and everything. And I never felt heat. Like when we came through carrying those fucking flags, everyone was like, ah! It was it was such a shock to the system. And I'm like, now I know why those guys play that game.
Yeah.
Because it was an amazing amount of heat that came in.
It's so much like stand-up comedy, too, when you think about it. You go from that to, playing a high school.
Yeah.
It's I remember when my buddy Nate Bargatze did Conan for the first time, and it was the first time he did it, so he had that rush of, being on TV and the audience. And then he came and did afterwards, he came and did my shitty Brooklyn barroom show. And, he just couldn't adapt. He was just, he was just bombing, and because when you do your first one, you think, all right, now I'm a star. So, and then like a couple days going and you're like, oh, okay, I'm back to
Because it used to be that.
Yeah,
it used to be you did the Tonight Show, your life changed. Like Brenner told me by the time that show was over, he had like $65,000 of gigs. You know, he was booked into Vegas. You know, he was getting a call about movies. And like from that point on, the world knew his name from one Tonight Show.
Yeah.
Because there was 38 million people watching.
Yeah.
And just the chemical rush is like, kills people. You go so high, it's like a drug.
Right.
And then you go back down and it's like that. I think that
haven't you ever had like a great set and then you go back and you're just like kind of depressed?
Yes, every time.
Yeah, because you've left something there. You know what I mean? Like there's receipts to pay for any good feelings. Your body gives you a receipt.
Just like anytime your endorphins go or you know, you get yourself worked up, the adrenaline is pumping. It's always that way.
Yeah. And it's almost, I mean, I think someday we'll figure it out, but why with a bunch of people clapping or liking you physically makes you feel better? Like you could have a flu, go out in front of a big crowd, you're flawless.
Yeah.
It's gone. You come back, the flu is back worse than ever, you know? But for that little period of time and those people's focus.
Because your body just rallies, I think.
We just all want to be loved. That's what that is.
It is a really embarrassing thing to say, but we want so much to be loved. And that's why people will do reality TV. They're just like, maybe I'll be loved by strangers. Not my own kids. I don't want that.
It is strange.
All right, Otto has got a little more up on this Hulk Hogan story. Otto in Boston, what do you got?
First of all, ecstasy does the same thing to the flu.
It's very, very true. And also, if you have a nice ecstasy trip, you got 2 days hangover, you know,
sweet
and you're
cider.
like thinking about hanging yourself.
Exactly. But, so this Gawker story is huge. The guy who bankrolled Hulk Hogan, I think he made his money in PayPal, named Peter Thiel, and Gawker outed him, and he's been after them ever since, and he has now won.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, but he also put some, you know, regular people out of business, too, I'm sure.
He spent 10 years planning this.
Oh, yeah. But he's had this vendetta going for a while, and he's bankrolled other suits, I think, as well.
Did they know that? Why didn't they bring that up in a trial? You know what I mean? Like, if I was on a jury and heard that a billionaire was just behind this story. Now, do you think Hogan feels great? I took him out, or, fuck, where's my $140 million?
I'm not sure. I mean, like, where does your payment go?
No, it just goes. That's why you go bankrupt.
Yeah.
So you don't have to pay. I mean, they'll probably have to melt down whatever. They have computers, a couple of servers, you know. We'll probably get a check for, you know, $48,000. And where do you want us to put this office furniture? This is yours now. Yannis Papas is in with us today. He's taking over this shit tonight. 5 o'clock on Raw Dog, live, kind of. And the new album that he's been saving this title for a long time, I'm sure. Let me be honest. There's in its entirety. And it's available today for download on iTunes and everywhere else.
I've used that pun like 4 different ways now. Let me be honest Giannis. You know I'm Giannis. Yeah. Beat it to death.
Beat it to death. Have you ever run into another Giannis anywhere out on the road?
Yeah, not on the road. Yeah, well, there's tons of them. It just means John.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Greek of John. There's a basketball player in the Bucks, Giannis. I still can't pronounce his last name. Adetokounmpo or something.
Yeah, that's it. You got it. You nailed it.
Nailed it.
First time.
Yeah, he's Greek. He's of African descent, but he's Greek. And it's a Yanni, the singer.
Oh,
Same
he
name.
is Giannis.
Yeah. Yeah, in Greek, it's like a term of endearment when you drop the S. So it's like Yanni, you know, it's like first person.
It's like Gianni. Hard Rock Yanni. Next time he comes in. And Chris, well, Joe's got a difficult to pronounce last name, which is what, Joe?
Engelbrecht.
But what is the nationality behind that?
Swedish.
Swedish.
Who's this old?
And he's Swedish and Puerto Rican. His mom's Puerto Rican.
Whoa.
Yeah.
He was born in Puerto Rico.
Whoa.
And when you got the Puerto Rican Day Parade Sunday.
Can't wait.
And you won't even be welcome.
No, I don't look at people are like, what's that Jewish guy doing there?
How'd your parents meet, man?
In Chicago. My dad was a community organizer, and my mom lived in the hood, and they met.
Oh.
Kind of like a Maria Tony type thing.
Yeah.
The weird thing is she was underage. She was only 12. It's kind of an ugly story, but we got Joe out of it.
Is that true?
Yeah, she was 12 years old. He was 30.
I like that, man. Old school England. I like that.
He knows what he wants.
Wow. So how old's your mom now? Like 23 or something?
Yeah. He's actually just passed her this year.
Nice.
All right, so I'm looking at this. They filed Chapter 11, so they don't have to pay Hogan. They will continue operating their site for now, but they're looking to sell. There's one offer on the table to buy it for $100 million. I guess that's Hogan. He actually says, "I have $100 million from you."
I'll just run Gawker.
What you gonna do when we break stories? TMZ, we're coming after you, brother. You know, Gail has a wrestling thing. She got to go down with a certain wrestler and his bird and dance with him.
Do tell.
I got to accompany Coco Beware to the ring.
Coco Beware.
And he and I, went down to the ring, danced the bird in the middle of the ring. And I was just a little kid, but it was crazy to me. And your experience was actually like a massive place.
Right.
Probably in retrospect. It was a dark night. It was like a small.
Yeah, it was like in Bradenton or something. It was but it was still like.
But to me, I was like,
dude, well, first of all, it's still like 4,000 or 5,000 people. Probably, and every kid there wished that they were dancing.
That's
the bird.
huge. Yeah, that's crazy.
Even I think George the Animal Steel was there, and he was producing or managing that night. So he was actually in a suit in the back, and he was the one telling all right, honey, you're gonna go down to the rig, you're gonna do the dance.
He can talk?
Yes.
His childhood is ruined.
You know what was weird is he was a school teacher, I think. He was a school teacher. And kids at school would say, "We saw you wrestling." He goes, "No, you didn't. That wasn't me."
So,
he would do that all the time.
What if he created that character just like from some kid he saw at school in special ed? He was like eating stuff, and he was like, "I got my angle."
Dude, to come out with a green tongue and then start biting a turnbuckle, brilliant.
It was very smart.
Yeah.
But when we were done, when I danced the bird, got out of the ring, I'm backstage, and then I see you, and you're like, "How did it go?" And I remember saying, "I don't have any spit in my mouth." I was just little, but I'd never been in front of that many people.
Yeah.
And I was my first feeling of nerves. And I was like, "There's no spit. I can't." And you're like, "Oh, that's normal." Yeah.
You had the coolest dad, bro. My parents took me to see Reds and Jagged Edge, the movie. They took me to adult movies. Your fucking dad's taking you to WrestleMania. It's like, "You want to do a radio show with me?" You're living the dream.
I think it's there couldn't be a worse thing for a little kid than Reds. It's about communism, and it's 3.5 hours.
They took me to that fucking movie. I remember I was sitting there and I brought my friend, and we were just talking throughout the whole thing. And I remember this adult in front of us turns around and goes, "Can you shut your kids up, please?" And then I think he was thinking probably what the fuck are your kids doing at this movie?
It's true.
Yeah.
There's no way any kid could follow John Reed's wrestling with the Russian Revolution and whether he could bring communism to America.
God, I want you to be my dad.
Yeah, sure, I'll do it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see how the album does.
He takes in all kinds, though. I mean, these are his children.
Yeah. Here's John in Kansas. You got more of the Gawker story.
Hey, Ron. Now I could be wrong, but wasn't the owner of Gawker found personally liable in part of that settlement also?
That I don't think so. I mean, how could that be? Is he?
Yeah, Nick Denton, I believe that's his name. He was, he was on the hook for $10 million, I believe.
All right, and Mike says he's got more on it too. Go ahead, Mike. Mike, what do you got, pal?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Wow.
So basically, this billionaire Steele is gambling on Hogan winning. So Steele takes on the risk of, of gambling for Hogan. And Hogan, it's just like betting on the ponies. Hogan's just a horse in the race. So he gets paid out by Steele, and Steele pays the
but
lawyer.
not $140 million.
No, of course not. They have a separate
No, Hogan
deal.
didn't lose any. Yeah, Hogan had his entire thing. It was $10 million, which is also crazy. Why it costs $10 million for legal fees for any regular person is insane.
Yeah.
So that means only super rich people can get their rights taken care of.
Yeah.
Right, and that's why there's this whole industry of and litigation investment, is because there is unequal access to the law.
All right. Every time someone goes, why would anyone want Bernie Sanders? You fucking hear a story like this. You're like, of course. Investment legalization is a fucking business to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. Pays very well.
People would have liked Bernie more if he just didn't look like such a substitute teacher. He looks like he's been teaching math to urban youth for the last 20 years.
And it also is like one of those math teachers that doesn't understand it. No one's paying attention. He keeps right on going. There's fucking shit happening. No, he doesn't even do that. He just keeps talking along as if he had the room. And there was like one girl who feels sorry for him. Shut up! We're trying to learn.
Maybe this whole Gawker thing is just like a Vince McMahon plot. Like Hogan wins now, but then Gawker comes back and wins in like WrestleMania. It keeps going.
Well, sometimes doesn't it just like remind you that the United States does that? Like we always, since World War II, have had, as soon as like we're done, we beat Hitler. Korea.
It's a new enemy.
Yeah, we had Korea. Vietnam is a problem. And as soon as we got rid of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, you would think Al-Qaeda would still be somewhere in the mix.
They don't draw anymore. They got old. Yeah,
they're opening matches now.
I always felt like the United Nations is useless. They don't prevent any wars. That's their whole raison d'etre. That's their whole their whole reason for existence is supposed to prevent wars, and they don't. They're kind of like a referee in a WWE wrestling match. Well, they just shake their finger, and America comes and hits them over the head with a chair.
I guess at the time it was a wonderful idea.
Yeah,
but if you even look at the building, it looks like a future that never happened. You know what I mean? Like, it's that 1960s, it's the space age, and we're all going to be doing things, and it's just, it looks like a Batman building. Like, this thing did not happen.
And they don't do shit.
Nothing.
They prevent absolutely nothing.
1 week out of the year, all the leaders go there, they tie up traffic, and that's it. Now, in the meantime, every one of those countries has a brownstone somewhere in the Upper East Side.
Yeah.
There's all these buildings that they don't give a shit what they're paying for that sit empty most of the year.
Yeah.
If you look at New York, the amount of like corporate apartments and shit like that is why the rent is high. They don't care what they're paying, and then they don't use those apartments at all.
Yeah, and who knows what kind of crimes these diplomats are committing. They got diplomatic immunity once they step on that. Probably got a bag of heroin. They just pull it out right when they cross that gate.
I'd be fucking going crazy. I'd be throwing shit out the window. Fuck you.
Up. Diplomat.
That was
don't even
wasn't
try
that like a big plot of Die Hard? One of those Die Hards.
Right.
I have diplomatic. You had that South African accent.
Yeah, the one that had the hot blonde chick that they drowned. You're like, what? We finally got a hot chick in this thing. But you don't want to end up being Mel Gibson's wife in a movie or real life. It's dangerous.
Either way, it doesn't work out.
I think you'd rather be in a movie.
Well, they just said they're doing a sequel to Passion of the Christ. This just came out today.
Really?
In the Hollywood Reporter. Yeah.
What is it?
This is when he's risen. That's we end it with him dying, and I guess now, guess what? He wasn't completely dead. He's risen.
What are they going to do in the sequel?
I mean, all he does is walk through the town, right? I mean, there's no story. Like, some people saw him.
He just shows up.
Yeah.
Now, is it going to show when he goes to hell and has some sort of battle?
Yeah, but you're right.
Maybe they'll do
during those
that.
3 days, there was a battle in hell.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yes.
That would be an awesome movie. Like, he flies down on his Pegasus from heaven and fucking kills all, bad guys, Muslims.
Right, Muslims. Please.
They're like
Enough
stormtroopers.
I gotcha. Right. They'll be played by English guys, though.
They always are.
Then, of course, he is one of only two people who actually physically went to heaven. His body, not just his soul, went to heaven. So when he went off, they never really say, did he just jump like the Matrix?
Yeah.
Or did he just start floating?
Floating.
And people could still see him for a while. Like, there he is. There he is.
Like a balloon.
Just floating away.
If that was the way it was, I would pretend like I was swimming all the way there.
Now, who was the other person, Chris?
Don't know.
Gail, do you remember?
I do.
Who was it?
That would be the Virgin Mother.
Yeah, that's right.
Her physical body.
The only person born without sin. Pure of sin.
Yeah.
The Virgin Mother.
Wow.
And
Is
people.
she the only one?
Yeah. No, some people.
Beyonce? No.
Well, now that Lemonade is out, there's people talking about it, but I don't know. But the thing about her, some people believe she stayed a virgin, the Catholics, and then the Protestants just think, once she lost her virginity,
after.
Yeah, they actually, some people feel Jesus had brothers and sisters.
Right.
I think historically, most historians say that one's name was James or something like that.
Jimmy, they called him.
James Christ.
James Christ.
Called him Jay.
And I mean, I'm not saying he was slow, but he wasn't bright. And
what if he just had a brother named Stuart or something?
I'm Stuart of Nazareth.
Stuart.
You know my brother Jesus, right? He's the preacher that everybody likes.
He's a real fucking dipshit.
Always getting in trouble and shit. People just see him drunk on a donkey. Your brother would be so ashamed of you.
Fuck him.
Yeah. The other thing is they bring up the last summer. No one ever mentions the first. And that, to me, was a much better affair.
It was a big party.
Catered.
You know what I like? Like, supposedly at the end of the world, he's supposed to fly down on a Pegasus with like a huge sword in his mouth.
Yeah.
That's the story, which I always love because it's like, first of all, I didn't know heaven was like up.
Yes, it's up.
Like when
it's right above the clouds.
Yeah, it's right. Like when I used to color in Sunday school, I was like, oh, that's where baby Jesus, he's like over a cloud over Arizona or something.
Yes.
So he comes from down and he like flies down. I guess they didn't have like trains or planes. He takes like a horse, to get down there.
It would have been cool if they would have said he's coming in on an aircraft.
Yeah.
Of some kind. Shuttle.
You know what? If it had said that, I would really take that book seriously.
Fuck yeah.
Like they predicted this.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like, dude, come on. God has to take a Pegasus, a horse?
I think it would be great even if Jesus said to the people, by the way, there's another huge continent with Indians on it. And you won't, it's too far for us to get to. But people will find it later.
Yeah.
And then that would be amazing when we read it. We were like, he had to have known, But it didn't seem like he knew anything except for stuff that's unprovable, you know?
Right.
Like he didn't bring up gravity. Or that the Earth went around the sun.
He could have mentioned a couple things that
a few things,
that saved us some time.
It would have really killed the mystique, like if you met him and just asked him like a math question real quick and easy ones too, like, what's 12 times 16? And he's like, fuck. And you're like, dude, God really doesn't even know 12 times 16.
Do you ever think that he might that God, even if everything in the Bible is correct, right? God is still an alien, right? Yeah. He's not a human. He's an alien.
Yeah.
And if you just called him an alien, it doesn't make you like him as much.
Yeah. And then we sound like one of those newer religions.
Scientology. Yeah.
Xenu.
Yeah.
What do you mean is Xenu?
Xenu's the god.
They call him? They have one single god in Scientology?
Xenu, yeah.
I thought, for some reason, I thought that they just, they were more about aliens.
Xenu's like the alien galactic warlord.
Yeah, but that
like dumped all the Thetans into the volcanoes in Earth.
Even hearing about it is hilarious.
So hold on, he put the Thetans in volcanoes.
Yeah.
I mean, where else are you going to put them?
Yeah,
that's where they
and
go.
Then how did they get into? And then they go into people, right?
Yeah, I think he like dropped some nukes on the volcanoes, and that let all the Thetans out, and they attach themselves to human.
You're asking too many questions. You must be possessed by a Thetan right now.
Put her on an e-meter.
If I float, and I'm a witch.
Hey, Yannis Papas, who's always hilarious, is here with us. He's completely taking over Raw Dog this weekend. at 5 o'clock following the takeover. When he's done taking over, he's going to play his new album, Let Me Be Honest, in its entirety, and then the takeover replays Saturday at 1 o'clock in the East, Sunday 5 p.m. in the East. He's taken over all weekend.
I'm taking over.
But the album is available today for download on iTunes and everywhere else. How many albums do you have now?
This is my first one. This is my debut.
First album.
Yeah, this is. I did the Comedy Central half hour and this. So that's it. This is it.
So
I'm hoping 12 to 15 people will buy this. And,
yeah.
12 get a couple tweets. That's all you can really expect nowadays,
Yeah, and then it's back to whatever. Back to that chain gang. But no matter what you do, nothing like I thought Louis' that web series that he did, Horace and Pete, was like genius. Everyone agreed it was genius, but then it doesn't stay. You know what I mean? Like as soon as people were done consuming something,
if they would, one of them would have put on a Chewbacca mask.
That I love.
That I love. Passed around everywhere.
It is hilarious. You can't watch that without laughing. But she's charging like $20 for autographs now, and she made $400,000.
She's
off that
rolling
video.
in it.
I had no idea.
Yes.
400. You can Google it. 400. We talked about it yesterday on Red Eye. She's made $400,000 and she's charging $20 for a autograph.
But I will say this: that video is better than the Star Wars movie. I literally went to that movie and I'm like, why does everyone like this so much? And you love it. You went right away, right?
I liked it, and I liked the little BB-8, even though everyone hated it.
Stupid.
Did you like it or hate it?
There were a lot of parts of it I didn't like overall. I'm
it's
going to go see the next one.
Right, everybody. I don't like any of them, and I go see them.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's not like I liked it any more than I liked any of them. Like I kind of just feel like they are what they are. Yeah.
But
it's not like a great movie.
When Han Solo died, everybody would have cried.
Yeah, no, there was no emotion, including with Leia. That was like the thing that really, really freaked me out.
She always has been.
You easily could have made this a dramatic moment.
Yeah.
And then 2 minutes later, she's just like, well, bye.
All right, you know how people are saying, that kid of theirs?
Mm-hmm.
It's Luke's, and that's some incestuous, crazy kid.
Really?
Oh,
yeah.
Shit.
It's what they used to call my neighborhood, DuPont. When the rich people didn't want to... talk about crazy things, but we always believed that the DuPonts had sex with each other so they could keep their money.
They do stuff like that.
You still believe?
Hey, rich people do that, dude. Rich people do that, yeah. They don't, you never hear about a love story about some rich dude and some, and no prince and pauper love stories. It's always, that's why when people say love is real, it's like, is it really? It sounds a lot more like convenience. You never see a couple that doesn't make sense. It's like, what are the chances you guys found each other? Huh?
Right.
Two people of the same race and socioeconomic status who happen to work and parents know each other.
Yeah, that's true. You either meet somebody at school or school, work, or a bar.
Yeah.
After a while, you're like, this is a decision.
Besides his parents, everyone really makes sense,
But that really is the strangest thing. But also, when you leave billions of dollars behind for your family, right? You're leaving behind mental illness that is just going to go down a couple generations.
For every yin, there's a yang.
Nuts. Those, the kids probably of the rich guy, Trump's kids are hardworking and you can see it, and they're trying to please their dad. Their kids are going to be batshit.
Yeah.
And then the next generation, they're just fucking psychos that end up being arrested for, chopping up maids.
Yeah, because you can't have too much, right? Because then you don't know the value of anything.
Anything. Yeah. You're just crazy.
Yeah.
You're just out of your fucking mind. You're just wiping shit on the wall all day. You've never done anything.
This is normal, right?
Everyone does this.
Have pay to have this taken care of.
I think, was it what's his name? The billionaire, what's his He doesn't give his kids any money.
Oh yeah, the one in the middle of the country.
What's his first house? Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett.
Yeah. Well, his son Jimmy Buffett has done so well singing songs about rum and banana trees. Did anyone ever say to Jimmy Buffett, "Do you know how many other places there are in the world that you could sing about?"
Yeah, I kind of have this thing going.
Do me one favor, sing a song about Halifax, and we'll talk about a new album. But I can't keep hearing about Key West. This has gotten nuts.
But can I get a tequila sunrise there?
No. Scotch. It's Scotch
Then
and
it's
Halifax.
not for me.
I love Key West, dude.
It's unbelievable, right?
It's a wild place,
It's
right?
a wild place. Yeah, I went there once, and it's great. It's like it's like a classless New Orleans, kind of like a little trashier New Orleans, but it's fun. Yeah.
Well, the first time I was there, it was just the end of where it was real pirates. You know what I mean? Like it was like really shady, and they used to even up into the 70s, they would close the town down in the middle of the day and just take siestas, and you know what I mean?
awesome.
Like they were not like regular people at all. And any town that when the sun sets turns into a big party on the edge of town. Yes! The sun is going down, and you're loving it, but something in your head just goes, "Don't stay here. I know you want to, but just use it as a vacation." Yeah. Those fucking dudes get nuts down there.
Man.
I knew a guy who only lived on a boat and only shit off the boat. He didn't have a bathroom or anything. He would just lean off the boat and take a shit. And I'm like, dude, I know that you feel like this is your way, but no, that's a deal breaker.
Yeah, that
very
is not
environmentally friendly. No flushes. No flushes.
No flushes whatsoever. You don't
so
want
natural.
Yeah, you don't want to snorkel near the dude.
He just gets in the pool and he's just so used to it that he just pushes out a log. Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah.
They are that is a well, I don't know if you can be on any island without starting to go, I mean, why do you want to just cook a whole pig? Because you're on an island?
Yep.
Like, let's cook the whole pig. You could do this anytime you want, anywhere else. And it doesn't make sense. We're putting the pig in the ground, wrapping it with leaves.
Cook the head.
Yeah. We're going to eat the eyes. We're going to eat the eyes and a cheer. You're just like, you're going to be killing Piggy in a few minutes to take his glasses away from him. All right. Always great to have you here, buddy.
Thank you so much, man. Thanks for having me, and I appreciate it. Always fun.
Yannis Papas. Now, he's taken over this whole goddamn place. 5 o'clock today. Don't try to stop him. And then
I won't.
Following the takeover, his new and first album, Let Me Be Honest, is airing in its entirety. Takeover replays Saturday at 1 o'clock. And then Sunday at 5 p.m. And the album is available today for download on iTunes and everywhere else. Good to see you, my friend.
Always a pleasure. Thanks.
We've got what coming up, Chris?
You have author Bob Mayer, who wrote the new Replacements book, Trouble Boys, The True Story of the Replacements.
The True Stories of the Replacements. The Replacements should have been one of, let's say, the top 5 at least bands of the 80s.
Yeah.
Never got any airplay.
It's such a good sound, such good songwriting.
It's almost like an imperfect storm. You know what I mean? That kept these guys away from it. And they're Minnesota guys like you, right?
Yep.
Local heroes?
Local heroes, definitely.
In Minneapolis?
Yeah.
Did you ever see Westerberg walking around town or anything?
I never did. But, I know, parents, friends who would, have gone to shows in the 80s, saw them when they were just coming up, and the whole bar scene. Yeah, they're known there.
Well, they never really played big stuff, but then that last, tour, when, was just a huge seller everywhere, which was kind of odd, kind of odd for them to have never made it. Then you show up somewhere and everybody's singing the songs and wanting you to go deep. It had to be the strangest deal ever. All right, so that's coming up next. It's Trouble Boys.
Yeah, Bob Mayer, Trouble Boys.
The true story of the Replacements. And maybe we'll give out a signed book with him, too. We'll talk about that a little later on in the show. But Yannis Papas, always great to see you, my friend. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be right back This is Bennington. Sometimes double show Fridays gets us a little tired.
A little silly town.
I didn't mean to do it. She started trouble with me.
How could you do this to me? You turned your back on me. You betrayed.
I'll kill you.
No, you got it wrong. You got me all wrong. I would never turn my back.
Believe me when I tell you, this is just silly. It's nuts. It's nuts.
You gotta get serious.
Chris, that's the smoker's cough. You haven't had that in a while.
I think it was because I was running to the train and running from the train this morning. I was.
Why run, dude? You're already fucking late. Take your fucking time.
To be less late.
But you don't even text anyone to say that you're awake now or you're alive.
It was just a crazy blind panic when this happens.
There's a part of us who believes that when you oversleep like that, you're dead.
Valid. It's a valid.
Thank you.
Valid worry.
All right, it is the Bennington Show coming up in just a couple minutes. We'll be talking about the true story of the Replacements, Trouble Boys. That's available in stores now and online. Replacementsbook.com. Out of everything to do in the world, I always think that writing a book is the most impressive.
Yes, and this book is fantastic, and it's so in depth. And Bob Mayer did such a great job on it, and spent like a decade working on this book. But it had me thinking how it would be so difficult to choose what subject you could spend 10 years.
Oh my God!
Could you even imagine a band, an artist, if you had to spend 10 years with their body of work? Interviews about their life.
I don't know if there's anything that I could stick to.
No.
Like that. Chris Stanley. Should I not even talk about Chris, or is it okay?
It's okay.
He has been working on a book for 11 years. 11 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm sure one day soon he'll finish reading it.
Just can't get through the whole thing.
Look how agreeable Pepper Keat is with me. Do me a favor once and stand up to me. Don't you see what the test is
you
here?
just turn to him and say, you know what? I can read faster than that.
Yeah, so there.
Got
Mr. Smarty Pants.
You're not that smart now, are you?
Now who's the Boyniak? Bum, 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 bum. Well, what if you also did a book and it took that long and then suddenly within that time nobody was interested in the subject anymore? Like, let's suppose that you started writing about American Idol when it was the #1 show, and now 10 years later people are like, that show sucked. It was the #1 show for like 7 years.
Yeah, that's why you have to kind of work with something whose legacy is already done.
I like to skate to where the puck's going to be, okay? Skate. Chris skates to where it is.
Yeah.
And he shows up and there's no puck there.
Yeah.
Where'd the puck go?
And I skate to where it was.
Yeah.
Puck was here, right? It was just here
That's
a
where
minute
we had
ago.
the face off. Now, the thing is, Chris is always agreeing with me because he's afraid to step up. Just step up one day, Chris. I'll admire you as a man.
All right.
And Gail, get out from underneath my shadow. Correct me when I say something.
Oh my God, I always correct.
Why don't you ever correct?
Look, that's you being agreeable. That's Pepper Keat.
No.
Pepper Keat.
No.
Where's Joe? I want Joe to come up with "Rocking in the Treetops All Day Long."
Pepper Keat.
Tweet. Always agreeing with everything wrong.
Song sounds pretty good.
It is pretty good. Fuck, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to take it to the Hall of Fame. We were talking about earlier today off air when we were talking with Dennis Falcone, and I brought up the Tommy James because Dennis Falcone said this to me as a little piece of trivia. He goes, Tommy James refuses to do all of these shows, will not do them. And I thought, first of all, that was hilarious. And I get it. He doesn't think of himself as being of a period of time. And I'm like, it's crazy to me that Tommy James and the Shondells are not in the wrong Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Let me just be honest here. I don't give a fuck whether the Shondells get in or not. But So, I mean, that was crazy. And then Lauren went into that thing of who didn't get in. But the replacements, let's face it, they're never going to make the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I would be shocked. Yeah,
And there is a band that you guys love from that same era. Even though they're from the 80s, they ended up being beloved in your era. Who am I thinking, Chris? I see you nodding.
Pixies.
Pixies are never going to go in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I don't know.
They're eligible now.
I think, yeah, when it happens, it'll be a long time from now.
Everybody will be dead.
Yeah.
And I think that's worse.
Yeah, because then it's a slap in the face.
It's disgusting.
Pixies replacements out the same time. REM was out the same time, and they went just the opposite. And you're looking like 3 bands that have singable songs. Why is 1 massive, and 2, you know what? In all honesty, I think it was kind of great that they were dug up by other generations, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of becomes somehow cool.
When there's like a resurgence and everyone's like, hey, now
that
we've
last
taken this
Replacements tour was bigger than any tour they did while they were a band. And I think the same is true of the Pixies.
Yeah, in the documentary, the Pixies...
Rockumentary.
The Rockumentary, excuse me, Ron. The Rockumentary, when the Pixies came...
See, I don't have to agree with you. I'm not Ronnie Keat.
No, he's not Ronnie Keat, because that doesn't even make sense.
I wish I was, though. What's Ronnie Keat doing?
It's fun.
Aflac! That's what I would yell. That's going to be my catchphrase in the summer.
I like
Aflac.
that.
What were you going to say? I like it.
I like it.
They sold out everything like 20 minutes when they announced their tour.
Yeah, but that's StubHub. Look, let me tell you something. This is the amazing thing. So, did you ever see, I think it's called Loud, Soft, Loud, the Pixies? Did you see it, Gail?
Yeah, I have.
That my favorite scene is they're just sitting around being weirdos, and they are.
They're weird.
They're weirdos.
Ron's loud, quiet, loud. Gail wouldn't correct you.
Thank you. Gail, don't
really
be afraid.
dislike him.
I will respect.
I really dislike him.
We all dislike him. His friends
You're right, Ron.
won't even see him.
Why is it if I blindly trust that somebody knows what they're talking about? Why does that mean that I don't correct them? God.
All right, so here's the deal. So they're sitting around being weirdos, and then they walk down that hall, and they open a door to go on stage, not even like through a curtain. They just open a door, and the place is going batshit. That was fucking thrilling to me. I thought that was great. All right, the Replacements, great band, and this is a terrific. I mean, you could tell Bob Mayer spent 10 years doing this. I'm like, I've never even read like this. Not to say anything, because this is better than that whole Watergate book. You know, that whole Deep Throat bullshit.
It's deeper than Deep Throat.
All the President's Men. Which, by the way, if you look at it, it should have been called Some of the President's Men. Because they weren't all there.
What the fuck's their deal?
But everybody was afraid to correct Carl Bernstein.
God.
I know.
You know?
It's ridiculous.
How about a couple of nerds? Woodward and Bernstein. Fucking geeks.
They
Like, you
else to
think
do?
that they're Redford and Hoffman, right? You see them in the movie, you're like, these fucking guys. Like, Dustin Hoffman was so cool in that movie. And then you see those two guys and they're on TV and they're like, yeah, we know Nixon was up to something. Anyway, this has nothing to do with Bob Mayer. I don't want to drag him into my fucking hate for Bob Woodward, which I do. I literally fucking hate Bob Woodward.
He sucks.
You know why, right?
Why is that?
The fucking Belushi book that he wrote. He made Belushi look like a complete fucking animal from Animal Town.
Mm.
Where does he get off?
I read that book. I was actually fucking depressed for 2 weeks after I read it.
Cruel.
Look, you can't act like fucking driving around, you know, in a... You know, you're driving down the fucking highway, you're in a convertible, you're snorting fucking coke off some girl's big tits. You know, that's fun. Now, if it ends in a car accident, don't act like it wasn't fun leading up to that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was at first fun.
Belushi had a lot of fun, and then he died. It wasn't like his whole life was doomed with this black cloud. Look, I don't want to get into it. There's a book I do enjoy. Trouble Boys, the true story of the Replacements, available in stores now and online, replacementsbook.com. Let's welcome in Mr. Bob Mayer. Trouble Boys, the true story of the Replacements, is out now. Bob Mayer is in studio with us. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Boy, this, the work that had to go into this.
It was a labor of love and sometimes just a labor. You know?
Yeah. How many years to put it all together?
Well, the project, really, the idea for it stretches back almost 12 years from the first time I met Westerberg face to face, Paul Westerberg of the Replacements. But the real legwork, and then it was a couple of years of getting the band to agree to participate, be part of it, because I really wanted their involvement. And it was about 6.5, almost 7 years from selling the book to publishing it this past spring.
It's so incredibly intimate. I mean, if you love the Replacements, of course you're gonna want to read it. But it's such an intimate look on each of their lives. It's amazing.
Well, that whole thing about being in a band, right? I mean, there's always a finite time I think anyone can be in a band, and also a finite time of, is this band going to make it or not? And I don't think there's ever been a band as talented as this band that stayed in limbo.
Right.
For as long.
That's a good point. Usually, if you're going to last the dozen years, 8 albums as the Replacements did, you either achieve some kind of greater commercial success or things sort of progress. And it did for them in a way, but they were always falling short of, I guess, the bigger expectations that people had for them, whether it was the record company or management or even their fans to a certain extent. So, yeah, that is part of why I think the story of their career and the struggle is so compelling, because they didn't quite make it, you know, in the way that a band that would have to, where most bands that last that long do.
What was the first time that you remember for yourself?
I saw them not really knowing who the band was on Saturday Night Live. They did a very famous appearance in January of '86, which I write about, kind of a whole chapter on that, their first national television appearance. And I saw them, again, not knowing who they were or what they were, but they just sort of jumped through the screen and grabbed me by the throat. And I thought, whatever this is, it's unlike anything I'm seeing, you know, at that point in the heart of the big 80s, and where there wasn't a whole lot of live, loose, loud rock and roll like this. And I got into the music, the record, Pleased to Meet Me, which was their second major label album a couple years later. And then, you know, like most people who are Replacements fans, it's not a casual relationship. It's a very deep and profound love affair, you know. So it was something that built over time as I became a journalist and a music critic, and eventually felt like I was in a position to tell their story.
Well, you know, the thing is, you bring up that night at SNL, one of the greatest live performances that's ever been on TV.
I think so.
And yet, they shit the bed with it. It actually hurt their career more than helped their career.
Yeah, the funny thing about the Replacements is that everything was always almost a double-edged sword for them. It did hurt them, certainly with the executives at Warner Brothers. It hurt their chances on getting on TV. They didn't go back on TV for another 3 years. But at the same time, it kind of kickstarted their legend in a way. I mean, for people like myself who, you know, was just a kid, I didn't know, I wasn't attuned to college radio. They grabbed me, and I think that's common for a lot of people. That was their first exposure. So people immediately sort of understood the danger and the excitement of this band. And yeah, so it kind of cut both ways, that appearance. In the short term, it hurt them, but I think in the long term, like a lot of things they did during their career, it seemed sort of like a very bad idea or self-sabotage or self-destructive at the time.
Yeah.
But it kind of gave rise and birth to this legend that, you know, continues to linger.
Well, I started in radio in the 80s, and there were always program directors, DJs, people that liked the Replacements that didn't play them on the stations at the time. And then there was I'm not sure whether it was late 80s or early 90s. The Replacements were open for Tom Petty at a big venue. Everybody went down. We were going to take a look. And, you know, the people who were championing like, this is the band that and they were just so fucked up on stage and so shitty. But in their defense, there was like literally the Petty audience didn't show up until after the Replacements.
That was in the summer of '89, and it was at the point where they were really going for it. It was their third album, Don't Tell a Soul. They had a bubbling radio hit in I'll Be You. It got into the top 50, 51, and so they thought this is going to be their crossover. And so that summer they said, well, let's put you on tour with Petty, who was coming off of, you know, Full Moon Fever and Free Falling, and it was at his peak. And they thought it would be a good idea, but it turned out not to be the case. And as you said, yeah, that almost broke the band in a way, sort of really going for it. And as Paul Westerberg talks about it in the book, he said, so the rejection of a small club every night is all right, but you're playing in front of 20,000 people who don't care. It's like the rejection of a small city, or in many cases they were playing, in daytime hours to a few hundred people scattered around a 15,000 person venue. And so in those situations, they either reacted by not caring or trying to antagonize or alienate the audience, whatever audience was there. So that was one of those decisions that, going for it that probably backfired in a big way.
And yet you couldn't take your eyes off of them. I mean, even when they were screwing up, there was something really electric about this band. Now, the other thing, if you think the Stones were that way
the Kinks,
for a long time, the Kinks were that way, the Faces were
absolutely,
and all of them had more success than the replacements.
It's funny. I think a lot of it was the context of the times. Westerberg talks about it in the book. They were in some ways 10 years behind and 5 years ahead. You could almost see them having fit in better with the Mott the Hooples, the Faces, bands like that Slade in the earlier 70s, a decade earlier, or, alternative radio would have been more welcoming 5 years later, in the early to mid 90s where it was sort of the
Black Crowes and that type of thing.
The formatting and the structure was more powerful that you could sort of get a band like that in, but they were just stuck in the era that they were stuck in, which wasn't particularly, was more polished and more professional and more about sort of pop than they were. So, a band as loose and as raw as them just kind of.
But they do have their foot in both camps there, because they do have the rawness there, but then they're incredibly melodic and it's great songwriting.
Well, Westerberg grew up a fan of, in that sort of slipstream between 60s British invasion and 70s punk. And so the things he loved were a lot of bubblegum things, a lot of his melodies come from bubblegum music and the Partridge Family, because those are the things that hit him first as a kid before he moved on to, the Faces and the Stones. And so you hear elements of so much in that. So that's why I think people, radio programmers, managers, record company always thought, well, there's something here that we can sell. But, they didn't have the complete package. And I think in some ways they were, as you said, they tended to sort of reflect the audience or reflect the moment. And, sometimes that would be very professional and sometimes it wouldn't. And so, when you want to make it, I think at that level, and certainly at that time, you had to have the whole package 100% of the time. And they were too, I don't know if you want to say real, but too genuine in the way they sort of expressed themselves to ever kind of fake it. And then, of course, that hurt them at the time.
It is a problem for people when they actually love rock and roll.
Right.
That's a really, and the fact that Westerberg loved Big Star, it was almost a curse upon himself.
He talks about it. He said, the people who were our heroes, Alex Chilton, Johnny Thunders, people like that, they weren't, in terms of their career and past success, their models, their role models were not the people, you necessarily would have chosen for that kind of success. And yet there they were. That was the thing that impacted them. That was the way they played. And so, it's one of those things. But I think also the thing for me in researching the book and now that it's out and seeing people's reactions, why the depth of feeling is so strong for the Replacements was then and is now, is there wasn't any sort of separation. A lot of people go on stage and it's show business. There's a line, there's an act, there's a shield or whatever. The Replacements were the Replacements 100% of the time. On stage, off. If they didn't feel good, they were angry, they played angry. If they were sad, they played sad. If they were hostile towards an audience, that's how they played. And I think people, through the songs and through their performances, sensed that. They knew there was something genuine there. And I think that's why people have that, such a deep connection to them. That may not have always been good for them career-wise, but it was good, I think, for creating this, long-term love affair with a fan base that continues to grow and sort of regenerate itself.
Well, they always had music writers behind them as well.
Sure.
But in a lot of ways, I think that's because they were accessible in the ways, like you're making the same kind of money that a music writer would be making. It's a lot easier to identify with that band than it is to turn around and identify with like Elton John or something.
Sure. And I think they possessed Westerberg being, first and foremost, I think a writer even more than he was a performer.
Good point.
And he was somebody who, in the period after he, as he put it, there wasn't a high school diploma or driver's license between the four of them. They all basically quit high school. But in the aftermath of quitting high school, he sort of self-educated educated, and a lot of what he read was rock critics and, Cream magazine and that era of stuff, and tried to understand the business from a writer's perspective. So I think he was kind of reflecting what writers liked in a way.
Yeah.
He was brainy, he was smart ass, he was all these things, that writers and rock writers certainly connected with. And, even on a one-to-one level with writers, I think they connected with him in that same way.
I also think that there's something unique about him that you feel in your head like you sing like him. Since there's a slight crack to everything, so you're like, I kind of feel like I could almost get to that point. And you're not going to feel that about Freddie Mercury or something,
Right.
Yeah,
well, I mean, so much of what I think their philosophy was as a band, such as they had one, was about mistakes and making mistakes work for you and making your limitations work for you. And I think as a band, musically, as a writer or as a singer, Westenberg certainly did that. The things that might be sort of in other people's arsenal considered sort of chinks in the armor or weaknesses, he turned into strengths and things that allowed him to connect with audiences in a really kind of deep way.
It was really kind of alt music before there was alt music. I remember reading a thing before where Cobain said, "Oh, if we could have a career like the Replacements, that would be great." And the record company had to say to him, like, "No, dude,
you cannot
really
have that.
don't want to do that."
Well, and of course, the funny thing is, after Replacements broke up in '91, you really start to see their influence.
Right.
And the thing for me in writing the book, and some of this made it in and some of it didn't in terms of their impact, is you never see a band, I think, really take the whole thing in terms of the Replacements, but different bands will take one sliver of their personality or Westenberg's writing. I mean, you look at Green Day, and they kind of touched on the first couple Replacements records, Sorry Ma and Stink, the punk, melodic punk song, and they took that to the bank. And then you look like a band like the, Goo Goo Dolls, they took the sort of ballad adult pop side of the Replacements and, made a fortune doing that. Or Wilco, kind of doing the thoughtful sort of, elements of roots, elements of alternative music and what they do. So it's funny to see the Replacements kind of, they were sort of Johnny Appleseeds in that era, and by the mid-90s you're seeing their impact. But I think it's maybe almost not invisible but harder to perceive, because it's not like, oh, this band sounds exactly like the Replacements, but they're taking one part or one sliver of their sound and making something very successful out of it.
But also in the same way, when you hear the Replacements, they remind you of everybody who came before,
Sure.
But no one in particular. Like, sometimes I'll be like, oh, damn, this was like a Tommy James and the Shondells song. But then you're like, well, that couldn't be. That doesn't make sense.
They were, and one of the things that marked their career in the 80s was they were a covers machine, when especially if the drinks were flowing, they would get on stage and play anything and everything in terms of covers. And they did have more eclectic taste, I think, than most bands coming out of that early 80s American punk scene, and they weren't afraid to embrace that. I mean, you look on Let It Be, which is considered one of the classic indie college rock albums. They do a Kiss cover, and they were doing like grassroots covers that didn't make it, and DeFranco family songs that didn't make it on the record. So I think their sense of it was, we can do anything. Certainly by the third record, Hootenanny, it was like, our style is that we don't have a style, that we're sort of fearless and can approach anything, unironically as well.
But the other thing is the Minneapolis band, and you wonder how much that hurts by not, like Cheap Trick just now got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because they were a Midwest band. And you can't seem to, it's almost like if you were a Midwest filmmaker.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's the same problem.
I think there was some of that, although in a way at that time it was kind of the first stirrings of these scenes outside of the major cities. You had REM in Athens, you had Replacements in Minneapolis and various other groups. And I think in a way, for the people that saw them in New York where they first performed in '83, it was almost exotic that something this good could come. So in some sense that helped them secure their major label deal, and the word of mouth was so strong on them that it was kind of like, well, what is this phenomenon out in flyover country in a sense? But you could argue it's more their mentality being sort of Midwest and reluctant and sort of don't be too big for your britches kind of thing. It was that psychology that also factored into how they did or didn't play the game.
But it's interesting how if you don't make your way to one of the coasts, you are also securing that town is going to love you forever.
Right.
I mean, I don't think that any band in New York or LA could have the same kind of reaction the way people feel about the Replacements.
I did a book event which, generally is a few handful of people in the back of a bookstore. We did in Minneapolis in a rock club, and there was 300 people there packed. You know what I mean? So that there is this kind of pride, I think, that people in Minneapolis and Minnesota certainly have for the Replacements, because it is theirs. And I think the Replacements are very much a regional band. They possess those things that people in the Midwest, it's Catholic, it's Midwestern, it's blue collar, it's all the things that people in Minnesota and the Midwest tend to pride themselves like represented in this one group.
Well, at the same time that scene was happening, Prince had his thing happening across town, but there wasn't a real crossover between that.
There was some, only in the sense that, Prince came into First Avenue which is where they shot Purple Rain, and he would play there. There were occasional crossovers. The story in the book that I think Westerberg really only met him once or twice. They ended up working at Prince's studio later in their career, but the one time he saw Prince finally, after kind of, they were playing the same clubs at the same time, but hadn't really, Prince would be more lurking in the shadows. But one time Paul was at a urinal at a club in St. Paul, and Prince comes walking in, dolled up, and he turns to him and says, "Hey, Prince, man, what's up?" And Prince, in perfect fashion, just replied to him, said, "Life."
Yeah.
So that was about the extent of their personal crossover. But Prince was one of those guys who was also in a similar way very proud of his hometown.
Sure.
Knew what was going on there. So he had a deep awareness of the Replacements as well.
And also just as bullheaded. When people sit around and talk about Prince, there was so many more hits in there than ever made it to the radio.
Yeah, they shared, coming from it maybe in different angles, but their approach to the industry was the same. Prince was a little bit more self-determining, wanted to have his, catalog and his rights and stuff, but he did have sort of friction with the industry, whereas the Replacements had friction with the industry, but they just sort of, their response was to create chaos and not sort of take possession of their career. And, in a way, Westerberg talks about it too. The sense of showmanship comes from the same place. Minneapolis's audiences can be very reserved. It can be, as he puts it, a cold place in more ways than one. So I think you either shrink from that or you just go all in. And I think Prince certainly went all in, and the Replacements in their own way were showmen of a sort anyway.
Yeah, that is a strange audience. I mean, there's I don't know whether it's a Swedish background, but my producer Joey is from Minneapolis, and this kid wouldn't cry if his whole family went down in an airplane. Just doesn't mean
stoicism,
anything.
Midwest stoicism.
Yeah, it's quite sad. I feel for him. All right, so once you've dedicated your life to this is like working in for the same company for 10 years.
Yeah, well, I didn't plan it that way. My editor at the time when I sold the book, he said, "How long do you think it'll take?" I said, "I should take about a year to research and a year to write." So, famous last words. But, it took about 5 years longer than that. But, part of that was because the story got deeper. As I went into it, I realized I wasn't just writing a book about a rock and roll band, but that the things they did and that they didn't do in their career, I wanted to trace them back. And what I found in their formative years and their childhoods was some pretty disturbing and difficult stuff. And so, it's kind of like the proverbial onion. You just keep peeling and peeling away, and there's layer after layer. And in their story, that was the case. But I also think it informed so much that came later. It became so central to understanding what this band was about, why people loved them, and why the industry feared them and couldn't deal with them and all that stuff. And it goes back, like I say, to childhood, which is interesting.
Do you think that is a lot of who the artist is formed in the first few years?
I mean, of course, with everybody, I think with bands, it isn't always the case. But in this case, because this is a band, basically Bob Stinson, who was the original guitarist and founder and older brother of Tommy Stinson, the bassist. I mean, this is a band that he basically founded, or an idea, in reform school when he was away, having suffered some very horrendous childhood abuse, started acting out, was in the state juvenile system, juvenile jails, group homes, all that stuff for a few years. And the way that he connected or reconnected with the world after this horrible experience of his childhood of sexual abuse and physical abuse was to play guitar and study guitar in almost microscopic ways. And his only desire when he got out was to start a band. And then he saw his younger brother Tommy sort of going down a similar path of crime and potentially ending up in jail. And said, "No, you're not going to do that. Here's the bass. We're going to have a band. You're going to learn." And then at the same time, Westerberg, coming out of a kind of depressive alcoholic home, he quits high school and is sort of floundering, working as a janitor. And then he links up with the Stinson brothers and their eventual drummer, Chris Mars. And it's like a band born out of such deep desperation that it is kind of the story in a way. Those childhoods and how they ended up together and the things they shared really kind of was the factor that was the main factor in determining who they were and what they were and how they sounded and how everything unfolded.
You know, I was thinking about your book too, and it's Trouble Boys, the true story of the Replacements. Again, it's for Replacement fans, but it's also for fans of a story. This is this is a work of nonfiction that is, very interesting to me. And when I was younger, Dave Marsh might write about a topic like this, but it's done less and less. I almost feel like society doesn't find music to be as important as we did the time that I grew up.
Sure, I think that's true, but I also think bands and kids generally have more options. I mean, these guys were coming out of an environment, as I say, high school dropouts in an era before the early 80s recession where the gap between the haves and the have-nots, the people who had the education and the white-collar jobs, was widening. And it really was for them, and specifically these four guys, it was a kind of almost life or death scenario. I mean, the first section of the book is called Jail, Death, or Janitor. Mm-hmm. And that's what Westerberg's answer was when he was asked, what would your life have been without this band? Jail, death, or janitor. Janitor comes after jail and death. So what his thinking was. So I just think the stakes maybe aren't as high in a way for bands coming out. People can go to college, they can get tech jobs, they can get whatever. So it's not the all or nothing proposition that rock and roll in this band was for these four guys.
Also, it could be that people are able to connect with, so you have more options of ways to connect and ways to reach out to other people. And this maybe seems more like, a chance meeting that four lives come together and
also it's just the world is a different place and dramatically different than when these guys started 36, 37 years ago. And I think culturally and the value of music certainly and what it means as a form of communication, as a way of expressing yourself, it was a much more limited, I think, options for them than it is maybe for people today. And I think that's why I say the stakes were so much higher for them.
Well, it's a really great point, because when you look back at the Stones, and I mean, that was really the only way that they could get out of lower or middle class. And even if you look at Springsteen's stuff, Springsteen really felt, and even now, at this age, feels like his back is against the wall unless this song works, this concert works. I mean, he might be kidding himself about it, but that comes from a spot.
Yeah, I mean, he was at that point one time in his life, and so I think for him, the idea is you have to get back to that point to write something with substance and meaning. And I think for them, for the Replacements, they probably never thought about it or articulated it as such, but they were just living their life that way, and making their music that way. It kind of was natural, where it was, deep and penetrating on that level.
But I think what is stunning about the group, about the book, and I think this must have been something to the people in Minneapolis. When you find out that a band that started as a cover band, you suddenly find out that this is one of the really great songwriters.
Yeah.
Is this guy who probably didn't even know he had it himself.
No, I mean, when Paul joined the band, it was ostensibly as a lead guitarist. He'd been kicking around in little groups playing lead guitar, and he'd only written maybe one or two songs. But when you get to the idea of bands and why bands are special and why we love them and romanticize them, there is something in that human chemistry. And when he met the Stinson brothers and Chris Mars, he started writing song after song after song. Within a few months, he had 20, 30, 40, 50 songs, basically the first couple records and B-sides and things like that. And so I think he was waiting for learning his craft and learning, on his own sort of self-study, but also waiting for the right group of people who could sort of harness his energy, people who he could rely on, and people who would inspire him. In a way, a lot of those early songs are about meeting and learning about the Stinson brothers and their kind of delinquent past, in a sense. And so it is that thing of there was just some magic with the four of them that actually brought out a magic in Paul as a writer. So that's, that's kind of, that's how powerful that chemistry was.
Yeah. And it's all subconscious. Like no one can sit around and think, oh, this is the way we'll get to this.
Right.
It just starts to organically happen. And then you turn around and you're like, well, these albums are suddenly getting so much more professional,
right.
And you start to think to yourself, well, this should have not only been a hit in the 80s, but any decade.
Right.
Any decade.
For me, the interesting thing too is their evolution. You look over 8 albums. The first, maybe you could say the first 2 albums are of a piece. It's kind of melodic punk into a hardcore record with Stink, their second album. By the third record, Hootenanny, it's like this mix of styles, and which they perfect on Let It Be. And then by Tim and Pleased to Meet Me, they're just writing these anthems. Paul's really hitting this amazing streak. And then he evolves even furthermore into like the singer-songwriter guy with the last couple records. So you see anybody, any group of fans, any fans of almost any genre of music can tap into their catalog, and they'll find something in those 8 records that will appeal to them. And in many cases, everything will appeal to them, you know?
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I don't think you see that kind of progression with as many bands, certainly back then, because they got bored easily, so they didn't want to keep making the same record over and over.
Do you know what you're going to be writing about next? Have you decided, or?
Boy, after investing so much time in this, I'm trying to figure out what the next thing is. And this was such a colorful topic, and it was so rich that it's sort of, I'm still trying to figure that
But
bit out.
also, you found one of the things that, you know, if you wanted to write about the Stones or the Who, you'd be the 90th guy on that.
Right.
Here, having the opportunity to deal with a band that is as talented as the 2 other bands and have it to yourself for so long.
And the wonderful thing too that's really helped the book and kind of raised the band's profile is they reunited a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And, you know, after 23 years away, now they're playing stadiums. Basically, they played Forest Hills and sold it out. They played Minneapolis in a baseball stadium for 15,000 people. So, you know, that was understanding how that happened, how they went from, you know, they became legends without ever becoming stars. That process, you know, it was understanding that was important for the end of the book, but it really kind of came full circle in a nice way to see them out here sort of fulfilling the destiny that everybody sort of envisioned for them.
That was a phenomenal tour because I don't think anybody saw it coming. You know what I mean? You just, you know, it was almost a Sugar Man type thing. This stuff has been out there for a while now, a couple different generations, because young people are always saying, hey, who should I be listening to? And this is a real easy choice to give them and come off as hip, you know? You just can't always keep handing out the Velvet Underground. Congratulations to you. I know what a long, strange trip this was for you to put this together. And the fact that it's done is always amazing, but the fact that it is something that the band must, you know, these stories need to be at least put down, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a new history, I think, in a way, and a compelling one. And as I say, it tells a bigger story, I hope. A smaller story in terms of the human story, but a bigger story in terms of music and that era of music.
Trouble Boys, the true story of the Replacements. You can go to Replacements book, and it's available in stores, online. Just go and read what other people are saying about it. Everybody's loving it. Thank you so much, Bob.
Thank you guys for
having
having
me. See you next time, man.
Appreciate it.
It's true. Children by the Millions. Sing for Alex Chilton when he comes around. Hey, that was Replacements. That was a lot of fun, that interview, huh?
That was so great having him in. It's such a fantastic book.
It is Trouble Boys. Trouble Boys, the true story of the Replacements. Go to replacementsbook.com. And that's Bob Mayer who stopped by. Do we get a signed book?
Yes, we do.
Should we do a little contest?
We can do a little contest.
What do we got? First responders?
First responders, yeah.
Well, what's his thing? Rather than just, you know what I mean? Rather than just agree with everything that I say.
At Bob Mayer, that's BOBMEHR, at Bob Mayer.
Well, let's put it up on our Twitter. At Bob Mayer, we'll give away a signed copy of this Replacement book. Bob is very, very cool, right? Great radio voice still.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
And you said his wife is a rock star.
Yeah, that's right. His wife, Coco, is in the Ets, and they're a fantastic group.
And that would be great, just to have a rock star for a wife.
I know.
I think Chrissy Hine would have been perfect for me.
I think that you guys would have really been a lovely couple.
My problem was she digs rock stars, so she married two.
Right.
Snapped them both like breadsticks. No, I don't think so. I think they're all still in good terms, as good as anybody could be on good terms with Ray Davies. I don't know if that's even possible. All right, at Bob Mayer, BOBMEHR, or you can go to the Bennington Show Twitter. We got the link up there. But you know how to play first responders. You send them a nice little note, and we're off to the races. All right, I guess we're getting ready to wrap this up, huh, Chris?
Yes, we are.
I know that you slept late, so I guess you'll be up late tonight, you know?
Oh, yeah.
In your virtual reality machine.
You look well rested.
Yeah.
You're actually starting to seem a lot more normal now.
Yeah. Wiki actually wrote to me, and he goes, well, Chris likes it if his check starts coming in late.
Oh, God. No, I wouldn't.
And yet, you feel like you can waltz in here anytime you want.
I don't feel that way. I feel like, I should get more sleep.
I just want to bring up about Gordie Howe, once again passed away. Real legend of sports. Bad day to do this on Muhammad Ali's funeral day because, it'll get, you'll lose a lot of ink that way. But Tommy Z texts me, real Crow Mag to the 10th degree. Beautiful.
That is
at
beautiful.
Bob Mayer, at Bob Mayer to win. Signed. Trouble Boys. True story of the replacements. Gail Bennington, Chris Stanley, fine show. Double show today.
Oh, yeah. Two fun shows. Not quite two full shows for you, but they were
right.
great.
And you were even a little late to the second show. Now, Yannis Papas, make sure you follow him and check out his album, Chris.
Yeah, it's me, Yannis.
No, it isn't. You're Chris.
You're Chris.
He's so sleepy.
You're so confused.
Yeah.
Sweet Chris.
Yeah, Yannis Papas' Takeover Weekend begins today at 5 p.m. East on Raw Dog.
I'm going to be there for that. I'm going to be listening.
And Yannis' album, Let Me Be Honest, is airing in its entirety after the takeover.
What did he say? He said, I'm Yannis.
It's me. It's me. It's me, Yannis.
But the thing is, it's a pun, Chris. Let me be honest.
Let me be honest. It's airing in its entirety after.
It's me, Yannis. I like it.
The takeover replay Saturday at 1 p.m. East and Sunday at 5 p.m. East on Raw Dog Comedy Club.
99. You not know where we are? By the way, you're the only one who calls it Comedy Club. No one else. You live in a fucking Tim Sabian world of weirdness. All right, we got to go. First responders, your chance to win. The Twitter is up on the Bennington Show or just at Bob Mayer, BOBMEHR. Guys, this was great.
This is fun.
And we'll see everybody again in 1974.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!